nigga, yeah. Shit real round here, yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here, If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit real round here, If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit. Look, if you ain't no ask somebody, they'll tell you about me. Nothing fake, nothing flawed, nothing bitch about me. I'm a G, I've been running these streets since a youngin'. Since 14, I've been bugging, slaying heat, ain't nothing. You won't be, say something. You could get it, I ain't tripping. One song, just know you better not let me catch you slipping. Cause whatever we need, I'ma smash you. Broad daylight around the club, I'ma get at you. If you let me tip down on the nigga, you chapter, I guarantee you that it's gonna be a closed casket. I'm about this, what's understood don't need to be explained. For the money or the fame, I was a gangster in the game. I ain't lying when I tell you about me and my background, about me and my lifestyle. I ain't never backed down, I ain't never froze up, I ain't never turned state, I ain't never missed when I emptied the clip out the K, nigga. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. It's never die, do what you did, nothing less. Fuck with the kid, get two to the head, two to the chest. Nigga, I'm the best when it come to the street shit. You got your hands full fucking with me with this beef shit. I be on some all night flight, no sleep shit. Me, my dog, and 2Ks, fuck that police shit. We coming with it, 100 rounds drumming with it. You running from it, we running with it. You bitch ass niggas ain't fucking with it. I'm out here, head first, ready to go head up. Walking with your head down, bound to get your head bust. Hear the feds come, I'm off the scene, off the block. I know the bus move when it get hot. Shut down the shop, open up another on the other side of town. Got yeah and I got pounds. Jizzle was a hustler and a head bust all in one. Don't get it twisted, I do this rap shit for fun, you heard? However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit. So I went all the way down to the trap in ATL. Oh yeah, to AURORA, you know what I'm saying, to see how they do it. Cause I know how we do it in the hood and the NO. It's street, it's real street. I've been a street nigga my whole life. I was raised in them, yeah. Wild out, flighted for nights and days in them. Nigga, I played in them. I told the kids in them. In 7th grade, I started trying to get paid in them. If you ain't real, you ain't gonna be safe in them. Bitch niggas get jacked and they hoe get raped with them. I done saw niggas get stabbed and shot dead in them. No reppin', I bust my share heads in them. Leave caught niggas down bad and bust lead in them. The streets getting flaky cause not a feds in them. Putting pressure on busters, getting info from them. Niggas telling it all when it's coming and who from them. Damn, that's fucked up. The streets that change. These bitch niggas straight poison in the game. But Jizzle can't change the streets, that's me. I live and die by the street rules cause I'm a G. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga.
A nigga thorough as they come. Was raised in the gutters in the slum. Known as the number runner son. And the dope man nephew who uncle on the run. The candidate grandbaby hustle for the fun. The yay was sold daily from the dust to the chrome. Like easy in the 80s, nigga stayed in the sun. I swore I'd never run, so I stayed with a gun. I kept my little 380 with the blade to the sun. All I fit with God, play my card, how it come. I'ma stand like a man till it's all said and done. And that's even if they run niggas, cause I know I run with a clique of wild, misguided, underprivileged young niggas. Give a fuck who you is or where you from, nigga. You can get it, we taking over the city. I was raised in the belly of the beast, to say the least. my role model was doing time, so I learned from the streets.
I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gonna be, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street.
Right, sorry about that. It's always the same thing with me, right? And starting the show, it's always the same thing. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll. I know it's late. Isn't that what I always do? I was just, dude, one podcast leads into another, leads into another, leads into another, you know. And I couldn't find my regular sunglasses, so I had to find these ones. Kind of feel like Top Gun-ish, I guess. I hope you can hear me. So I'm tired of talking so loud. So tired of talking so loud. Got a lot to cover, really. Just a lot of different things, couple of random things. Like I said, I know it's late. Yeah, it's super hot, so forgive me. It's like dressed shirt. It's a cutter shirt, and it's like 61 fucking degrees in the house, but it's really like feels like it's 80 degrees in the house. Plus, it's just so hot. Not so hot, but it just feels hot because the way my room is, there's no real ventilation. So forgive me. Forgive me if it looks like I'm just like, yeah, you know. And my hair is pulled up. It's all braided up, so you know, I really let it down. I just didn't feel like fussing with it. 1 second. Fortunately, Jesse's here, so my desk is all over the place. Like I said, I've been up watching podcasts, pretty much catching up. I was going to start earlier, as usual, but like I said, one podcast leads into another. Then you have to do random chores, you know, take a shower or whatever, do some quick things. And so, just got busy. I kept sat down, watched one thing after another, and I was trying to find something funny to watch. I cut up on the news. And that's good. Look, man, we're gonna cover a lot of different things. But I said like maybe five topics, if that. Nothing too serious. I kind of want to go over a couple things that really bothering me in the city of Denver. Is where, you know, we live in Colorado, so yeah. A couple of things that are really bothering me a little bit. I want to cover some of that. A couple stories that I saw in the media, like 2-3 stories. Nothing too major. I mean, I don't want to touch everything that everyone else has touched. You know what I mean? So I kind of try to veer away from that. I did see a couple articles or a couple stories that I had questions about that I was confused. Well, not confused, just like, geez, is this happening? Like, you know, so I kind of want to touch base on that. I'm gonna be doing like another RVA after, like later on in the afternoon, and then I'm gonna do it. Excuse me. I'm gonna do another one. I'm gonna do a radio show on Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced. The second one, I'm gonna invite maybe 2 guests on that I was having conversations with. Both come from Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced, and I think that one of them's Jesse's friend. So we carry on a conversation, which are really important. We were having a discussion earlier this week about some atrocities that were happening in some of the southern states, and certain things that are happening here that are kind of similar, where people are being pushed out, kicked out, you know, their utilities being shut off, things like that. So I want to cover that or go over that more in depth with the individual we've been talking to. But I want to do it. It's a like structured, focused. It's been just a long, crazy day. It's been a long, crazy 2 days actually over here. So we had back-to-back programs and stuff like that. We happened to go down to 5 Points, and we, like I think Jesse likes to go. We went in the cultural center. Well, Jesse went in the cultural center. I sit outside. Probably there's a couple reasons why I was outside. One, I just got out of the doctor's office, and I was have like lung issues. So when it's super super hot, I can't really breathe that great. The wind was blowing. It's kind of like if I like really bad asthma all of a sudden. And I just didn't. The heat in this going like maybe 15 feet. I was gonna start breathing really funny and then coughing. I couldn't stop coughing. So I had fluid in my lungs. So I chose to stay outside. He chose to run in and raid the pantry. So for a whole bunch of different reasons. While he was in there, there was a couple of guests and people that he knows. So we had got invited somewhere earlier by one of the guests. So it was like that. But it probably looked rude as fuck that I was outside. It was hot as hell too. It's like 85 degrees. It would have just been too much work for me to go inside. Plus, I can't control myself. And I'm loud, so I would have been like kind of wheezy, coffee, and then super amped up and blah, 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 blah. So it was probably best. The sun was beaming on me. I was okay. I was listening to music, minding my own business. Took a little trip around the east side. Thought he was going to be in and out, man. He was in there chilling. I was like, God damn, hurry the fuck up. You know what I mean? He was in there just, I don't know. I don't know what he was saying there. I was outside. So sun was beaming. I was okay. I went back, we rode back to the train and everything was good. Then I'm watching it. I kind of not watch. I don't watch the cultural center. I don't watch the Black Jerry Springer show. That's my line. For a whole bunch of different reasons. I just don't like how he did things, and I just don't. It's just not for me. Okay, but that doesn't mean that I'm not subjected to seeing it when it's in my house or in my presence. And so I saw a Friday show, or what's that? Excuse me, Wednesday. Today's Thursday, right? Wednesday show. I tell you what, cuz people are a trip. I think that when you don't like somebody, just fucking say you don't like them. Don't do the sneak dissing shit. Don't do this shit that makes you wonder if they're actually talking about you, right? Because they weren't talking nothing like any weird shit the whole week until they see you. And then after that, so it's only leads suspicion, right? It's kind of not really paranoia, but just the simplest shit. They're directly talking about you, right? Because it might be something that you did while you were there or whatever, right? Well, it don't really affect me, right? Because I get two fucks with everybody thinks. You're not going to say it to me. You're more likely for me to say it to you. You know what I mean? I just like that. I don't give a fuck. I have lots of opinions, but I'm pretty sure that if I say something to you, you'll stand on it. That's that way. I'm pretty much going to say it if the spirit moves me, you know what I mean? So that's probably another reason why I don't go in. Because I don't tolerate, there's certain things that are disrespectful, right? Look, you got a platform, people who are there, and they acknowledge you. Well, even if you're on your show, they say, hey, or whatever, but you don't acknowledge them on purpose, you're a real fuck nigga. Real buster. Real shit. And none of your other guests acknowledge said individual, and they know better. They know they should. because that's common courtesy. It's polite, whether or not that person is not there to be on the program or nothing, right there for other reasons. But you can't say, "Hey, so and so, how you doing? Have a seat," and then carry on with your fucking dialogue. Then not only are you rude, and you're doing it intentionally, but then have to then be audacious on the next program with some other marker buster, whether it's a female form or not, to be sneak dissing. I think sneak dissing is like a sign of snitching, and it's a real buster thing to do. It's a real mark thing to do. It's almost like beating around the bush. It's like you don't have the balls to say directly that you don't like something, or that you were bothered or you just were irritated by a situation, regardless of what it was. But you're making like random statements that you wouldn't be making any other time throughout the week on your regular scheduled fucking bullshit programming, of confusing of the masses and asking stupid ass black questions and non-black questions, right? Real shit. Stealing verbiage that you weren't using for like damn near 3 years, and then all of a sudden, right? Did you know that you're trolling or you're listening to the voices, the message boosters of the new black media? Us. Yeah. Contrary to popular belief. Contrary to popular belief. I give 2 fucks if anybody doesn't like me. They say whatever the fuck they want, especially when they're gonna say the wrong thing, right? I know that when people are talking about me like recently, they talk about me in a way that they forget that I grew up in this area. And I was a little girl. I grew up in that area. I'm part of that system. But when you hear alleged leaders talking about, oh, if you're a young man or young woman and you need help or you need something, just reach out. One of us, a pillar of the community will be of assistance, right? Things like that. Stupid shit, right? And it sounds good, but I was one of those kids. Okay? I was one of those kids. I was a foster care kid, but I was outside, like 13 years old, running through Curtis Park and going to the Curtis Park Library for teaching, okay? For schooling, because they couldn't find placement after I went through like 250 fucking homes, okay? And juvie and whatever. Broken face. And so I grew up in that little area of the east side, 5 Points. And upon growing up around the lokes and whatnot, like a lady walking around, doing degenerate shit with, sundress, whatever, dress shoes, and machete, bag rocks, and I'm just making my little bread because I got to take care of myself. Just a little girl, little teenage girl, mind my own business. Just doing what they taught me to do to take care of myself, right? Sell some shit, no big deal, right? Mobbing around through the east side, just minding my own business, usually by myself, maybe with 1 or 2 of the cribbeds, maybe one of the brothers, one of the lokes. I had older loke brothers that I was like their sister, but I had a broken fucking face for a long time, right? It was like a pirate. But I was like this, little pretty girl just mobbing the streets, kind of thugging it out, right? In the system, the ward of the state. So being in that area, and the people who are talking this shit now, one of them had seen me, and he was just the beginning of his being a pillar of the community, right? He was in the beginning. He's older, right? Same with Jeff Farr. Right? So when you see motherfucking kids struggling, right? They're constantly they're being brought to the Curtis Park Library with the police just to do their studies and being taken back, right? They're in and out the Gilliam. They're fucking there, right? Product of the fucking system. You would have thought that this motherfucker talking all this shit would have reached out, right? Not to mention, I grew up in that area, and then I was unhoused in the same fucking area. So while I'm sleeping in a tent on the sidewalk and they walk past me all the fucking time, right? That they would reach out for help. They would try to help a motherfucker, right? Because at some point, I got really sick, and I wasn't like I was. I was either in a wheelchair or doing whatever. I was going through it a lot, really bad. So you would have thought they would have reached out, right? But no, he's stupid. I've seen this whole shit go down my whole life, right there in that little area. So when people are talking shit, I'm like, shh, you don't want to do that. I know all your secrets. Stop it. Stop. Stop fucking with people. Because the motherfucker you walked past and used to fuck around and just be right there when I was a little girl walking around, fucked up face in the system when he could have been a helpful individual. Maybe you just thought and say, hey, why are those kids going up there to the Curtis Park Library with a fucking police escort? And have to stay there to do studies and nobody's there to teach them. But they're self-learning because they have to, because they can't go to school. You'd have thought maybe you'd be inquisitive about that. It's only Curtis Park. I mean, Jesus, right down the street. You think about it, Or you see the same individuals, but they're not the same. They're grown up now, and they're unhoused, living in a tent right by the same fucking library that everybody goes to for fucking task force meetings and whatever, right by the Panther Library, the Blair Caldwell, right in front, on the side, in the back of the church, right there in the fucking neighborhood. You walk past. So you would think that while motherfuckers are shit talking and sneak dissing, that they would get some awareness and just stop. Because this motherfucker knows all your secrets. Because you're just thinking you're untouchable. Stop it. You're not. Anybody get touched. Think about that. Okay? That goes for you too, Median. You know what I mean? Stop it. You're not the epitome of excellence. First of all, how can you be the epitome of excellence when you got a fucking mugshot? Ponder that. How can you tell anybody about how to be a good parent? Again, when you got a mugshot. For some egregious fucking shit. Trust me, I'm no saint. Trust me, I'm not no saint. I lost my kid. Kid grew up in a fucking white household. I don't even recognize her. Right? Totally not what I raised. So I understand. But don't act like you are holier than thou. Because you're not. No, you're not. And we really want to take it back. For like the last couple of years, I didn't see you outside being fucking, doing press conferences and shit. Stop the cap. This is new. You're not that person. You stop. Don't keep fucking with me. Stop. Okay? Just stop. Right? I remember when you had to sit next to that motherfucker and he'd buy you a meal for your commentary. Stop it. Stop it. Difference is, I sit on 3 of these little platforms and ain't nobody had to feed me to be there. Right? And it was a real question. It's a real question, right? For 2 motherfuckers that didn't have a job, one owes like 64, 65,000. How the fuck you got all this money in a fucking, a 501c to where you can, afford to buy 30 fucking tickets for families to fucking love on a child that's been fucking, racially abused and whatever, and down like where was he, Greeley or some shit, right? And you can do that this weekend, and you're just giving away tickets that you paid for, right? It's your business paper. Where the fuck y'all getting all this money from? Like, do you need to be audited? I think you 2 motherfuckers need to be audited. Because I definitely know some shit I'm not supposed to be knowing. So, if I were both of you, I would just chill. Because that sneak dissing is fucking weird, man. You know who does that? Goofy motherfuckers. Off-brand, basic individuals. We don't have to go into this what type of ancestor your motherfucker gonna be, because I come from good stock. Right? Contrary to popular belief, I'm straight. My heart is as light as a feather. Go sleep good tonight, okay? But I promise you, sweet baby black Jesus is not like ugly. No, no, no. Especially when y'all be doing the most. And some motherfuckers just a little bit more ratcheter than the other. Just because you getting married and doing all this other, trying to be decent now, does not mean you didn't have a pastor like everybody else in the motherfucker over there. Him too. Think about it. Sneak this in. Right? So now I'm watching it today. I'm like, damn. Because I've been privy to Mr. Paris being here for a couple of days. That's what he likes to watch at 2 o'clock. He likes to stay informed through his band, He just wants to stay informed. That's his normal thing. Can't talk about it. Trust me. I have to put headphones on and pace around and shit. I can't handle it. Why? Because it's fuck shit. I hate when people are hypocritical and they lie and they try to pretend like there's something that they're not. Okay? Really. You're not that person. I've been clearly watching for the last, at least, we'll just say 3-4 years. And you are not out there like that. Fucking talking about the Green Book Initiative. Now let me call that out too. Because I do remember, if I roll this beautiful bean footage back, I do remember maybe a few months ago, I had made this little comment. I don't remember what I was talking about, but I remember I was talking about the Green Book, the real one, the original little guide that was created by motherfucking families traveling, having crossed through certain areas of segregation and sundown areas and really dangerous areas for black folk. And they passed it on. It was like, I can tell you all about it, but I do remember having this little discussion. And then here you two go, creating this bullshit, right? Green Book Initiative. I could dissect it, but I don't want to. But the fact that you fuckers got on the media and you were talking about it in Inglewood, right? First of all, the fuck you doing in Inglewood? Getting all fucking Black Power and shit there. Stop that. That's not a good look for you, especially when you look like you're wearing PJs. Dress better. You look like you just rolled out of bed and went to do a fucking conference. And you fucking Tay with fucking, what is that, toffee colored fucking linen shorts and a motherfucking frumpy ass t-shirt. Do better. Do better. Where you got getting all this bread from? Not that I'm pocket watching, but it's kind of curious. You need to be audited. I find it quite hilarious that when motherfuckers are in certain areas and they really want to be black and they have a mate that has a restaurant or cafe or whatever, but because there's not enough black people anymore in that area, they don't come down there to sit down and dine there. They stop serving. They don't have black people really working there. They do for this, the face of it, but no, the staff is white, serving whites. Living lies. I want to say dreams of grandeur, but that's not true. It's just lies. I would stop if I were you. I would just stop. Because, we play games of war. We really play games of war. We don't like that shit, so stop. Especially when nobody's bothering you. If you are upset about some shit, pull the motherfuckers aside. Have a really legitimate conversation. Bet that won't happen, because then you'd have to be met with the opposition of that conversation. And that conversation would say, well, look, this is what you did. This is how I feel. You guys don't want those kind of conversations, because if you wanted those conversations, you would be direct and pull a motherfucker aside or send an email or phone call. Because it's not like nobody's accessible, right? But that's true. See, you can't say you are who you hang out with. And if you wake up and you start just with a day of rolling a blunt, hey, smoke some weed. I bet you would loosen up a little bit and you wouldn't be so fucking fake if you just smoked a little weed. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? It's good. It's from the earth side. You know what I mean? Maybe you can't handle it. It's okay. Not everybody's meant to. Right? But don't be some bullshit ass motherfucker think you're doing something. You're clout chasing. Okay? You're there for the cameras. Everybody knows Taze is there for the cameras. But you too, check it out. Inglewood is, first of all, if there's any minorities going to that music product biggest terms, if there's any black kids going to Inglewood school, it's probably like 2 or 3. Inglewood is like Littleton and Aurora, Cherry Creek, because it's sundown areas. What are you expecting to accomplish in a white school district? And listen, I heard you, cuz like you said, you went to some graduations at fucking Rangeview and Eagle Crest, cuz like, you know those are still white schools? Where again, there may be a black child there, maybe 1 or 2, 3, but it's still predominantly white. Trust me, I know. I lived in Aurora and I couldn't go to none of those schools. Those schools were where the white kids go. Kids like me don't go to those schools. No, we was deemed to go to the raggedy ass school down the road. They said it was ghetto, but I didn't make it very long in there, so I would know. Motherfucker got arrested. That's it, as simple as that. Got mad to move again, So I would just stop, because it's not cute. It's not cute and it's not honest. Because honesty is right here. You can't even say you're a leader. Leaders. No. Coons aren't leaders. Okay? Real shit. Coons, motherfuckers that get tokenized, non-leaders. Motherfuckers that pay their way into white supremacy, non-leaders. Okay? That will let the whites pat their head, because no, non-leader. Motherfucker to say I gotta share my liberated air with another motherfucker, no, non-leader. Stop embarrassing yourself. Okay? So it said, hey, the shit you say, like, motherfuckers don't like. and better get used to it. Really. The season is calling for a dynamic, fucking aggressive voice. Okay? Not this whack shit that y'all fuckers do on camera. You know what I mean? Talking about it, you go get the little white lady lawyer to handle your black business. No. Bad form. No. Okay? You go get the little white civil rights lawyer? Come on now. Stop it. Like, slap yourself. No. Okay? Handle black business. Your black business, you gotta go get the white lady? Yeah, sorry that is. That's real buster shit. You will never see us go and get the white lady or the white man to help us solve our problems. That's not black business right there. No. That you trying to say that they would be like, if we meet the white man or the white lady to hold our hand to handle our affairs. Is that what y'all did? Y'all already have 3 black people, but you need to go get the little white civil rights lawyer to handle your black business? I stopped listening once the white lady started talking. I trade up because I was like, this ain't this. Man, for black people standing on black shit, you need the white lady to hold your hand? Stop. You're stupid. No. No. Just say you're going to go get a lawyer. Say you have some civil rights lawyers looking into it. Why you got to go get the white lady? Why? Is it because they won't let you in the school? Stop. Inglewood got a real racist problem. They always have. Just like all the other white schools. But just because, you hang out with a certain kingmaker Do you think you could just do it like that? But that's because they like to hold hands with the whites too. So this is what we're doing, right? We have black affairs, black business to discuss. We're trying to bring black people to accord to, get on board with whatever nonsense you're talking about. But we gotta go get the white lady to hold our hand, read a little speech that she stumbled on, just because she wasn't prepared. She just stand there like, I just stand with these. Come on now. That's stupid. That is the sorriest shit, okay? Do better. Why you need the white lady to hold your hand on black business? It's your black business. There are little black issues you're standing on. But you had to go get the white civil rights lawyer. You see how stupid you look? If you didn't know, you look stupid. I laughed at you, yeah? Oh, I know. It's so sick. There's so much shit you could say, right? Courage is what you don't lack. That's like not leadership skill sets. You don't have leadership skill sets if you got to go get the white lady to fucking be a civil rights lawyer on your black business, meaning your black issues, your black shit you want to talk about, that's affecting black people. This motherfucking school, this white school in a sundown area. Did you need the white lady to walk you in the class or walk you into school so that you can stand on business? No. Bad form, lady. Bad form, Tay. I know. Nobody's going to say it, though. They're too busy kissing ass. Not over here, though. No. Over here, we call you exactly what that is. You'll never see us go and get the white lady or the white man to go fucking help us handle our fucking black business. No. You just have to stand on it alone, I guess. But it'll be goddamned if I'm gonna go get the white version of Ben Crump to stand on business with me. Fuck no. That's not leadership. That's not good leadership skill sets. What are you teaching our children? Miss I'm So Perfect with a fucking rap sheet of a fucking bug shot for exactly some ugly shit in regards to your children. Stop it. Perpetrating the funk. Look, I know what I did. I don't care. I've never professed a perfect parent. Acting like I'm perfect, giving out advice and shit. Stop. Stupid, man. That's the fakest shit I ever fucking see. Nobody's going to tell you, though, because they're like, they're going to give you affirmations and love on you. Man, blow me on that bullshit, because that is the sorriest shit. Y'all are sorry, for real. Really. But like I said, keep fucking around. You're going to find out. If this is a little taste of it, right? You see how happy I am just saying it out loud? Stupid. If you're going to give a press conference, don't wear pajamas. That's on top. 2, you're going to be standing on black business in a white school in a sundown area. Don't go get the white lady, the white civil rights lady, to hold your motherfucking hand and stand on business with you. While you have 2 other black people there. In a white school, in a sundown area. Contrary to popular belief, it still is. They will pull your motherfucking ass over. You're driving the wrong motherfucking car in Inglewood. Right? Really? Okay? So, and you motherfuckers from Denver. What you doing speaking? And Tay, you're not even a fucking director of motherfucking anything in schools, in public schools right now. What the fuck you doing there? You fuckers doing in Inglewood? Standing on black business with the white civil rights lawyer. Slap yourself 2 times in the tray. Yeah. Hey, what's cracking, Delta? You know what I mean? So, yeah, you just might want to ask yourself why you're doing it, okay? Sounds kind of crazy, but not to me. Make total sense. I'm standing on my shit, and you don't see me holding hands with them. Never. Why? Why would I? They're obviously the cause of my misery. Why would I go get to hold my hand to help handle my fucking black issues? No. Like I said, stop. You look stupid. And hey, how you gonna wear toffee ass linen shorts and a motherfucking frumpy ass t-shirt, guys? do better, right? So, sneak Disney. And the fact that, how can anybody say you are who you hang out with, right? Well, if that's the case, and we're just going to go on that, right? Then what in the fuck are you doing, sir? Right? If a motherfucker owes $64,000 for some shit, right? That's one. Two, then you got another broad that you had to pay for initially to sit there and fucking keep commentary. Now she's just somebody, right? They have mugshot and everything. No jobs, but you can build a nonprofit. And it says the epitome. You know what the word epitome is? Think about it. Look it up. Think about it. Now I know what the word epitome is because I used to use it religiously in regards to something I was doing, right? Would I accept what? Would I accept what, Delta Pack? Would I accept what? Go ahead and answer that question. No, thank you for distracting me. Now I don't know what I was saying. Real shit. I'm just saying. Y'all just perpetrating and faking the fun. But if you're saying you are who you hang out with, right? Birds of a feather type shit. So if you are friends with a motherfucker that's a complete degenerate, you're a degenerate type shit. I think that's the message of the day yesterday, right? What does that say about you? Oh, hypocritical fucking glass house throwing stones type shit. And you with a motherfucker that owes $65,000 all in the newspaper. Save hell for what? From what? From others for what? For what? As such as what? For what? In regards to what? And it's probably with a motherfucking whole mugshot. Look, hey, motherfucker ain't no saint. Look, I've been outside my whole life. There's no excuse for her. There's a whole systemic excuse for me. You think? So, but I wouldn't be fucking around doing it when you know what I mean? I just wouldn't do it, especially with motherfuckers that are aware of it. You know, because if you don't, you're a hypocrite. It's a hypocritical statement. Anybody co-signing that nonsense right then and there on camera, knowing goddamn well what you're doing is complicit in the nonsense. What would I need help for? What would I need help for? And why would I? Why would I look at you? For what? Like, before you're interrupting my show, just make it quick, because, like, spit it all out all at once. Why would I need help? Why would I have to accept it? And why I gotta look at you? From the pictures, like not my cup of tea, but you do realize you're from your pictures, you're on a black platform, black first platform, with a person like myself. So why would I? What would it behoove me to do such? Anywho, apparently, so let's get to it. So we're going to touch a couple of stories that are kind of, like I said, were kind of important. We're definitely going to attack some local Denver news because I have so much to say about that. Our city, like, if we thought it was shit when Mayor Hancock was there, you should have just known that y'all had made the worst mistake by voting for this man. Well, you know, like, if you hadn't been paying attention, the purveyor of stolen intellectual property. Well, yeah, of course I brought up race. It is a thing. What would I need your help for? I'm pretty capable of fixing my own little problems. I'm an Aries, so I solve problems all day long. But why would I need your help? For what reason? You dig? Like, of course I'm bringing up race. That's what this platform, This is where you're visiting from. Where are you looking at me? Look, let me find out. Oh yeah, you're on my page. So you're looking at from the Revolutionary Agenda. Yes, it's a strictly Black first platform, meaning who you're talking to does not have does not do anything with white people for specific a whole bunch of different reasons. I know, biracial and all, but we're at war. I don't have dual allegiance to my mother's side. I know where I belong. And so no, I've had nothing but poor experiences. And the dominant society has never been kind or fair. So why would I need your help and in what regards? And I would be really cautious. I would tell you this. I'm uncoerced and you can't I don't drink Kool-Aid, you can't coerce me into anything. 90% of the time I don't think anyone can help me with anything. I don't just go do it myself. Been like that since I was a small girl. So, probably not. Most likely not. I'm like a different breed. Just stay away. Every interaction I've ever had with the whites. I like to say the whites. I've had interactions with white men and women, including my own mother. It has never been kind or fair or decent. It's never been a meaningful dialogue. It's been kind of a very ugly experience since I was a very small little girl. So very, very ugly experiences. So no, I probably would just not. And if I couldn't take care of my own problem, I definitely wouldn't not go there. I would not go there because no good deed goes unpunished, right? And no, I've seen is nothing but ugly experiences, and y'all have never been kind. Y'all have always wanted to hurt me or do something very, very ugly to me. So I just stay away from you. And not even polite on the street when I see you guys. If I try to say hello to you, it's just too uppity. But in our areas that have been rapidly gentrified by y'all, you look at us like we don't belong in the area that we once belonged in. Because now you just buy up everything, build up everything, and the people like myself have nothing. I don't know. I have very, very not very good views. I've never had a good experience. So I would say no, maybe not. Depends. I have accepted help once in a while from someone based on person a friend of a friend, you know what I mean? Like my mate might have a couple of Caucasian allies or whatever, and they may have done something for us. I believe when I was really sick, a couple of people that we know that were kind to him or kind to me through him. You know what I mean? I said hello and thank you, and I just keep pushing. And that I just don't interact. It's not because 90% of the time everything is racist and racial. So people don't believe it. They do racist things. They say things. They treat us like we're broad and ambiguous, right? Talk at us. What I'm leading into with the mayor, take our intellectual property. Benign neglect is a real thing. So, yeah, no. I can't. Now in this day and age, our people are so comfortable with allowing y'all to come in and come in our churches and come in our politics and, coerce things and everybody's like, oh, you're just so welcoming. But when it comes down to us needing anything, needing help, it's not that way. It's never been reciprocated. I'm a separatist, only based on personal experience, not like something I would just outright say that people should follow me on. So a personal thing. So what I'm saying to you is personal, and how I feel regularly, really on it. There's no white passes given. I don't think y'all cry. I don't think you guys have sensitives to our needs. We can go on all day long about many topics where we are constantly the victim of fucking whatever. Again, we just need to pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off, type shit. Not having that. Not to mention, especially in politics. Not to mention, especially in politics. And that's something I'm learning a lot. I'm seeing a lot, but from someone who's been at the bottom their whole life. The systemic issues, the systemic revolving doors. Oh no, y'all are the devil. Like no, because you just want us to go along, get along with whatever we're talking about. And it's really sad. It's really sad. I wish I could say that I've had positive experiences, but if I pass you on the street and you don't even look at me, or I pass you on the street and I say hello, and you definitely don't say hello back, and this is a constant thing. It's a day-to-day, everyday thing, or I just happen to be, I'm polite, I'm very polite. I don't just outright disrespect anyone, although I don't tolerate nothing other than black people say, like anybody other than blacks. I don't have black. I don't have anything. I don't have white friends. I don't have Hispanic friends. They don't have allies. They're not. I can't rely on you to defend us. to help us get protections that we need. Stuff like that. No. So I just prefer not to, because that would be like getting our hopes up. There's no such thing as the white savior. You dig? I know, villain. But listen, at the end of the day, especially nowadays in Colorado, right? Everybody, if you've noticed, right? Everybody takes care of their own people. Okay? Even white people. I see we in city council, we see like I'll give you a prime example. Right? The Palestine stuff, right? Look, don't ask black people what they think about that. We're not gonna answer you, right? But real ones are not gonna answer you. Because it's not for us to say. We just need to stay out of it, right? For a whole bunch of reasons. We just gotta stay out of it. Okay? But when excuse me, let me take that back. I was saying that in jest. For city council, for example, what trips me out about white people is the constant culture vulturing. And like, for example, George Floyd thing and the Black Lives Matter stuff. All these white people wearing Black Lives Matter t-shirts. For us, though, it's a black t-shirt with white words on it that dominates. Right? That's still, and if you read through it, still like the dominant society. When they say white tears matter, that's because you can cry and the judge will listen to you and you will get off. Real shit. I can cry all day long about something. Same case. I'm going to jail. Okay? There was a moment in our city where a alleged young black child shot two administrators at a school. Okay? And alleged child committed suicide later on in the afternoon. Okay? And the school in particular, when I remember going to school, was predominantly black. Now that school has been gentrified and nothing but white kids go there. Okay? That's crazy to me. That's crazy. I don't see my whole fucking community leave and go up north. And then come down and act a different way that we have to talk about, for our community. We have to punish some of them, you know what I mean? So I'm just doing the most. Right? Okay, so crying. No tears. But you'll make the face and you look like you're serious. No remorse. I've never seen white people have remorse. Or cry. Real tears. Never. I tell you, I know. My mother's white. She don't cry. Or if she does, there's no fucking tears falling out her face. I know I cry. I'm a sensitive motherfucker. Okay? Tears will fall out of my face like in mass speed. Okay? When my feelings are hurt. Not her though. Okay? My child looks white. Same thing. Crunch the face, make the noise, no tears. I don't know where she gets it from. It's not for me. She was raised white folk. So much as she disrespect me, and I had to look at her in the face and was like, man, she tried to touch me. I was like, I don't even let the devil touch me, because these activities are just something I couldn't agree with, and that's my own child. My mother is racist. She says some racist shit, she got to get kicked out of my house. You know what I mean? Why? Well, for one, my mother's a villain, and she lied to me my entire life. She wants to act like everything's a fucking secret. So no. And it's confusing. So for 40-something years, I was working around with this multiracial fucking confusion conversations. 4 years ago, kicked that shit out. Went one side only, because you can't have dual alliances for what we're talking about. Meaning, because you're multiracial, you can't be picking sides, okay? So, the dominant society will never pick me to do shit. In fact, it'll be the opposite. Like it's always been. Trust me. They've been putting, police have been fucking with me since I was 7 years old. So I tell you that, they'll put their hands on me, they beat me, they kidnap me, they fucking keep me in jail for longer than I'm supposed to be. And they come by and they kind of do fuck shit so I can be scared. Okay? Same thing at the hospital with white doctors. So no. Can't go to school. Same shit. Okay? So the dominant society will never really accept me. Ever. So, because I brought in ambiguous looks, and people think I'm Hispanic, them people will never accept me. They call me out my race and everything. White people call me out my race, everything. Native Americans, okay, same thing. Right? I went through an old Native American school. Beat me for 30 motherfucking days straight. Said I was not one of them. Right? I was the N-word. No. They had a big point. And this goes on even now as a grown person. It's a grown person. The dominant society don't speak to me. They don't look at me. And they love to put their hands on me and arrest me. It's off top. And get it. Native Americans, we have a couple of friends. Right, when my mate was running for office, a couple of friends. And straight up mugged me, even though they know me. Gave me dirty looks and didn't want to have a conversation with me because all of a sudden now they're in their tribal gear. Whatever that means. Hispanic people don't even speak to me. Tell you I know, because I was outside, I was driving around, coming to my apartment, so there's all these little children outside, little migrant children outside. The audacity to come and ask me for $2, right? I don't even know these kids, right? But I would never, okay? First of all, you gotta get it how you live like I did, right? Do some chores, do something. But first of all, don't ask me for shit. Because I'm not giving you nothing. I'll make you earn it. But you're not my kid, so fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Right? Literally chase me down. Just ask me for $2. But did you think they asked me in Spanish? No. They asked me in English and I told them no. And I'm looking like, your parents just let you walk up to strangers and beg for money. What's wrong with them? That you have to go to that extent? Hmm? Really? Right? So no. No. Me and my little brother had to get out. We lived. We had to go outside, earn that shit, breaking leaves, doing whatever, washing cars, doing whatever, yard work, whatever it took to get a little $5, $10 to go to school or whatever. Because Dad didn't want to give up on allowance. He worked 2 motherfucking jobs, and he didn't think we deserved it. Not only did we have to take care of each other, but build, do the shit in the house. He didn't think we earned an allowance. So we had to go outside and get it. We're talking about shoveling snow. Back in the 90s, snow would be up to your fucking hip. You got 2 motherfuckers with shovels pushing the snow all up and down the street in different areas just for fucking $10, $15 at the end of the day that we got to share. Okay? So no. No. White people have never been nice to me. In fact, they arrested me when I was a little girl, took me in the system, and never gave me back. Real shit. They've done the worst shit to me. So no. Probably wouldn't accept it. And depending on what the help was and how much I needed it, you'd probably have to go talk to the mate, and the mate would probably say, yeah, for me. Because they couldn't do it on my own. I wouldn't do it. I don't care how desperate I got. I'm one of those people that'll find a way to fix my own problems. I can't really ask no one because I understand no, I respect no, no means no, that I wouldn't ask you. You know what I mean? Other thing is, we have no allies and friends. At the end of the day, I'd probably give myself maybe 30, 40 minutes before you're calling me every bad name other than a child of God. Shout out to my mate. Okay? No. Couldn't do it. Racially, though, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't. Just not for me. I'm probably one of those people that want to build Black community and would not have no white people there whatsoever. Because I wouldn't want you to corrupt the well. Couldn't have none of that. You know what I mean? Because I just couldn't. I believe we're thoroughly resourceful on our own. And if we have to, we just rebuild. I've seen a lot of destruction. I've seen a lot of things that happen to me personally. And this is going off of just personal experience. I couldn't do it. But it's not to say that it hasn't happened before, though. It has happened. And it went through my mate or whatever. But 90% of the time, like, if I have to ask somebody, it's usually my, usually people I'm close with that, it just happens to be that they're Black. But that's all I'm around. You know what I mean? I would say I would say it's preferential maybe, but it's just out of normalcy. Okay. It's just out of normalcy. That's like going through the foster care system. Y'all don't really, like the white race has never been kind to little girls, little Black girls, little mixed girls, boys too. You know what I mean? So we're so quick to be locked up. We're so quick to be given up on, or you see what I'm saying? Because of white folk, I couldn't go to school. I couldn't have a stable house. Couldn't learn things because I was out being pushed around in different homes because of different things. See what I'm saying? Word of the state, because white people feel like I couldn't go home, no matter what a motherfucker does. Should let the person go home if they want to. And now I couldn't go home. You understand? I'd rather go home and get beat than go with these other people that are not. There are other people that did bad things. See what I'm saying? So no. Yeah, I have to go through other people. And then I would probably send you a card and tell you thank you. Because I'm just polite like that. But 90% of the time, I can't go nowhere because I'm too much on my shit. Too much calling out racism, white supremacy, even though people think that they're not doing racist shit, or they're not saying racist things, or they're not doing culture vulturing, or cultural misappropriation, things like that. Or they're just being cynical or sarcastic, and I've had relationships. I've had 2 relationships with 2 white people where they disrespected me, called me out my race, like hard N-word in front of my white-looking child. This is the worst. She looks like my mother. You know what I mean? I don't look like my mother. Not at all. Not at all. And I have to explain to her what those words mean. Do you understand what I'm saying? So no. They probably have to go third party. I have to go through the third party. But thank you for even asking me the question. Appreciate you. Okay, enough about that. Family, let's get to it. So we're gonna cover a whole bunch. I'm trying to go quickly and cover a whole bunch of different things. Let's talk about cultural vulturing. Okay. Now, like I said, family, I try to touch topics that I don't want to talk about the topics everybody else talked about. So, like, us on the New Black Media, we're talking about Vlad TV a couple weeks back, right? Truth be told, quiet as kept. Vlad TV's like the ops, like the police. Like, you don't go on Vlad TV. He's like an instigator to try to get you out and talk about your past whatever, right? And motherfuckers think because they got paid and they maybe talks to them in a soothing fucking detective-y fucking police voice. You just give up all your vital information and fucking spill your secrets. Some people just he pays them, obviously. But he's the type him and like certain other white individuals in I would say in music or hip hop or whatever that have been making money off of black people. They have been making lots of money off of black people. So they're culture vultures, It's some shit we just won't tolerate. I said 90% of the time, real motherfuckers don't like that shit. We don't like that. We don't like it at all. Because you're stealing from the culture of foundational Black Americans, right? To say that, Black people, Black Americans, and you're making money off of it. There's people that make money off of our pain, our shames, our fucking death. You know what I mean? We don't like that shit either. We don't like being tokenized. We don't like being fucking used for our talents and whatnot, stolen from. So Vlad, everybody's talking about Vlad. And, shit. That motherfucker's tops. You don't go on that show. And when you go on that show, 90% of the time, motherfuckers get arrested right after that. Somehow, some way, right? Same with a few other people. Same with a few other podcasters or whatever that, make money off black people, black artists, musical artists or whatnot. So it's a real thing. Well, everybody's been talking about Vlad for years and a couple other people. I came across something that I was showing a few weeks back. Like, I would say maybe, so I've been sick, so, the RVA comes out probably like once a month, right? But you'll see me on Frontline Black News or Chicago's Black Experience Enhanced. And so, but on my show, on this show, on the Revolutionary Agenda, I just do my own thing, right? This is a Black platform, Black first platform. So message boosting is a serious thing. It's a serious thing for the New Black Media. We're just out there doing the thing, banging the drum, right? So when I came across this shit, it was probably like maybe like a month and a half ago. I came across this video, and I was thoroughly irate, right? So I showed it on my show a few weeks ago, like about maybe a month or so ago. um, I didn't like it, and it was a black dude. The black dude, the context, black dude singing about Trump and referring to him as Black Donald Trump. Okay, that shit infuriated me. Before I had ran into the actual research of it all, I just came across the video. So I'm over there in the comments typing up some seething fucking text, a seething comment, right? Just I was like, oh fuck this, cause like you're gonna get this work, brother. And I was like, brother, like I was typing like brother, disappointed face. Why? Why would you do so? Why would you take? What did they pay you, brother? Like that, like why would you do such a thing? And it was just like a long fucking paragraph, like 3 paragraphs long. Just me, just like, do you know what you're doing? Shilling. Cuz, what are you doing? I was like hitting them hard. Like, why, brother? Like, why would you do that? Why would you do the work of the white man? Like, I was just going in, right? And that son told me this fucking, he told me, delete that shit. Because I did. I sent it. I did. I pressed enter and I fucking walked off. Right? Because I was mad. I was like, fuck is this bullshit? Right? This, that fuck shit. I was fucking mad. I went back and deleted it. Okay. And when I deleted it, I happened to be looking outside, well, on YouTube, and you see all the little feeds, you see all the little shit that goes along with it, right? And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I happened to come across a video from another podcaster that I kind of like. Now, look, when you talk about right and left and moderates, conservatives, this shit don't fucking matter to me, really. I'm gonna tell you why. It's all the fucking same shit to me. It's all the same shit. 90% of the time, it's all lies and fucking projected shit and fucking being misled, and it's stupid to me, right? So you can't, like, don't ask me questions. I just tell you that I don't like it, and they're all stupid to me. And no, there's no tangibles in it. I'll go into a whole bunch of different things. Okay, I don't care right, left, red, blue, fucking whatever. It's not, that shit don't interest me. Because at the end of the day, everybody's doing stupid things and they're fucking the people. So it doesn't really matter to me, right? I'm like one of those, I'm right now type. So we're going to go over it because this same fucking dude, I will get into the video, right? The same dude did a new video. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and start it. We're going to talk about this first because I have to get it out of my system. And then I'm going to tell you about how I'm going to give you my views. Obviously, this is a Trump thing. I'm gonna point some shit out. I'm gonna give you my views, and that's it. That's all. I don't care who says anything about it. Because in my mind, culture vultures are everywhere. Okay, and that shit. Why? Like, why hasn't anybody said anything? Why has nobody stopped this shit? Like, why? Why has nobody stopped this madness? Okay. So let me open this up. I feel like I'm feeling weird right now. Hold on a second. Okay, let's see. We go. All right. Okay. Got a little cue here, family. All right. So this video right here is the opening. So you'll see this is the context, okay? This is the context. And it's all about this white man right here, okay? The dude of the video, let me make sure I got my context. Benny, okay? I like Benny. I like Benny until this video. Man, I thought Benny was alright. I just like his content. I thought he was okay. 90% of the time that these people are speaking their mind on certain things, especially in politics, it's a lot of it is kind of humorous to me, but I try to pay attention. But when he did this, I was like, Benny, come on, cuz, what were you thinking, right? And as you see, I didn't like it, so obviously didn't say nothing about it. But we're gonna play it. I'm gonna play the context, excuse me, of where I got it from. Then I'm gonna play the fucking video that fucking made me irate, and then I'm gonna play number 2 that I saw yesterday, and I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" Okay, this is where we should be mad, black folk. Okay.
24, we coming back. Joe Biden in the crowd taking naps. And his son Hunter doing crack. Call me what you want, but don't call me a Democrat.
Ladies and gentlemen, you might have noticed that there's a.
Okay, so see, it's a white man, right? Okay, white man. So this video is all about that dude, the white man. This is the interviewer. This
In the MAGA movement, especially after some big wins, but you've never seen energy like we got in MAGAville.
I'm a Florida boy, going to sense has on.
The self-described mayor of MAGAville is a rapper, Forgiato Blow. Forgiato has been a Trump supporter since 2015. His MAGA raps have topped the Billboard charts, certified platinum, the #1 songs in the world. With this success comes rapper bling, MAGA bling to be specific. Today we're going to investigate the unique luxuries of being a MAGA rapper, right here in MAGAville. Mayor of MAGAville, Forgiato Blow. Life's been good, baby.
Man, it's been great. Been working hard on music. I see you. Been everywhere. Campaign trail, working hard.
Okay, we got new whips outside.
Only color of that Kool-Aid.
stop.
Anyone want to start? We should get every detail right.
The Théâtre des Vampires.
I know that shit is great as hell. So let me back this up a little bit, okay? Now, when Jesse was ready for mayor, I used to play this song. Just by the dude's name. It's a brother. The dude's name is Southern rapper. His name is Fujiano, right? And he used to make this song called I think it's called Yee or something like that. But and the words of it is like they call me the mayor, right? So Jesse was ready for the mayor. I used to think that was funny and like play a song, but the brother's name is Fujiano, okay? So when I say this dude is a major motherfucking culture vulture, it starts right here with me.
It's been good, baby.
Man, it's been great. Been working hard on music. I see you. Been everywhere.
Ville is a rapper, Forgiato Blow.
Forgiano, that's his name. But the dude, I swear to God, the dude had his name longer. The black dude that I'm talking about, that I listen to his music once in a while, his name is Fujiano. So this dude already stole part, like kind of cultivated a name similar to his. And dude's called the mayor. He called himself the mayor, right? The brother of the song. I can play the song like right now. I don't want to. I'll get a strike. Probably get a strike for this shit too because I'm talking shit. So who knows? I've been trying to take this channel down for a minute. So here we go.
Ville is a rapper, Forgiato Blow. Forgiato has been a Trump supporter since 2015. His MAGA raps have topped the Billboard charts, certified platinum, the #1 songs in the world. With this success comes rapper bling, MAGA bling to be specific. Today we're going to investigate the unique luxuries of being a MAGA rapper, right here in MAGAville.
Mayor of MAGAville, Forgiato Blow. Life's been good, baby.
Man, it's been great. Been working hard on music. I see you. Been everywhere. Campaign trail, working hard.
Okay, we got new whips outside.
Only color of that Kool-Aid that I drink is red. I'm a Florida boy, going to sense has on. It's a red way.
Listen, so this right here is my Rolls Royce Ghost, one of my favorite cars. These are about $350,000 to $425,000 for one of these. I got this MAGA red chrome on here. No one's ever sat in the back seat of this car. How crispy it is. This is something I put on when I want to watch Donald Trump trigger the left. I put this on, put on my phone, I drive this around. The Dawn, the spaceship. Now this right here, we got Trump orange, got Big Unk in here. You see what it is. Even Trump says Mayor of MAGAville. So right here, this is what.
So this dude, so all this stuff, watch all the little material, right? Necklace, the car, the motherfucking fake ass dog, everything. Just keep an eye on everything, right?
One of my favorite cars right here to drop the top. Let everybody see me riding around. This right here is one of the last ones ever made of the Dawn. This is a ballpark 450. 450 right here. Don't know what color. What color should I wrap? That you guys let me know in the comments. I was gonna put Trump on here, all white. Put him on here with the orange hair. Make the seat almost look like his hair for the interior. This right here is one of my favorite day-to-day cars. Brand new Tahoe on 30s. These 30-inch rims right here. Almost the size of me. Got the stars in the ceiling. These 30-inch rims were about $15,000 with tires. Tires, let alone $1,500 a tire. So if it's a bad day, you catch a nail. This wrap was $10,000 with this chrome. The truck, I remember, you know, adjusted market value. That's the new thing to do. And I paid $100. So this truck altogether is probably like, I would say $125,000.
Because it's like the heir to like Auto Trader or something like some crazy shit like that. And before he started rapping about Trump, he wasn't going no motherfucking where. So he's like the heir to like Auto Trader or something like that. I can't remember. Don't quote me on it, but something to that effect.
$1,000. This truck's famous right here. Trump truck, 47. It used to be the 45 truck that you guys probably seen. Then he did stuff with me. So look, we're back 47.
Stay with
birds. Okay. Start back in the Trump truck? Yeah.
We're talking about culture.
Come on, guys, let's go.
Sure.
Now, this is one of the craziest raps ever.
Give me a little context right now.
We got Trump on there. He will be your 47th president with the lift and all the wheels and everything together. I got stars in the ceiling of every single car I got. This car right here, I got about $200,000 in. Like I said, a lot of people aren't saying Ashley Babbitt's name, so I'm keeping her on there. Trump right here. So if you see this out, make sure you take a picture and make sure you post it on Facebook so all your liberal friends can see it. This is one of my favorite cars. Scat Pack.
No, so I'm rest in power, Young Dolph. So I like Young Dolph, right? I liked his music and everything. So when he died, that shit kind of bothered me. But Young Dolph had a car like this. It's kind of camo-ish. He did like 2-3 videos in it. I think he got shot in there or something like that. I can't remember. But his car was like just like that, right? And so this is kind of like where I come from. This would be a violation. Like you couldn't have a car like his. Like that man's gone, you know what I mean? And people respected him in the South. So you have a car like his. You have a car like his. That's a violation. You know what I mean? Like that's a violation. You know what that means? It's a violation. In my mind, that would be a violation.
Wide body right here. He turns up. Sounds great. You might have heard of the rapper Young Dolph. He was murdered. So he did all his stuff camo. I used to like his music, so I went ahead and rapped this camo just like he did.
See what I'm saying? It's one thing like you're gonna, you know what I mean? Like first year takes part of his name and like of another rapper, then he gets his car after the dude passed away. And that, like I said, that right there would be a violation to anybody. Like, just like, you know what I mean? There was only one like that. Then he had it. Young Dolph had it. You know, you see other motherfuckers driving around in a camel whip. You know what I mean? And it was Young Dolph's car. So when he did that, I was like, oh my God, that's a violation right there. That's immediately what I thought.
This has stars in this. This car, say altogether, was $100,000.
I'm a Florida boy. Don't
I
make me sense.
Oh God.
Cars are dope. I see the new drip right here.
There is electromagnetic energy in that pyramid between 200.
Right?
I see that drip right there.
And these cars, you think all this stuff's hot? I got some heat I've been dropping in the studio. Come check it out, my brother.
Oh, it's kind of cold out in Florida, so I'm here for it. That was some new art.
Oh my God. I listened to their music too, and I was like, ugh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In there.
God.
Maybe I should just have this now, you know. Hey.
So this is, keep in mind, this is a white boy. So he's going to cultivating all these little racial individuals. Race, like you ever found him some Latinos to throw some Latinos up there, right? For Trump. You just, you know what I mean? It's just a lot. It's fucking, it disturbed me. Disturbed my inner essence.
Donald Trump is your president. 2024, we coming back. Joe Biden in the crowd taking naps. And his son Hunter doing crack. Call me what you want, but don't call me a Democrat. They want to put him in jail, but
I was like, God damn, Benny, why I do this? You couldn't just go and just chill. You gotta get all like, you gotta wear the hat. You're just gonna do the most, right? Man, and after that, I just stopped tuning in. Not because I just couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle it. I was like, I thought you were better than that.
coming through your hood in my red head. I might buy a mega chain, let me call my jeweler. I'm exposing all these rhinos like I'm Lord. We still don't have the manifesto from the shooter. Your girl like AOC, I want a girl like Brad Cooper. Woo.
How much does this cost? How did you make this?
This 2,000
He
grams.
said, you don't have the manifesto to what?
I'm exposing all these rhinos like I'm Lord. We still don't have the manifesto from the shooter. Your girl like AOC, I want a girl like Brad Cooper. Woo.
How much does this cost? How did you make this?
This 2,000 grams of gold. You put it on your neck yet? So this right here is about $100,000.
Okay.
Ballpark, 100,000. I put the Trump's nephew on there so everybody knows. We got the 45 on there, 47. Trump already knows. Trump hit me up for a 47 hat before he even announced he's going to be the 47th president because I was there wearing it. It's in that car. Y'all seen he autographed the mayor of Magaville. That's the thing I hear, chain snatcher. You can't take these chains off.
I know some real jack boys, man. That shit's coming off. Okay. I know some real motherfuckers that really wanted that shit come right the fuck off. So I was like, ugh.
So this right here is the Forgiato chain. This chain right here is completely iced out. You're looking at $250,000 right here with the MAGA.
Like I said, this is like, this is all like the heir to fucking white fortune. Like, this white privilege, white fucking everything. Motherfucker, you got bread and you want to fucking culture vulture, you're gonna do that. You know what I mean? Like,
bull ring. This got the big baguette stones in here.
Donald Trump is your president. 2024, we coming back. Joe Biden in the crowd taking naps. And his son Hunter doing crack. Call me what you want, but don't call me a Democrat.
So awesome.
Woo! Real MAGA gang, you know how I'm rocking. Trump train still going, no, it ain't stopping.
So it's been a minute since we've talked. You've had an enormous amount of success, but also you predicted where the energy was going. That's really, really important. Like, it's like an amazing quality that you have. Finding talent and then also channeling that energy. Like, you were there before anyone. And it seems like actually some of the biggest names in culture are coming to you now. Ben Shapiro just dropped a rap, Tom McDonald, right? And that's got to feel good.
I mean, I think.
ugh. Like, what is this, family? What is this? It's doing the most. What is this? Like,
Pushing the brand, pushing the movement.
His names in culture are coming to you now.
first of all, you can't say anything like that. We said for the culture, that's just specifically for black people to say. He said it. And I was like, oh, God, my stomach started hurting.
Shapiro just dropped a rap, Tom McDonald, right?
What is this? What is going on right here?
And that's got to feel good.
I mean, I think it's cool that I see a lot of people out here, pushing the brand, pushing the movement, helping the youth and also the older generation come together as one, right? Because rap at one time wasn't like everybody's favorite. People hated on rap. But look how much culture change has been done for people rapping, right? In this movement. Now we have politicians that nobody thought at one time, like an MTG or Matt Gaetz, Roger Stone, General Flynn, actually coming and being in my music videos and doing songs for them. Like, people at one time would have thought that never would have happened. They judge, Republican people are racist and they don't want to be down with the culture. Well, I think it's the opposite.
What does it feel like to finally have the movement understand what you've been doing? Because I think for a long time people were like, "Who's this Forgiato guy?" Right? Like, what? Like, who is this guy? How's he? Like, what's he doing? And now you just seem like someone who knew this all along, knew where it was all headed all along. You were right.
Well, sometimes you got to create things. You know what I mean? It takes 10 years, but overnight success. That's one thing I look at. So when I came out hard in 2016 for Trump, 2015 early for Trump, it was more like I told you, the vision that Donald Trump was as a boss. He was a legend. Every rapper loved him, right? He had the nice cars. I mean, it's not far-fetched to think Donald Trump could be riding his Dawn, right? Same color of his hair and his skin tone, holding it in the Mar-a-Lago. You know what I mean?
It is the Trump colors. You got a lot of love in Fulton County.
Man,
Did you
that was
know?
love. That was love out there.
Yeah.
Thanks for Trump out there. Young Thug is actually another rapper right now that's getting pressed by Fannie Willis, and her dad, his dad was actually out there pretty much saying they down with Trump.
Wow.
Yep.
What do you think about people like Snoop Dogg, who spent, last 6 years saying Donald Trump is the worst thing that ever happened? Now suddenly, lo and behold, I'm down with Trump, he says. I love Donald Trump. Front page splash. What do you think about that? Like, what's going on?
I think it's cool that people are waking up, right? But I hate when people stretch it. Like, he didn't come out and endorse Trump, and then I look at online.
While he's doing all this, he really isn't talking about that 2025 project. So, all that shit really makes no difference. I'm glad you're having all this fucking fun off of our culture, but you're not talking about the most important shit, especially since you're ripping off our culture. What that fucking 2025 project do?
Put him 250,000 likes. What about the people out here fighting, not getting the 250,000 likes? What about the people? Support us. Support the people that are changing the culture, right?
No, don't support the motherfuckers changing the culture. You can't support that, family. I know that some people just like holding kumbaya with them, but you can't kumbaya with them, with the OTBs. You cannot, because they want to change and steal from us. That's whole shit. I don't give a fuck about Trump, but all this other stuff, the music, the jewelry, the look, maybe not so much the look, but the music, the jewelry, the trying to be the showing out and whatever, right? The music, the tone of the music, the rapping and whatever you want to call it. I don't call it rapping when they do it, but whatever they're doing, right? That's stealing from our culture. Our culture, meaning foundational Black American culture, fucking Black culture, right? So when he's saying, fuck that, we're going to change the culture. No, you're not. Okay. Somebody should stop that. No, you're not. Right. Because we got enough of that shit going on. And we constantly have to keep re-innovating, reinventing the motherfucking whatever we want to do. So that at one point we're thinking we're just going to do our thing. And here we go again. Somebody brought them to the fucking proverbial barbecue. And here we are. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, the motherfuckers are in the studio doing the most. Okay? Doing the most. So
Snoop Dogg already made his money. He don't care. Nobody can take him away anymore. They can't hurt what Snoop Dogg's doing. I'm never going to forget that in 2016, he made a music video like he was killing him.
Yeah.
I don't forget that.
That's right.
And wasn't banned for social media for that.
That's wild, man. You never assassinated a president in one of your music videos, but that guy shot Donald Trump, right, with a bang bang gun, right? For the first time.
Man, come on. I mean, really, stop it.
Cool. I got 3 kids. I'm not a cool dad.
All right, so,
cool dad. This is how you create culture. Forgiato Blow is the man.
No, you don't. This is not how you create culture.
Of this.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You do not need another fucking thieving ass fucking. You do not need that. That shit is wrong. So fucking wrong. So that's that's what I feel about it. And you should all fucking feel like this. First of all, this is offensive. This is fucking offensive. What I'm about to show you right now is offensive. I was like, my soul isn't right with this, right? And I'm probably the only motherfuckers really speaking on it, because everybody was like, I want to throw their panties at Trump, man. When I was saying, when he went down there and he said the Chick-fil-A and shit, our sisters like, Trump, yeah, all that fucking extra shit. But you just want to throw your panties at fucking Trump, but you're not asking the real fucking questions. You're not asking what he's going to do specifically for fucking Black women, or even for anything. You're just so fucking amped that he showed up and woo, right, for fucking chicken and shakes. Stop it. Stop. No, ask the right questions. That's the type of shit that keeps us in fucking benign neglect. I can't even do it. Can't do it. Okay, so this is a video set. This is a video I saw first before I got the small little overview of what we were dealing with. And if check it out. Song called Black Donald Trump, right? And it says Black Meg. Oh my God, guys. I was like, look, I have a sister that She's all about she likes Donald Trump, right? We don't even have debates because I'm a third party candidate person. We brought Cornel West here, so I like Cornel West. And I haven't made the commitment to help, work the campaign with Cornel West. So, I don't, at least I can say I tried for us, versus this shit. Okay. That motherfucker does not look, that whole website that Trump has mentions black people. He says in the terms of African American, 2 words, whole website. Nothing about what we're talking about, nothing about tangibles, reparations, anything that we're talking about. So, but black people just ready to throw their panties at him. I'm like, stop it. Because no. But this fucking video is what I saw first. And I was like, when I saw it, I didn't get the context. So I was going off. I was like, man, cuz you all sell out, blah, 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 blah. Right? I was disturbed. I didn't, until I got the context. I had it, and it even made me more mad. So I'll tell you why.
Yeah. Hey, it's real Trump supporters out here. You feel me? We ain't robbing nobody on this song, baby. Salute that boy. We coming in. We coming home. We going tough. Let's go. Donald Trump. Yeah, that's my president.
Cuz wearing all that white man shit. Okay? Oh, white boy can't say nigga, so he went and go get a black dude to do his fucking dirty work. Same thing with the motherfucking Latinos for Trump, okay? Because he's not neither are, right? So since he can't say nigga, he went to go get a brother to go do his work. Real shit. Real fucking shit. This is one of our FBA brothers, obviously, but he's wearing that white man shit. That's that white man's hat. That's that white man's chain, okay? Don't worry, I'll get to this dude in the next video.
Hey, Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president.
Come on now, guys.
Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president.
He's wearing that white man's chain.
Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. For real. Black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA,
Black
MAGA.
That's that white man's car.
Black MAGA, black MAGA. Donald Trump, yeah, that's
that
my
white
president.
Car.
Donald Trump, the first black president. Ever seen a black?
Cause we just skip past Obama. I mean, like, just message wise. I know you're stupid and shit. You really fucked us, but come on now, like, stop. Like, this is the stupidest shit. This is the stupidest song ever.
Patriot, yeah, we exist. The Democrats use my color just to stay rich.
What does he think he's doing right there? You just putting money in this white man's pocket. You gonna fucking sell out. Stop it.
My president, you might as well indict me too. Call me your Uncle Tumbo.
You don't really want that shit, because he says you might as well indict me too. Cause stop it. Look at you, soft looking ass motherfucker. Stop. Okay, just stop. Hey, you got a fucking old white ass bitch in the front seat, man. Cause this just lost all kind of motherfucking credit. Stop it.
Really, what Obama do? Not a damn thing. Trump was just that Chick-fil-A. Taking flicks with my people, he really showing face.
Yes, he was at Chick-fil-A, okay? And everybody was like, yeah, though they were doing the most. They were doing the fucking most, right? But we want you here, blah, blah, blah. We stand with you. No, fuck that. All the motherfucking white security guards probably over there fantasizing on our sisters and shit. And these bitches was just like super fucking excited about this, okay? But none of them were asking any of the real fucking questions. What are you specifically going to do for black women, black students, black girls in college? What are you going to do? How are you going to what are you going to do for black girls, for black women? What are you going to do for black people in general? What's your thoughts on reparations? What are your thoughts about taking care of so that we don't keep losing our babies during birth? We don't have abortions like that. That's for them. You see what I'm saying? We lose babies during birth, during the whole fucking pregnancy type shit. What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do to ensure that we, like serious fucking questions where we're getting the same amount of pay as the fucking white people? We have all the fucking qualifications. Like, what are you going to do specifically for fucking black women, black men? There's men there too. Like, what the fuck? They just buying chicken sandwiches and milkshakes and motherfuckers. Throwing panties at him, man. Like, Trump. like all super, it was like fandom, man. Like, they were ready to pass out. Yeah, I thought it was a concert. Like, yay! Like, they're super fucking happy. Going to fucking college. You know, all these fucking boule types. They're not asking none of the fucking questions that we need. They're not saying, oh, you know, why all of a sudden, since, you know, you need us. Yeah, like, shout out to urban politicians. This is a nigga meter, right? They need us to make them relevant. They know they need the black vote. So he comes down there to pander and you're getting tokenized, but nobody's saying, hey, while you're here at Chick-fil-A tokenizing us, break bread, motherfucker, something. What you gonna do for us? What are you gonna do specifically for us? Are you gonna make Congress give us fucking reparations? Are you gonna do your fucking job? I mean, yeah, great. You closing the border, you're deporting motherfuckers that shouldn't be here. Yay. Yeah. Don't mention the stimulus. Everybody and their mama got one. What are you specifically going to do for us right now, 2024 and the next 4 years until you can't be here no more? And we got to look at your vice president that we might have to boot out because it might be some off-brand like the 4 they already picked. What, you know what I mean? Like, can you answer the fucking typical black questions that I have? Where it's like, no, we brought Trump here. He answered back then, and we're so happy that he showed. Hey, man, bitch, what are you talking about? You have a chance to speak to the motherfucking man that everybody loves so much. But fucking ask him the real questions because this is all cute and shit. But why didn't you ask him about that 2025 project? Again, look into it. It fucking makes your butthole pucker. It's so fucking dangerous. But the fact that he's already implemented 64% of it, what's the remaining 36 fucking percent got to go in? There, you know what I mean? The remaining 37%. That shit is fucking dangerous. Every liberty you thought you had is fucking gone. Really, just read it. That shit is fucking. You know what I mean? Everything that's been done, turned back around, like it never happened. Come on, man. Like, seriously? I'm so fucking upset. Hey,
Joe Biden, I really want to raise some poor kids is just as talented as white kids in this country. 3.6 million black kids in poverty. But these liberals putting illegal immigrants right in front of me. We should make them vote at the gas pump.
What does he think he's talking about? Like, you know, this is no better. Like, what he's talking about is no better than what they're doing. Okay? No better.
Fake news mad because us niggas out here voting Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump,
like,
yeah, that's my president. Let's go. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. For real. Black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA.
Yeah, that white man shit like it's his shit. Cause I was like, you off-brand motherfucker, stop. No. Bad. No. Everybody dancing, having a good ass motherfucking time. And all that shit belongs to that white man. Real shit. It all belongs to that white man, right? But I didn't know that until after I saw this video and I went and did my little research. So fucking disgusted, right? Because he couldn't sing that. He couldn't say that. You know what I mean? He couldn't say that because he can't represent that. So he went to go find this motherfucker and this motherfucker and had a whole video about it. And that man's dancing on his car in his shit, fucking doing the most, like, real sellout shit. Can't call you an Uncle Tom because if you really knew about Uncle Tom was kind of nice, you know what I mean? Right? But what you is a sellout for real. What you is that's oh god, that's fucking horrible.
Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, the first black president. I know your mama can't barely buy the groceries. They push agendas on our kids, not rosaries. You get a Glock in these streets before you learn to read. You get some sauce, some white, some weed before a damn degree. Next thing you know, you going fed, getting a GED. I swear we fed the whole hood with the PPPs. Rappers pushing P, but I'm pushing knowledge. They hooked on EBT, but I was hooked on phonics. They wouldn't be so terrified of Donald Trump if Biden actually received 81 million votes. You know that boy Cabot, you know all aboard the Trump train. November 5th, every nigga in America vote for Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump.
I just want to know how much this motherfucker got paid to fucking to do that.
Yeah, that's my president. Let's go. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my
It's the worst shit ever.
Black man.
We got like Vlad and all them, and these motherfuckers over there doing the most. This right here is the worst shit, because this right here is like them fucking pandering videos they do. They give us every time it's election season. Again, they just try to talk to us like that. And it's really sad shit because motherfuckers fell for it. They're still falling for it.
Black MAGA.
I'm not the part of Canada. I don't know
Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, the first black president.
That's sweet. And that's because I looked into it and I know how to read and fucking ask questions. You know what I mean? That's a new black media thing. We all about asking the fucking questions. You know, we're not gonna let no shit slide. Certain things we really don't want to see.
Do you like having a PO box but are tired of wasting time and money driving to the post office?
Things though.
At I Postal One, we can help. With I Postal One, you can get a
Black president, that's Trump.
Don't work out. Don't work out.
Not President Trump.
Here for our city.
He will never back down.
This shit right here. This is the other video. This is the one they let out a couple of days ago. I seen this today. I was like, oh my fucking God. What is this madness? Same shit. Now this dude, I guess he I can't remember. He was like on the media for something, and they kind of show little clips, but I can't remember. I think he was at a rally or something. And he talked for quite some time with the journalist. I don't remember what the fuck they were talking about though. So I was like, damn man, he's having a whole dialogue. Skimming. I just moved along. Yeah, I moved along because whatever he was talking about, I just wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? I didn't stay to really listen, you know. But they kind of show a little clip in it. And I was like, what the fuck is he talking about now? But okay, so this video came out 5 days ago. So this after the verdict. Or after they said he was guilty. So I'm like, what's going on?
My whole crew, keeping it MAGA when we roll through. Hey, when we roll through, keeping it MAGA. My whole crew, keeping it MAGA.
You sound real Heatherish, like I don't think this brother in the white is FA.
You know blacks voting Trump, I heard Biden's gonna fire us. But that's okay, cause Donald Trump's about to hire us. I pay the IRS, they send my bread to Ukraine. They killing babies, getting abortions, that's the new wave. 100 bands up on my chain, baby. I'm a rich slave. You voting Democrat, just know that come with 3K. The glove don't fit, they must have quit. OJ in his dick. A message to Alvin Bragg, Uncle Trump is innocent. I was just in the Bronx, I seen it with my own eyes. It's a red wave, baby, I'm a patriot for life.
I don't know what he's talking about because the Bronx people were like, boo, we don't want him here. Like, real shit. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Them motherfuckers were irate. They were irate. They did not want that dude there. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, let me see if I can pull it up. Thanks. Sorry, I found my eyes wasn't leaking. Let me see. Okay. Watch this. Look. They were not having it. Hold on a second. Let me stop this real quick and I'll switch over. They were not having it. So when I'm listening to the songs, I'm like tearing it apart. That's what I do. Let's see. Yep, let me go right here. They were not having it. So let's see if it's this one. I'm goes like 2 times. They were not having it. The ones that like, no, wait a minute.
Quality, reliability.
Come on up, fellas. Rapper Sleepy Hollow. Come on up here, fellas. How are you, man?
I feel like nothing.
Oh, I like that. I want to get that done.
President Trump. Oh man. One thing I want to say. One thing I want to say, and shout your failures. Trump gonna shout the wins for all of us. Make America great again.
Like, when the fuck was it great? Cause like.
Well, hello everybody. Thank you very much. This is some turnout.
Presidential candidate Donald Trump came to the South Bronx today to speak to some supporters and to a fair amount of empty space in Crotona Park.
Yeah,
He was
that's what they were talking about.
bellicose as you'd expect.
Our black population and our Hispanic population who are losing their jobs, losing their housing, losing everything they can lose.
But Trump is a billionaire, and the South Bronx doesn't house any billionaires. Politically, Trump shouldn't get his hopes up.
First of all, he's a big fat bigot, and he just doesn't have any love in his heart for anyone of color, anyone who's in the LGBTQ plus community.
He's a crook, a liar, and a cheat, and he tries to make money off people. And that's what he's doing right now.
Welcome back to What Was That? I'm Gabe Sanchez. Donald Trump held a rally in the Bronx, and now he and the Republican Party are once again desperately
Trump. In the 90s, they loved him. In the 2000s, blacks wanted to beat Trump. Everybody wanted to beat Trump, no matter what color you are. That changed when he ran for president.
Back when he announced his candidacy, the day he announced his candidacy in 2015, he made inflammatory remarks about Mexican immigrants. According to the New York Times, he complained that the 15,000 Haitian immigrants who received visas in 2017 all have AIDS. In that very same meeting, the Times reports, he said that once the 40,000 Nigerian immigrants given visas arrived in the U.S., they would never go back to the...
So it just kind of doesn't make any sense why everyone want to throw their panties at him, right? Right? Kind of seems kind of stupid, right? I didn't forget, you know. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Stop. Like, just keep in mind, these are real things that happen. Everybody got AIDS, and they're like, you come on, cuz like you're just doing the. These are like major hot boy statements. Stop, you know. But everybody's like, yeah. But so that song is like a lie. Because they weren't having none of it. There was like video after video where they're like, we don't want him here. Fuck him. He has to go. Real shit. I was like, God damn, man. You think you hate him anymore?
Their huts. The White House denies this report. During the presidential election, Donald Trump referred to a Gold Star mother saying, look at his wife. She was standing there, just standing there. She had nothing to say. Maybe she wasn't allowed to have anything to say, implying that she was being silenced because of the family's Muslim faith. Candidate Trump also went after a U.S. district judge who presided over fraud allegations against Trump University, citing the judge's Mexican heritage. He asked journalist White House correspondent April Ryan if she could help him set up a meeting with the Congressional Black Caucus. During a presidential debate, he generalized the lives of minority communities.
Let's see what people who actually live in the Bronx think.
A lot of his ideologies on the brink of putting us on a civil war.
From the man in the barbershop to the woman at the bus stop.
He's just coming here just to get the votes.
There's one message to Donald Trump.
Don't come to the Bronx. You're not wanted.
Oof, sounds like no one is buying Trump's bullshit.
There was plenty of Donald Trump merch for sale outside Crotona Park today, but not so many buyers. This is the South Bronx, one of the bluest areas in the nation, and whatever Donald Trump was selling, most people here are not buying.
I'm not a big fan. Trump loves money. Trump have a whole tower and a whole hotel room. Trump do the president thing just to have the White House too.
It's a clown show. It's meant to distract from the fact that he is on trial. And it's a desperate attempt to gain media traction.
If you were accused of lying over 34,000 times, would you introduce that person to your family? I'm not a Trump supporter.
In fact, Democratic Congressman Richie Torres thinks Trump is roundly despised in his congressional district.
If you did a poll about who's more popular, Donald Trump or lead paint,
I suspect lead is more popular than Donald Trump in the Bronx.
But don't worry, Trump made sure to pull out his secret weapon, rappers Chef G and Sleepy Hollow.
Chef G. Does everybody know Chef? Where is Chef G?
Trump is already slurring his words. Chef G, does everybody know Chef G?
Where is he? Come on up, fellas. Rapper Sleepy Hollow. Come on up here, fellas. How are you?
How terrible.
Oh, you're, oh, I like that. I want to get that done.
President Trump.
Say something,
Oh, man.
please.
One thing I want to say. One thing I want to say. They always gonna whisper your accomplishments and shout your failures. Trump gonna shout the wins for all of us.
By the way, Chef G and Sleepy Hollow are murderers. Trump brought 2 murderers on stage as a way to court black voters. The 2 rappers were charged with 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, including a 2020 mass shooting on Polk County territory that killed 1 person and injured 5 others. Look, I'm not saying they have an ulterior motive and are desperately trying to find a way to get a pardon, but it sure seems like it. But this is just another one of Trump's racist attempts to court black voters. Remember Trump's sneakers? Now, according to Trump's team, there were more than 25,000 people who showed up.
And that is why you saw more than 25,000 people show up in the deep blue Bronx tonight, bringing the same energy and enthusiasm that we felt a few weeks ago in deep blue New Jersey, where more than 100,000 people showed up to hear from President Trump.
Really? 25,000 people?
Trump has a permit for 3,500 people.
So how can 25,000 people show up to a place that was only permitted to have 3,500 people? The math ain't mathin'. When Trump was talking, people were already leaving. Once again, this is the same thing that happened in New Jersey. And unsurprisingly, people in attendance were not even from the Bronx.
They're all from out of state. Go out there and look at all them cars that are parked and check them where they came from. Tennessee, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Texas.
And those who were let in were screened beforehand by the Trump campaign. This is not organic, nor are these people from that area. But before we jump back into the rally, I want to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into an art form.
Roan, if you're like me, you understand the pain points of finding what to wear. Most clothes are either uncomfortable or they're too tight or they never actually fit your size. And when you do have a good fit, you can only wear it for a few hours before you have to change out of it for an important meeting, dinner, or some other outing. Now, everyone wants to dress well at all times because simply put, it's a confidence booster. Even for me when filming my show. Men's closets were due for a radical reinvention and Roan stepped up to the challenge. Roan's commuter collection is the most comfortable, breathable, and truly versatile set of products known to man. We're talking about the world's most comfortable pants, dress shirts, quarter zips, polos, and blazers. They look great as individual pieces and work sitting on a plane.
More than 100,000 people attended.
There were, 100,000 people at this rally on Saturday?
Almost, 100,000 in New Jersey?
And you know what they don't talk about on a lot of the media, you will, but others won't, is the fact that we had 100,000 plus people.
And if you look at aerial shots of his New Jersey rally and do crowd analysis, you'll find that there were only 3,000 to 4,000 people at its peak. And here is an aerial shot of Trump's rally in the Bronx. You're telling me that's 25,000 people? Get the fuck out of here. And if that wasn't pathetic enough, check out this horrible take.
And of course, Donald Trump is from Queens. And when I was in the White House with him in 2020, we talked about both of us being street fighters. This is him being a street fighter.
Whoa, now, street fighter? I mean, with...
Because of college, like a lot of people did. Numerous deferments because of college, and I had a foot thing, and I had deferment for that.
Despite the fact Trump had been active in various sports, including basketball and baseball. According to Selective Service records obtained by CNN, Trump had been out of school for 18 months before the lottery even began.
And just remember, when we celebrate Memorial Day, Donald Trump is the guy who called our veterans losers and suckers. And he also made fun of John McCain.
I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, you know, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's
yeah. So I was talking about this white dude that I showed this video a couple weeks back. Obviously, you know he is. I just moved the camera back. You probably see him stretched out. And he just takes up the whole spot. Like, He's like 6 foot and solid fucking massive person. Like it's like a rock. Let me see. Turn around, look. Oh, he's doing the most. He's doing the most. So yeah, I have to take out my glasses so you can see because it's dark in here. He's in the most. You just fall out. You're just like stretching out. Your clothes are all disheveled, and he's like supposed to. When he went to sleep, he was in one spot. Now he's all diagonal and feet hanging off the bed and shit. So, hey, this happens all the time. And he'll be like, "You didn't lay down." You can't. If I tell you to move, babe, you just get all start snapping and shit. Like, you can't wake him up, right? Like, he's like, why? Like, he's like cranky and shit. Like, Jesus Christ. Move the fuck out the way. So no, he's back there. Back there just laid out. Like he was in one spot, I swear. And I turn around right now, it's like all over the place. Like he's all stretched out. He looked like he just got back from like the beach. And I was just like I would be like, man, put your shirt down. Just put your clothes like just fix yourself. Like so he just you sleep. Surprisingly, you get up like, you been up all night? He always does. You know what I mean? So, you know how hard it is for me to get on the camera when he's here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just the other day, I had to, like, he usually bullies me out of my chair. Yeah. No, he sleeps way better than everybody. And he still has the audacity to be cranky and mean. He's fucking mean, okay? Mean. He's mean. He doesn't care. So he has the audacity to fucking wake up and be like, Jesus Christ, man, calm yourself. Pipe down. Pipe down. Fucking mean. Then no. You think you're chilly. What? Go to sleep. Nobody's talking about you. Your hair all like, where's your doer? See, twin? You see? Twin. Don't talk to him, twin. He's not present. His hair is all in twists and shit, and it's like his antennas are like all up, and it's all a hot mess back there. Twin, that's where you were. So you're sleeping in hell, and you're we're in one spot, and now you're all over the bed, and fucking shirt all up, and she's showing off back there, man. He said, "What's up?" Oh, where was it? He's showing off because he's like, he's fit and everything, so he's trying to show off right now. I guess I don't know. Look back. I had to tear my glasses. Look back. Up and heard her going off. I wasn't going off. I think she'd been pretty quiet. To go do something like that stupid ass video. What about that video? I was just saying, I heard her going off. Oh yeah, man! That Black Mega video is stupid. Mm-hmm. Well, round 2 of that, right? Did you see the Black Mega video, twin? Right? 1 second. Did you see it? No, he's over there fucking in the back. No, he's fine. He's just like what is it, 5:30? He'll go right back to sleep. You're sleeping a little bit. It's like 5:30. Yes, you will. Go back to sleep. Nobody's talking to you. We're not talking to you at all. We're having our own conversations over here. No, I'm not talking to you. Go back to sleep. Fucking distracting fucking monster. I bet. All right, so I'm gonna show it to you one more time because it was that disgusting. But I tell you, like, dude, there's a thing about culture vultures that they're fucking disgusting. In this video, like when I saw it the first time, it made me feel dirty inside. You can't get that kind of filth off of you. I will. I'm gonna show it to you right now. Just because I was so fucking upset, I was like, yeah, this motherfucker a sellout. I was like, fucking just, oh God, like, ugh. Because it's like, ugh, like, and just earlier before when I was talking about the show, like, I was talking about this, I was talking about Medellin and them, right? Mm-hmm. and how they were standing on black issues, and they had to bring the white civil rights lawyer to stand on black issues. Yeah. And I bet nobody told them how stupid they look. Like, how you gonna go? How you have 3 black folk, but you gotta have the white civil rights lawyer hold your hand, stand on your black shit in a sundown fucking town in a white school? The fuck you doing over there anyway? Y'all motherfuckers live in Denver, and what is Tate doing? You're not even on the school board in Denver. Slap yourselves. Y'all motherfuckers are stupid. But you gotta had a white civil rights lawyer stand there and read some shit you wrote. Sorry, busters, man. Well, nobody tells them stuff. They thought they were doing was okay. That's what happens, man. Like, these motherfuckers were like, if I can show the video, I don't want to though. If these motherfuckers are doing the most, yeah, it's weird as hell, right? So for the last couple of years, I'm outside, I don't see whatever, but I never seen this motherfucker be so out in front of the camera trying to starting to do some activism and shit. But in these white schools, there's only probably like 3-4 black kids there. It's a very small ratio. And so whatever's happening over there, I didn't really listen because a few weeks back, I say that, a few months back, whatever, I did the RVA. Something triggered me to talk about the Green Book. When they, when motherfuckers are traveling back in the day, going through certain states, and when they're migrating up, they'd come through sundown or real segregated areas, and they would mark them on the little map, and then that was handed, like, passed to another person. You couldn't buy one in the store. It was fucking by hand. You're going somewhere, you meet a family, whatever, they're going another way, pass to them on their journey. They fill it in their little areas, whatever, you know what I mean? So that's how, really, right? We can get into it. I don't want to. So I mentioned something that triggered it. And then all of a sudden, right, motherfuckers are talking about, they call it the Green Book Initiative. Just the name alone I didn't even want to look into it. Because first of all, our friends talked about this. I know. I'm like, don't let the shade deflect the message. I know what the fuck I was talking about. Okay? And I think I said something like, we should do a new one nowadays, because there's a lot of states where people don't know that certain areas are sundownish. They might not say it, but that's the behavior when you go there. Like I'm in Aurora. So for some reason, when it starts to go down, the sun's like, oh yeah, wee, and pa pa pa, and this shit is getting crazy, but no crimes are being solved. Motherfucking police are everywhere. You know what I mean? I mean, like all night, back and forth, and it's just a lot of sweating. But you know what I mean? And where I'm at, they take us to jail. They take us to jail, and bad shit happens in that jail. I know for a fucking fact. So, I'm used to dealing with the Arapahoe County or Aurora Municipal since I was a small child, and they arrested me, when I was like 11 years old. So, I know how they get down. And so, but I was out, last night, I was going to go to Walgreens and load my PayPal card, right? Because I just want to pay. I had some stuff to pay for, like just a bill or whatever. And Walgreens closed at 10. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go over there. So, take a good shower, get dressed and everything. And it was like maybe 9 o'clock, 9:30. And so they said, fuck no, I'm not going outside. Why? Not that I was scared. I just didn't want to fucking go. I didn't, like, you can't, dude, I have no filter, no stop, no calm down right now, no chill whatsoever, especially with the law. Like, I don't give a fuck. See cop, don't stop, bow, go. You're gonna swerve in front of me. And still, I know, I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to say shit to you, and I don't have to answer your motherfucking questions. And that right there is automatically I'm already deemed a motherfucking problem, so it's gonna be a problem because I ignored you. You know what I mean? And then it's gonna get physical. And it's gonna be like, and they say the usual shit they usually say to me, like, you know, it's in LA, you know. And then I'm gonna be fucking 3 days in booking. It's gonna be like that before you fucking see anybody, and then here you go, we getting out. You know? But it's like that. It's gonna be manhandling, and they're gonna put me all alone by myself like they always do. Because that's just what they do. They always fucking segregate. They have been in general population like maybe once or twice. That's because somebody was slippy and they let me through. Okay, they let me through. Was it a mistake? Yeah, shit got crazy. It got crazy. Yeah, leave me alone, man. Especially Muslim. So, motherfucker like enjoys their prayer time. I mean, leave me the fuck alone. You can't send me to jail. It's just only enhanced my fucking skill sets. You know, I don't learn shit. Especially with all the work we do nowadays behind the city, you know, so it would not behoove them to do such, because now like it's even worse. Like I'll see them fucking off and they literally profile. Like they literally profile. And you got some of us that'll be like, just cooperate. No, I can't. I don't want to. You know what I mean? Just don't talk, Brandy, when you're in the car. Like you mean, like literally, I have people say that to me. Like, shh, just let me do all the talking. I can't. I would sit there like, fuck, man. Here, just throw my idea, like throw it into the door. You know what I mean? I can't, because it's profiling, and I can't go along with that program. Especially when I know it's the, you know, I'm one of those type of people that know or ask questions before I get in the car. Like, you good? That should just be the simple question. Like, is your tags up to date? When I say, "Is you good?" Right? That should cover the following 3 questions. Your tags up to date? Your license good? You got insurance? And you got no busted lights? Shit, looking right, you know? That should cover all those questions when I say, you good? You promise? You sure? Are you sure? Bet, let's go. Okay? So when we get pulled over, I automatically will assume being profiled. Off top. They don't like black women. So trust me, in Aurora, they took a black woman and her children out and put them on the concrete in the summer for no motherfucking reason. And like literally on the hot ass fucking concrete. I've seen them fucking give a ketamine shot to a pregnant woman in a cell and walk off and leave her. Pregnant woman, a sister, you know what I mean? Carrying a baby, heavily pregnant. You know, black women don't like to be in jail. They don't handle it well. Some brothers don't either. Yeah, but seriously, black women do not handle jail well. Especially when they've never been there before. And if they're carrying like a seed or something. This boy, she just came in. I was already, it's a 3-day booking process in this particular jail. So I'm in there. I just get in there too. You know, I have a heart condition. So at the time, it was pretty bad. So I already knew they were going to send me to like the medical part first. So, but I knew I had to go 2 more days in the fucking cell by myself. They couldn't send me in the cell because I have a record. They could send me in the cell with everybody else. Tattooed today. I got a record. So they wouldn't put me in a situation that could be bad for other people, right? So I already knew. I'm like, whatever. Answer the fucking questions. You know, let me go over there. And I'm watching, you know, through the door, just like a little window. I can see the brothers. They got them in their little portion of the holding is like right across the way. And they probably got like maybe 4 bunk beds, probably like 4 deep, 4 up. So there's 4 brothers to a bunk bed set. Right. And there's like 4 of them. So they're all brothers in there. There's never any time I'm in there. There's never anybody else. Okay. There's never no Mexicans in there. There's always brothers when I go to jail. They're always in that fucking cell. And then when in the populated part where they don't ever put me, they always put the white girls and the Mexican girls and the hookers in this one. Like they'll pack them in there. They don't have a window though, right? So you can't see that they're in there. I'm in a set like a writ cell, like a wit cell, like you know what I mean, like transfer cell. It's just one little tiny area, right? Automatically, they just put me in there. I don't even have to say shit. They just put me in there. I'm not combative at this point, so I've done all my combative shit prior to, right? I've already done my ugly shit. I already said like whatever. I've already called one of the brothers probably manhandled me and shit. I probably told him that he was fucking showing out for the white man. I did some crazy shit. Is that how you don't touch me, motherfucker? Like I've already done all that, right? Now I'm just sitting there fucking, chopping it up, waiting for them to put me in this one fucking spot like they always do, right? It's routine. Okay, for me, routine. Right? So I'm like, I'm sitting there and the sister come in, right? And I stay on my tippy toes, being nosy, like any other motherfucking convict. Looking out the window. And I see the sister, she's heavily pregnant, man. Super pregnant. Uncomfortable pregnant, it looked like. And she's screaming, like she don't want to be touched, she don't want to be manhandled. They're shoving her in this fucking cell, then they sit her down in this motherfucking chair, and they're like, strap her up. They're like 4 motherfuckers in this one little room, right? And when they come get you like that, like they do me, like they did her, it's like 3-4 deep. And it's scary shit because they come in with a fucking syringe to put you down. You know what I mean? Like, you gonna pipe down. They're gonna make you pipe down, And I'm like, looking out the window like, like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Strapping her down. And they fucking close the door, kind of. Because they can't close the door, they're in there. And they close that door will lock, right? So they close the door kind of like, so nobody can see. She's hollering, and all of a sudden you hear, whoa, whatever she say. And then she stopped. And she'd make another noise for fucking like 8 hours. Real shit. Whole time I'm looking out the window, like, come on, say something. Like, kick the door, do something. Because they hit her with a ketamine shot. Same shot that took down Elijah McClain. Just inside the jail. So anything that happens inside the jail, nobody really knows. I'm watching, I'm like, fuck. I saw a white boy come through and they did him dirty, but he was just like, he was banging on the door, he was doing combative shit. He was fucking like one of those Hasididi, white boys that probably never get in trouble, probably drank too much and acted a fool, you know what I mean? And they did him too like that. And I was like, wow, everybody going to sleep. That's fucked up. But I was more scared because for the lady, because she's carrying a baby. That shit's not meant for people. They put her down. And I seen her again, like in the midst of she had to go to medical. So we were all going to medical. And I was like, God damn. So chopping it up on the way to our, cells. You're like, you all right? You good? You okay? Clearly she's not good. You know what I mean? Who would be? Like, this is fuck shit, man. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do? Then you want to be like, what you gonna do? Because that's a violation. Like, what can we do? You know what I mean? You try to say they did it, they deleting shit. They got this a good old boy club. Nothing but fucking big ass corn fed motherfucking white boys that don't give a fuck about us, but fucking manhandle us. And you know what I mean? And she carrying a baby. A baby was in there. You know what I mean? And there was other people seeing it, like, they were in the same different cells. Like, there's a baby in there. Like, what about the baby? People were yelling and shit. I'm looking out the window like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not funny. I wasn't laughing. I was like, you're like, God damn, man, this how you have no regard for black women, black pregnant women, black women with small little girls. They don't have a problem shooting a young boy. You see what I'm saying? They don't have problems. They don't care where I live. So I know. Yeah. I know. I hate them. I can't stand them motherfuckers. As I said, when I was making the update the green book. But it's kind of nice when it went the way it went. It's kind of underground, you know what I mean? Like friend of a friend, you know, like motherfucker, you know, you're traveling with your family, you done pass through all these fucking states where it's all racist or segregated. You can't get a meal, you can't go to the bathroom, you can't get no water. You know, you're getting talked to. You know, you're told that, hey, dawn, dusk is at, you know what I mean? Better not be here. You get chased. It's real shit, you know? Motherfuckers drawing just little drawings here and doodles there and fucking, you know, then next thing you know, you'll run into another family. Or what you got there, you run into another family. You're going that way or they're going this way. And, like, you know, when they have, black people always talk nice to each other, you know what I mean? Then it gets passed on. They get passed on again, you know, and it makes its little rounds. And I think that was the fucking tight part, you know what I mean? This is like, now everything's so, you know, you can make massive millions of things like books. It's not, there's something special about it. You know, it sounds stupid, but there's something just for us. You know what I mean? So, you know, they don't go down that route. You know, this route over here, shit, man. This route looked pretty dangerous by that little code, by a little motherfucking rope and tree sign. You know what I mean? This looks pretty bad. Let's not go this way. You know, shit like that. It's kind of something, you know. And so I think that updating it, especially like when I'm talking about these fucking people earlier, I'm like, man, you're gonna be doing fucking what do you call it? Press what's it called? What is it called, baby? Press a press release, right? Like he's gonna answer his sleep already. Like when you go on there and you're like black issues. So you got 3 black people standing on business, right? You know, for a white school, you know, sundown area. Just because they don't say it's sundown doesn't mean it's not sundown. I know. And then me and my cousin was driving in an old fucking Buick, bumping music in that area, and not hesitate to pull us the fuck over. We were following a Beamer. Okay, we just happened to be driving a motherfucking hoopty. And just, me and my cousin having a bomb ass time in the car, laughing, singing, and dancing like girls do. You know? Motherfucker like, woo woo! Guns out and everything. You know, they fucking caught me when I'm fucking on a GTA in fucking Inglewood. Guns out and everything. All the commands all at once. You know, open the door. Don't touch that thing. Blah, blah, blah. Like 16 fucking commands all at once. You know what I mean? With the fucking guns and the flashlight. They don't care. So they tell you. And Inglewood's like the only one that has like a little tiny jail you can kind of buy your way out of. Real shit. Back in the day, I shit you not, bought my way out of there for $200. Because there's a sign. $200, you can get the fuck up out of there. Oh shit, $200. You can let me the fuck up out of here. Next thing you know, I'm getting fucking. I fell asleep in the car. And woke up, motherfucking 6 fucking guns on me and a fucking flashlight. You know, it was all the commands. Then I pull you out in the fucking rain. Tell you about get on your knees. Not in cream pants, cuz no. Fuck you. Guess you just have to arrest me. You know what I mean? I fell asleep in the car while they're searching shit. Yeah, stop it, man. Sundown, you know? So I think that when they're doing it, they're trying to stand on business. Why did they have to have 3? So you have 3 black people. White school. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about because I stopped listening. After they had to go get the white civil rights lawyer to stand on business with them. Come on, cuz what is the point of doing black shit if you're not gonna have a black civil rights lawyer? Even lie to say we'll have our attorney get back here at the media press or whatever fuck. You know, just make up some shit. But you had to go get the white lady to fucking stand on some shit with you. I was like, did you need her to walk you into school to stand on black business? It's not real leadership shit to me. So I was all over it. I was just talking shit earlier. I was like, because they caught themselves doing some fuckery, so I like to say to, talking shit. What do you call it? Sneak dissing. Like sneak dissing is like a form of fucking snitching. You just don't have the balls to say it. Okay? You don't have the balls to say what's really bothering you or who's really bothering you or what about them you don't like, or you can't pull them aside and say. You should have say, whatever, right? And so sneak dissing is a way of like, especially like when motherfuckers do it to you, like for example, motherfuckers are sneak dissing around me and they're talking about me, and take it because I'm fair skinned, I'm light skinned, I'm not up on shit, or I can't read between the lines, or I don't read body language, don't know how to read the room, can't decipher what the fuck type of bullshit they on, right? So I just happened to notice that was happening. I was like, oh, cuz, why would you do that? Well, let me just let you know. Not the one. Not the one. I have all day to fucking go with this bullshit. All day. I'll fucking embarrass you. First of all, don't do no press release when you look like you've been wearing pajamas. Like you got on pajama pants, man. And a fucking t-shirt. Like, what are you doing, cuz? Like, this is really stand-up business attire? I was just saying stand-up business because it's kind of funny to me, Like they was really trying to be about some black shit, but they had to go get the white civil rights lawyer, and she just reading whatever the fuck they wrote on her phone. I stopped listening. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about. I just know that what they said. It was like, we're talking about this, what you call it, Green Book Initiative, so whatever bullshit they made up, right? And I'm like, man, you motherfuckers need to be audited. I was asking all kind of questions.
Yeah,
I ask questions, man.
Hey, it's real Trump supporters out here. You feel me? We ain't robbing nobody on this song, baby. Salute that boy. You know we coming here. We coming hard. We going tough. Let's go. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president.
You ain't know that white man shit. That's a
Black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA.
That's the worst shit.
Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president.
He even got these shoes on. He wearing the motherfucking stupid ass Trumpy shoes, cuz no, brother, no.
President. Ever seen a black
patriot?
Yeah, we exist. The Democrats use my color just to stay rich. Indict my president, you might as well indict me too.
You don't want that. You know you don't want to get indicted.
Uncle Tom, but really what Obama do?
You never really know what really Uncle Tom is. He didn't call him an Uncle Tom. That motherfucker just straight motherfucking sellout.
Not a damn thing. Trump was just that Chick-fil-A. Taking flicks with my people, he really showing face.
The Chick-fil-A thing, man, is that really what we're... I was like, oh, God, like, I can't stop.
Hey, Joe Biden, yeah, I really want to raise some poor kids. It's just as talented as white kids in this country. 3.6 million black kids in poverty. But these liberals putting illegal immigrants right in front of me. We should make them vote at the gas pump. We got fake news mad because us niggas out here voting Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Let's go. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Black MAGA, 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 black MAGA.
Just what I said, like, I ain't gonna take it back, man. You will never get me to fucking take that back. I was like, I said, cuz this is a white man shit. That white man make this music, right? He couldn't say nigga, so he went and got a black dude to do it. Just like with the fucking Trump Latino shit that he produces too. He couldn't do the Mexican thing, so he went and got him some fucking Puerto Ricans or Dominicans or whatever fuck Latinos they are. Okay. So many versions, right? So okay, fine. But this is you got rich air money, rich white money, and you're doing this. Like, come on, bruh. Like, what do you think he's doing right now? He's tokenizing you, cuz. But you sold out, so it's like, give us back the black card.
3.6 million black kids in poverty. But these liberals putting illegal immigrants right in front of me. We should make them vote at the gas pump.
How sorry is that? Like how sorry you think that is? Where, Like I don't care, man. I have family. I have a sister. She always got bread. She always got some jewelry or some crazy shit on, right? What do you think it would look like if I say, "Hey, man, let me wear your chain"? That's like asking her if I can wear drawers, because she's gonna say no. Okay, that's just fucking what we don't do. She from the South, right? She from Louisiana, so that's definitely a fucking no, right? Here, just wear my chain and just wear my hat. Like what? She gonna say, bitch, you got a whole. She gonna go just like I should do. She's like, you got a whole fucking man like that. You been telling her to go buy you some shit. That's exactly how she gonna treat me. Okay, so. What the fuck is he doing, right? What is he doing?
We got
Like,
fake
where
news
the
mad because us niggas out here voting Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Let's go. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. For real. Black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA.
That motherfucker, right? So that motherfucker can't say nigga, so you go get you a brother to go do it. Like, you know they in Florida. This is Florida. I lived in Florida for like 5 years. Man, I'm like, man, and motherfucking brothers just letting them live. Like, letting them live. Like, no. You know what I mean? Like, We're all up and down Florida, man. You think we saw some crazy fucking culture vulture and you think that motherfucker gonna live like just living good? No, I don't know. Real jack boys. Them motherfuckers would not be letting them live like this. Real shit.
Donald Trump, yeah, that's
my
my
sister
president.
like, hey man, let me wear your chain. She'll be like, man, fuck no. Like I call her right now and I'd ask her, hey man, say, can I borrow that hat? Let me wear your hat. She's like, nah, just give it to you if I was like that. But you go, no, you gonna have to come off some bread. And she gonna talk to me for real. She's like, she got you a whole back there. Tell that motherfucker to go ahead and break some bread, cut. Well, that's how she can talk to me. I'm like, oh my God, why'd I ask?
Donald Trump, the first black president. I know you all saying belly bottom groceries. They push agendas on our kids, not groceries. You get in these streets before you learn to read. You get some sauce, some white, some real for a damn degree. Next thing you know, you going fed, getting a GED. I swear we fed the whole hood with them PPPs. Rappers pushing P, but I'm pushing knowledge. They hooked on EBT, but I was hooked on phonics.
You wear them ugly ass shoes.
They wouldn't be so terrified if Donald Trump and Biden actually received 81 million votes. You know that boy capping. You know all aboard the Trump train. November 5th, every nigga in America vote for Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Let's go. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Hey, Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. For real. Black MAGA. Black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA.
And she had the opposite fucking reaction of what I was expecting. And I was expecting her to go along with my conversation about this culture vulture and this motherfucker sell out. And she's like, I ain't fucked up with it. I kind of like that. So I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You gotta go.
Back in 2022, I lost two
He's just gonna make it great again. I'm like, stop.
It really wasn't until February of this
I
year.
just feel like she's just doing it on purpose. Like,
that's Trump.
This is round two. No, we got today in the morning. I was like, oh my God, no.
He would never back down.
I don't know what he was talking about.
My whole crew, keeping it MAGA when we roll through.
He let him drive the car. Like, dude's wearing his jewelry and shit. Like, made me wonder, did you film this video on the same fucking day you wilding out dancing on this motherfucker's cars and shit? Like, both of you motherfuckers, like, ugh. This dude sound like a tether tip.
Keeping it MAGA when we roll through. Keeping it MAGA. You know blacks voting Trump. I heard Biden's gonna fire us. But that's okay because Donald Trump's about to hire us.
Fire us from what? Stupid.
I pay the IRS, they send my bread to Ukraine. They killing babies, getting abortions, that's the new wave. 100 bands up on my...
White people are killing their babies because we just lose ours, like, their birthday. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Chain baby, I'm a rich slave. You voting Democrat, just know that come with 3K. The glove don't fit, they must have quit. OJ in this bitch. A message to Alvin Bragg. Uncle Trump is innocent. I was just in the Bronx, I seen it with my own eyes. It's a
And that's what led to the Bronx thing, man. Them motherfuckers like, fuck no, we don't want him here.
Hey, baby, I'm a patriot for life. Robert De Niro, ooh boy, we laughing at you. Let me guess, Donald Trump raped you. Trump just ain't running against Biden at all. I blame the fake news, baby, they the virus. ABC, NBC, CNN too.
Like, what kind of fucking nonsense is that? Like, come on, brother. Like, you know how fucking bad that was for. First of all, black people weren't even getting sick like that here with the COVID shit, man. It was like a little bit later, like a good couple months later before we started even finding out. And that shit was so fucking disturbing, right? And I mean, like that, ugh. Like for real, like why would you say some shit like that?
Obama and Bush, the Clinton family too. Black president, Donald Trump.
I'm like, he's not black. First of all, that's a whole white man, cuz that's off top, right? But we keep forgetting that. I know fucking Obama wasn't shit, but that was a black man. That was a black president. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, this, I can't do it. See, yeah, he was on the media. I didn't know what he was talking about, but yeah, I guess he was talking about Trump. I kind of feel like he's one step away from being one of those wolfmen. You know, that shit with the gene that has fur all over your face and shit. He's like one gene off of that. Just say.
I'm Michael the Black Man. Blacks for Trump, nigga. You hear what I'm trying to tell you to your face? You don't understand me. Get out of my face. Democrats gonna say, ooh.
Don't it look like one of those something like, you know, that, but like the wolf, I really call like the little wolfman. I was they had a genetic condition, but they had black fur all over their face and body. Like you see their eyes, it's kind of tight. They keep it. They're always melanated. You see, like one step from that. Okay, I thought it was kind of tight. It's like what right there.
Living in a future paradise. Been wasting most their days, trying days long gone behind.
Let's back this up, because ain't nobody talking about that 2025 project.
Been wasting most their days, trying days long gone behind. Who are them who come to be? How many of them are you and me? Separation, come on. Separation. Everybody must stick together. That's right.
You hear what he's saying? Oh, cuz you're so weird. He just said reparations, separations, cuz that's like what we say, right? But that's not what Trump about, man. You're already Trumpers was like he talked bad about it. But that's not what that 2025. First of all, we ain't get reparations off from Trump. You can fuck what anybody thinks. Just read the website. I promise you, I swear to God, that Allah strike me down. 2 words, African American, the whole motherfucking website. And it wasn't even in regards to African Americans, okay? It's just 2 words in the middle of the fucking webpage, fucking paragraphs. But ain't nobody talking about that 2025 project, because you would not be feeling like this. And that 2025 project, you might as well forget about all that other shit. Forget about reparations, forget about everything. It's not what's happening. That's not what the fuck is going to happen. He say right here.
Donald Trump, been spending most their lives living in a future paradise.
There's not going to be a future paradise, because if you have to finish that whole 2025 project, trust and believe. I'll read that shit on Shabaka's Black Experience, because there's nothing about that. Do your own research, because it's not like it be like that. Black paradise. Come on. Come on. Please.
Been wasting most their days, trying days long gone behind. Who are them who come to be? How many of them are you and me? Separation, come on. Separation.
He said reparation and separation. First of all, Trump don't even believe in the reparations for us.
That's right. Integration.
It's a segregation, then he goes right back into integration. Make up your fucking mind, cuz.
Boom, boom. They can't fight against the black man and the white man when we are in unity. You see what I'm saying?
Heather, cuz no, there's no such thing. There's no such thing.
Stick together, stick together. This the roster speaking to your yes. Trump, black, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, black and white must unite, you know what I mean? Little more, you know, see? Right.
Oh my God. What the fuck has that got us? Stop it, cuz. Stop it. Yeah, family. So, I talk about culture, vulturing, and fucking, black people going along with the motherfucking program of them, like, oh no, this shit still made me feel dirty. But nobody was talking about that, so I had to bring that up. I had to bring that up because I just could not hang. I couldn't hang. I just couldn't do it. So we're gonna move along. So like a little food for thought. Let's see. All right. Let's carry on with this old Trump and black people shit, right? But before I do that, I want to share with you guys some interesting shit. Now, I'm always talking about it would not behoove the United States to be fucking with Mexico all the time, like right, talking about they want to clean up and they want to do this and that. Because Mexico is like I always say, Mexico is like, look, our crime problem from there, right? There's pipelines, everything's from there. We obviously have to give them something for us to have all the crime and poverty, so we keep getting that money, right? We make the people sick. We make the people with have crime in their heart, and we give them all the tools. We got to get it from somewhere. You know what I mean? So we got to pay for it somehow. Drugs and shit, guns and shit, that ain't free, right? Criminals, that ain't free. Just come on over. You got to pay for it somehow, right? So it not behoove the United States to be fucking with Mexico and like making threats and telling them, they're going to stop this and that. It just wouldn't do it. So I learned something very interesting. Well, I kind of had this idea, but now you'll hear it like about how some of the drugs and shit get here, right? But I was also the one that showed you guys on the RVA a long time ago that, so it's like the police would leave drugs everywhere in the fucking hood, right? Before you pick up a sack, they're hungry to go sell that motherfucker, double up, whatever, right? But the police left it there. How do you think some of this drugs get in here any fucking way? Think about it. There's always somebody. It's not a regular Joe. You know what I mean? It's a fucking police officer, security officers, some sort of authority that gets all that shit and floods the motherfucking neighborhood. Real shit. It's not even a secret anymore. So I'm gonna show you this thing I saw. It's only like 12 minutes about LAX.
Aviation maintenance technicians ensure that an aircraft complies with airworthiness directives and are safe and functioning during flight. Airframe and power plant encompasses the repair.
My squirrel's there.
ABC7 investigates drug trafficking in and out of LAX. Many law enforcement agencies say the airport has become the drug gateway to the world. Welcome back. I'm Mark Brown.
I'm Giovanna Lotta. You're watching Eyewitness News at 5, live on ABC7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. Many law enforcement agencies watch over LAX, so you would think illegal drugs would be easily found and confiscated, but that's not the case.
The truth of what's really happening at LAX is disturbing, and it's something drug traffickers have long figured out. Eyewitness News anchor David Ono joining us now with this exclusive report.
As we head into the busy travel season, we have made a sobering discovery. The next time you head to LAX, you need to know the plane you'll be boarding could be laden with illegal drugs. Cartels are freely using the planes that we all ride on to deliver their goods. And in this exclusive report, we ask the question, who is responsible for stopping this? And you'll be shocked with the answer.
LAX,
80 million people travel through here every year. Add to that another 50,000 credentialed workers per day, and you have an enormous, complicated ecosystem. And amidst all this energy is a massive problem that has been building for years, and nobody is talking about it.
Listen to me, folks.
Except for a sheriff 2,000 miles away. As a herd of cattle bask in the sun just outside of his office, longtime Polk County, Florida Sheriff Grady Judd delivers a sobering message to big city LA.
Over and over and over on these domestic airlines from LAX, through suitcases, drugs was smuggled here. That's right, look at this.
Through good police work, Sheriff Judd cracks an enormous drug ring and, in his own special way, illustrates the problem.
On one occasion, on one airline, 6 suitcases with this drug was smuggled into Orlando. They didn't so much as throw a pair of underwear in the suitcase to act like they were hiding the drugs. You think LAX has got a drug smuggling problem?
This investigation began 4 years ago, and little has changed.
What did you learn from this bust?
It's so easy not to be caught. We see drugs pouring out of LAX. The traffickers know this. This was not a one-off event. This was a everyday event during the operation. They use this multi-billion dollar travel industry as their go-to to move drugs across this country. We would have to be naive not to think that there's other major smuggling operations going on just like this. And we're one county sheriff doing one investigation, and extrapolate that over the United States.
And we did. Sheriff Judd is right. Our investigation has uncovered drug cases across the U.S. and the globe, all originating out of LAX.
Welcome back to Sunrise. The AFP arrested 3 women who had flown in from Los Angeles, each with them accused of hiding around 10 kilograms of the drug in clothing in their luggage.
According to multiple law enforcement sources, LAX likely is the drug trafficking hub of the world. So this isn't Los Angeles' problem. It's everyone's, including Polk County, Florida. But who's responsible for stopping it?
Is TSA really the only entity that's capable of doing the policing?
No, it has to be everyone. TSA has got a monumental task in front of them. They screen thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people, and do a really, really good job. But TSA can't do it all.
Our search authority is very, very narrow. We search for weapons, incendiaries, and explosives, and we want to keep those out of bags and off of planes.
Jason Pantages is the head of the TSA at LAX.
So how does searching for drugs play into the TSA?
So we don't search for narcotics. As I said, we search for weapons, incendiaries, and explosives.
Pantages says LAX is the busiest origination and destination airport in the world. They deal with hundreds of thousands of bags and people a day. He says searching for drugs cannot be part of their job.
We don't have the ability to do that because we're not law enforcement officials. We're transportation security officers. We can't search for criminal activity. It's not within what we're able to do with our search authority.
Understand that most bags are examined by TSA, but it may not be what you think. There's this screening process we all walk through to get on a plane. Through x-rays, the TSA looks inside our carry-ons. And then there's the bags we check in.
Those bags go through what we call an explosives detection system or an EDS machine. It's not like an x-ray machine at a checkpoint where an officer's looking at each individual bag.
In other words, there's no human looking inside. If the EDS machine doesn't detect explosives, the bag keeps moving. But there are occasions where the TSA does find drugs.
The first thing we would do is notify law enforcement.
That law enforcement is LAXPD.
Any crimes that are committed on the property, we investigate those crimes. We also, make sure the airport is secure.
LAXPD Chief Cecil Rambo has a long list of responsibilities, from checkpoints to theft to assaults to parking violations, and of course, illegally trafficked drugs. But looking into the hundreds of thousands of bags per day is not their job.
Are bags your responsibility?
No, bags are TSA.
So I have a team of agents who are assigned to LAX.
Matthew Allen is the special agent in charge of the DEA LA. His agents play a significant role in cracking down on drug smugglers at the airport.
And a lot of what they do is investigative, right? A lot of what they do is try to stop the narcotics before they ever actually even make it to LAX.
So part of the dilemma is if they're not going to look at the bags and when it comes to drugs, then who should be doing this?
We all have our roles to play, right? Screening is not the role of DEA.
As a general rule, if there's a call out for drugs at the airport, my team would not respond. We respond to very specific types of drug incidents at the airport.
David Gates is with the FBI. When it comes to drugs at LAX, they respond to only two kinds of crimes. When airport employees try to use their credentials to sneak drugs past checkpoints, or if illegal drugs are found on the cabin of a plane, but only if the doors to the cabin have been shut. If they are open, that's LAXPD.
It's complicated. It's complicated because this airport is so complicated.
We have approximately 40 special agents that reside there on a daily basis.
John Pachuco with Homeland Security, or HSI, says they have an army of agents at LAX helping to crack primarily international drug cases. Much like the DEA, their priority is investigation. They don't search through the masses of bags either.
It seems to be a gray area on who's really in charge of stopping drugs from going through LAX.
I think all the agencies that work there, I think we have a great working relationship. I think one of the main issues is just strictly volume.
You see the problem? Everyone is doing their job and doing it well. But it seems no entity is actually responsible for searching all those bags for drugs. Even the dogs at the airport, the majority are searching for explosives, not drugs. The cartels figured all this out years ago. And that's why we no longer see little Cessnas delivering drugs to secret airstrips.
We've not seen an airplane, a small airplane, fly into a clandestine strip in decades.
Most traditional buy now, pay later options have 4 fixed payments that stack higher and higher with everything you buy. And most can't help your credit history or credit score. Fingerhead Fetty is a smart.
Very innovative.
The infrastructure's already in place. The drug dealers don't have to create the infrastructure. It's here.
And we want to thank our law enforcement agencies who were willing to face some tough questions, and they too want solutions. It is clearly a problem that demands the attention of government leadership. It has gone on for way too long. And the story's not over. What's happening at LAX is a symptom of an even bigger problem that has to do with Los Angeles itself. So join us for that part of the investigation on Friday. But I think a lot of people make that assumption that your bag is looked at for everything that is contraband, weapons and drugs, but has never been the case. Cartels figured that out years ago, and they've been using our airports to distribute their goods.
Have any of the law enforcement folks you've talked to talked about what sort of manpower it would take to begin to undertake the process of searching for drugs?
Yeah, they need resources, a lot of them. They need a lot of dogs. Dogs are one of the best weapons when it comes to sniffing out drugs.
Kind of like that's the stupidest fucking shit. You know how many motherfucking especially during COVID. You know how many motherfuckers were like, there were so many motherfucking dogs in the fucking shelter. They were kicking them out on their ass. They were charging like real low amounts. Like you go adopt a motherfucking mutt for like $5. So, and you teach any dog to do anything. There's no excuse for why you don't have a dog sniffing out drugs if you really want to catch it, right? Especially just think about it. There's so many ways to get it here. So I mean, you couldn't like not just that. You like say not just the airport, but you couldn't have any kind of dog. You couldn't have a dog over there at fucking UPS or the motherfucking post office. You know, at any of the ports, any of the shipping ports, any of the yards, any trucking yards. Like, I mean, there's fucking plenty of animals that need fucking home and training. All they need is a job. I get them motherfucking dogs all kind of jobs. Sniff this drugs out. Sniff this bomb out. Sniff motherfucking suspicious characters out. Bark at the police. Like there's all kind of, there's a job for any dog right there. No, comfort the children. The dogs love working. Really. And I do it for just the littlest, cheapest shit like pat on the head. A good boy. Type shit. You know what I mean? So, and they say they need dogs and they need manpower. Take your motherfucking ass to the shelter, cause like there's no excuse for this. Now you're just being negligent and you're just trying to pump more money out of the fucking out of the system. That's stupid. You know what I mean? It's dumb. You don't need to have a German Shepherd. You just want one.
But as I said, the vast majority of dogs right now are explosive detecting dogs, not drug detecting dogs. They have a handful. They need a whole lot more. That's one way to start. There's a long way to go.
Yeah, but it seems like none of the agencies are tasked with looking at the bags. So
that's the bottom
do you need
line.
a new agency?
I don't know. That's why we say it's governmental leadership that needs to come up with a solution. Maybe some of the secretaries, maybe it's Congress, but somebody needs to kind of take on the burden of looking at all those bags.
Very
so
troubling.
many, yeah, so many people are losing their lives because of drugs like fentanyl that are coming into this country. So it's an emergency. Yeah. David, thanks. And we look forward to the next part.
You bet.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel.
Think about it.
And download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
A little sophisticated looking ass. All right.
Jobs USA.
So I found this channel. What's it called? I kind of subscribed to it, but I really get down with the subscription. What's it called? Black journalism or something like that. Now, I think I've seen like a couple of videos that I put in this queue. I tell you that Crockett girl, man, she is not for, she's only for self. You'll never hear her really talk about black people.
Makes me unqualified. Let's talk about something important. Lately, a lot of organizations, schools, and workplaces are focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, also known as DEI. Advocates believe these initiatives are essential for creating a fair...
This is stupid. First of all, we should have never thought that they were going to be fucking inclusive. This DEI shit is not for black folk. And them hiring black people or them giving black people some schooling or whatever, it's almost like a slap in the face if you're like a diversity hire, diversity student. They just try to fill a quota. That's another, I feel like that's another version of tokenizing.
Fair and accessible society for everyone. However, DEI has also faced a lot of criticism from different sources, leading to a heated debate about its impact and effectiveness. Mr. Sessions spoke and expressed his belief that qualifications should be prioritized over diversity in decision-making processes. He argued that selecting individuals based on their skills, experience, and merit is more important than focusing on diversity criteria. So to sum that up, he believes that you're either qualified or diverse.
You found a new place that checks all your boxes. Now make sure your connected home is ready to go with Quantum Fiber Internet. Smart speaker ready to rock? Check.
Sure recognize it.
I'm a Generation X or a Generation X. So I was taught that there's no such thing as mediocrity or being half-assed. So, but excuse me, let me say but. However, I never knew that racism, white supremacy doesn't allow anybody, like doesn't allow black people to really be seen with qualifications. And you know what I mean? So what old girl Crockett says, it kind of makes a lot of fucking sense. You know what I mean? I never seen it like that because I've only had like a job temporarily a few times in my life, right? But I was probably a diversity hire, maybe a couple times. Was I qualified? Sure. But I was doing telemarketing at one point, and so I had a whole bunch of, well, not a whole bunch, but a couple of telemarketing jobs before that. So I had the experience. I didn't have no GED or anything because I was out of school, right? So yeah, I would have thought, well, I had the experience to do the job. That didn't matter. They're just filling up a racial quota. I don't really realize that at the time when I got my first couple of jobs. I was still like 16, 17 years old. I am really understanding how the system of racial and white supremacy work in all 9 areas of human activity. I just knew what was happening to me wasn't right. I really didn't, I really didn't have the full understanding verbally of what was going on. Except they were white. They don't see me as what they don't see me as how I look, and I'm being abused or denied. Everywhere I go, they tell me no. So there's something to it. I just didn't know. I have the words. I didn't have the education really to know what I knew what racism was, but I didn't know to what extent. You know what I mean? That's what like reading Neely Fuller Jr.'s fucking compensatory guide is really important. That was like one of the first books she just gave me to educate myself, the code. You know what I mean? I really did a lot of explaining. Word Guide did the best for me because I felt like the Word Guide was, they always tell us to ask questions. They say that to black folk. That's a black folk thing. We should ask questions. We should ask all the motherfucking questions. Make questions we can. Just ask, right? They say they want us to ask questions. They don't want to be bothered, but we have to ask questions, especially when it pertains to us. And I have all the questions. So I'm like, at first, until I read that book, I read the Word Guide, and I read like it's kind of like a little dictionary, like it feels like a dictionary and / this is how you do it type book, Well, on that 3-book system or 2-book system with a revised edition, making it 3 books. The Word Guide taught me more about how to hone this suspicious detective shit I got going on with me. Because I was already curious, like really. I'll ask questions. When I was younger, I had all kinds of things to ask about. Because I felt like I was really like you could tell me anything. I was like before I went in the system, and I'm all right. Okay, go along with the program, Now you can't do that. And I was asking like, well, how is this important or what is it? I didn't know that, how deep verbally it wasn't until I read real books that had to do with the system of race and white supremacy. I had no real understanding. I knew it was there, I knew it was present, I knew things were happening, and motherfuckers were dying all around me, getting shot. I just had no understanding how deep it went, like in politics and corporate business and jobs and real estate and school and things like that. I had no real understanding because I was outside just either doing a little telemarketing job or selling drugs. It's just weird. I didn't have an understanding. Even when I got locked up in jail, I didn't really fully grasp that these officers were racist. I just thought that, my energy just didn't vibe with them at first. And they obviously had some racist shit going on, but it couldn't possibly, until it was repetitive, and they came and arrested me, and then it got worse and worse every time they saw me getting manhandled, or they're stopping me at a profiling, or I didn't really have the words for it till like now. Now I'm like on it. You couldn't even do none of that.
The chairman of the Government Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Sessions from Texas, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I hope that the gentleman, Mr. Shriver, sees that, as I spoke to you yesterday, on both sides of this committee, Republican and Democrat, you would be offered and asked what I consider to be professional questions that are important to the legislative responsibility that we have. And I appreciate the distinguished gentleman from Maryland and Kentucky and my other members for attempting to follow the same norm. I think it's important that the American people also see that we make this about them and not about either one of our parties. Mr. Shriver, there are two overwhelming questions that I would like to engage in right now, and one is the term qualified versus diversity, hiring on diversity. You've heard conversations, I'm sure.
For some reason, I kind of dig how this dude answers questions. So when old girl snaps at him, I'm like, what the fuck? It just seemed like she's just wilding, right? But I kind of like how he answers questions. Seem kind of fair,
Out of this committee and in the press, I'm sure in your administration, about hiring qualified employees as opposed to adding a diverse workforce. Could you please tell me the OPM decision, the structure on this issue?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We support the president's initiative on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, that we are implementing that initiative consistent with the merit system principles, which require fair and equitable treatment without regard to.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Well, I'm talking about the hiring procedures. So under this term that we just used,
I think they're so fucking rude. It's like that's like half and half, right? I'm like, God damn, man, just let him talk. I see where he's going with this. But yeah, like, man, it's so fucking rude.
Diversity, does a person have to be qualified and fit the same parameters and recommendations that it would for any employee being hired?
100%, sir. That is part of the merit system principle.
So what you're attempting to do is to upgrade the number of people, I get this, across our country to give everyone a fair and equitable chance, so to speak, at getting a job. And you're simply highlighting the need where numbers do not reflect that. Would that be appropriate way to say this?
Right. So we look for barriers. And so one barrier, for example, Congressman, is the lack of paid internships in the federal government. That's a barrier to people seeking federal employment. So we issued guidance early in the administration to require more paid internships, as an example.
Do you think that also helps people to against people who do not have those opportunities for an internship? Is it simply a check that's given them that you will now give them a higher threshold for entrance?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite following your question.
Do you use that as a measure then to determine to give them like a veteran an extra plus because they have completed it? So you use that as a measure.
Thank you for the clarification. So any time spent working in a federal job can help you qualify for your next federal job.
Thank you very much. Director, I would like to move now to the question of the government inventing new processes, procedures to compete against the free enterprise system, about what it already exists and the government developing these rather than seeking opportunities. We've talked about D18, which was an organization that was brought in under President Obama that we believe, after a hearing on both sides, that they did not perform the duties that they said they did. It caused great consternation to .gov with deception. I would also bring up other agencies that go and compete. For instance, Jobs USA. Meanwhile, there are numerous free enterprise system people that have a broader grasp of people to find government jobs, whether it be in Waco, Texas, or whether it be in New York City, that they are already established. And I find that this government is going and creating, spending taxpayer money to embellish their systems to go and hire more people. What are you finding? Are you finding that they just get this money and go do that? Or is OPM saying, let's not recreate a marketplace answer that's already there? What would the OPM answer be as your direction to agencies?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. So with respect to USA Jobs, that's been something that OPM has run now for, I think, some 15 years. One of the key design features of USA Jobs was, we called it a universal trailer hitch, which basically the idea is that any staffing system could plug into USA Jobs. And so agencies could use whatever staffing system they wanted from the private
without
sector.
regard for OPM trying to direct those agencies about a preference or a way to use. So would you consider if OPM went to an agency and said, we're trying to stay leading edge, but let's not do something that might be a competitive edge or
Let's get to this
against
Maxwell Frost.
Discuss the impact of gun violence on communities and the importance of implementing policies that can help save lives and improve.
Because as I'm sitting here and there seemed to be this question of you're either diverse or you're qualified, all I could think about was the fact that I currently hold an honorary doctorate. I also hold a Juris Doctorate. I also hold
faces efforts to politicize the federal workforce rather than strengthen and support the agencies doing life-saving and critical work every day. I just want to personally thank you, Acting Director Shriver and the Biden-Harris administration for your continued commitment to the best interests of all Americans. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Frost pointed out the urgent need to address the high rates of gun violence in the country. He emphasized that gun homicides are a significant public safety issue and called for more effective measures to reduce these rates. He discussed the impact of gun violence on communities and the importance of implementing policies that can help save lives and improve safety.
I'm glad. Oh man, stop saying that.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's important to know that the government is already saving money on the hybrid and telework policies. GSA reports that over $150 million were saved across government agencies in 2022. And so I'm glad that work is already being done right now. An expert, nonpartisan government is the only way government can deliver critical services. My constituents in Central Florida rely on the federal government for their benefits and help keep them safe. Mr. Schreier, if anyone in our federal workforce could be fired for pursuing evidence-based policy implementation and were instead forced to do the partisan bidding of a particular politician, how might that impact the safety of Americans?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think that kind of system would do a huge disservice to leaders in federal agencies and to the American people. It is critical that federal workers have the protections so that they are able to offer their honest advice, their honest opinions, even when unpopular, or perhaps even when their opinion based on their expertise may be something that the leadership would disagree with. The leaders always have the opportunity to make the decision that they need to make, and then federal employees need to follow and implement it. But it would do great damage to our system and a disservice to the American people, including to safety and national security, if our experts were chilled in their ability to bring their honest analysis to their leadership.
Yeah, I mean, when Donald Trump was president, he proposed the policy that's been brought up, Schedule F, which he's still campaigning on right now, which would have allowed him to replace civil servants with Trump henchmen. And it's dangerous because these goons have no mandate to protect Americans. I mean, last year, Americans suffered over 43,000 gun violence deaths, including 655 mass shootings. Trumps and Republicans in Congress will not take any action to prevent gun violence, and they've even promised to tear apart the ATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. The ATF is the agency responsible for regulating types of gun modifications used in mass shootings and for preventing firearms from being trafficked to those involved in community gun violence. Mr. Shriver, just this past Saturday at an NRA event, Trump reiterated his vow to roll back the Biden administration's gun violence prevention policies and work. As of right now, would civil servants risk losing their jobs if they didn't abandon long-term science-driven projects to carry out Trump's campaign promises?
As of right now, Congressman, as of right now, what is expected of federal employees is that they will bring their expertise, their analysis, their skills to their job every day and offer the best advice that they can to their leadership. That is what is expected of them today. I can't speak to what might be expected of them under a different administration.
Exactly, because Schedule F is not currently law, and our federal workforce is still highly trained, nonpartisan group of dedicated civil servants doing the work. What steps has OPM taken to ensure that the rights and independence of our federal workforce are better protected?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. First of all, I think that we've made clear at OPM that every federal employee is to be valued and treated with dignity and respect. We have worked over the last several years to strengthen the federal workforce through a number of policy initiatives to improve the hiring process, to remove barriers by eliminating unnecessary degree requirements and focusing on skills and the regulations.
Group. She emphasized the need to recognize and address these biases to ensure that everyone's qualifications are truly valued and appreciated.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett.
I didn't realize that Mr. Moskowitz had left. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for what you do for the American people. I just want to go over a few things that are concerning and alarming to me. I don't know if you're familiar, but have you ever heard of Project 2025?
See?
I've read about that, Congresswoman.
Okay. And there are some things indicated in Project 2025 that are quite concerning to me. And I want to talk about a few of those topics because this hearing almost feels like a Project 2025. One of those topics is diversity in the workplace. The agenda includes making sure that the next conservative administration dismantles DEI apparatus by eliminating various chief diversity officer positions, et cetera. And you engaged in an exchange earlier with one of my colleagues, and I don't know if you recall, but it was hit me a little differently as a Black woman sitting here, because it almost seemed as if you either get diversity or you get qualifications. It did not seem as if my colleague understood that someone can be diverse and qualified. And it is why you have people like me that get very frustrated, not just in the halls of Congress, but in general in this country. Because as I'm sitting here, and there seemed to be this question of you're either diverse or you're qualified, all I could think about was the fact that I currently hold an honorary doctorate. I also hold a Juris Doctorate. I also hold a bachelor's. I also technically hold the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the Civil Air Patrol. And I actually practiced law for almost 2 decades, in addition to serving on various boards, in addition to being a prior state lawmaker. And there are those that would make some people believe that because I happen to be Black and or a woman, that somehow, even though I can rattle off all the qualifications in the world, my Blackness makes me unqualified. My question to you is that the attitude that you subscribe to?
Absolutely not, Congresswoman. And in fact, what we do at OPM every day is look to knock down barriers that are keeping qualified people.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Currently hold an honorary doctorate. I also hold a Juris Doctorate. I also hold a bachelor's. I also technically hold
Recruiting from HBCUs, HSIs, minority serving institutions, populations that may not have thought of the federal government as an employer before. And we have a broad definition of diversity. There are rural populations that have in the past never considered the federal government as a potential employer because the offices were too far away and they would have to get up and leave from their hometown. Now there are some opportunities that they can stay right in that rural hometown and work for the federal government, let alone the amazing military spouses around this country who have to pick up and move in their jobs when their spouse is redeployed. Trying to tap in and keep that talent in government has been a big priority of ours.
Thank you so much for giving a plug to the Readiness Act that this committee did just pass out last week in a bipartisan way. But you know, it's interesting because we've had so many conversations about telework and the evils of telework. And it seems to be this other false equivalency that if you telework, that means you're not working, instead of this idea that people are actually just working and they're not working in the building that is being paid for by the federal government. In fact, my mom is on telework, and my mom is absolutely one of the smartest people that I know. And so it always hits me a little differently every time we dump on those that are teleworking for the federal government. But interestingly enough, we're not allowed to telework here. We have to show up. There is no remote voting anymore. But even though we show up, are you aware of the fact that this has been the most unproductive Congress in the history of the Congress?
Real shit, look it up.
Congressman, I'll leave that judgment to
Okay,
members
well,
of the
I'll
Congress
tell
and the
you it
media.
is, and I've got some numbers for you. So to me, you can show up and still not do a daggone thing. And so it's rich that we have so many opinions to give you and to tell you how to do your job, but seemingly we're not doing ours. Thus far, only 1% of legislation that has been introduced has been passed in this Congress versus the last Congress, where it was 6 points higher, and the Congress before that 6 points higher, and the Congress before that 7 points higher. There is no other Congress that has been least productive. And guess what? The last Congress, they could vote remotely, and somehow they figured out how to get it done. So I would just say that we need to be very mindful of where we decide to throw stones, because we may reside in a glass house. Thank you so much for your work.
I'm like, why did everybody give this bitch all this power? Because he's stupid. I'm like, why did she get so loud and passionate right there? Like, you just said, like, no, apparently you are doing your job. But why did you get so loud? Stupid, right? Well, everybody gives it a spot.
By Donald Trump himself. So to be clear, whatever happens to you, there's still other people that y'all haven't decided that y'all have excuses for, but y'all don't want to hold them in contempt. But for some reason, it makes sense to hold Hunter Biden in contempt, who has tried to comply.
This change in her attitude is interesting to observe.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mays from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Comer. First of all, my first question is, who bribed Hunter Biden to be here today? That's my first question. Second question, you're the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, spitting in our face, ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed. What are you afraid of? You have no balls to come up here and—
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman,
If
The ladies recognize.
if the gentle lady wants to hear from Hunter Biden, we can hear from him right now, Mr.
And
Chairman. Let's take a vote and hear from Hunter Biden. What are you afraid of?
Hold on. Order.
Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Are women allowed to speak in here or no?
Order.
Because you keep interrupting me.
I'll interrupt the
You keep
chairman. I don't know
interrupting.
that he's a lady.
I think that that Hunter Biden should be arrested right here, right now, and go straight to jail. Our nation is founded on the rule of law.
Come on.
And the premise
Come
that the
on.
law applies equally to everyone, no matter what your last
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of
it
order.
doesn't matter who you are.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Biggs over here.
Donald Trump Jr.
Biggs over here.
State your point, Mr. Biggs.
Yeah, my point of order is this. Are we going to continue on with this blatant interruption? This is absurd and inappropriate. I intend to give my statement. I don't intend to have anybody interrupted. I'm not going to interrupt your statements. I think you should have decorum and courtesy and don't act like a bunch of nimrods.
You just interrupted a woman.
And that's five.
I got permission.
Can we agree? Everyone has
Mr.
5
Chairman,
minutes. Can we agree?
Point of order again. The assertion that I interrupted was absolutely false. That's typical of the gentleman who spoke it. I got permission to speak from the chairman. I spoke. I was interrupted yet again by the gentleman who doesn't choose to go through the chair and follow proper order. I encourage us, I think if we're going to have any respect at all, we need to have proper decorum.
Well, well said. Well said.
I'd like to finish.
The rules are everyone's going to be recognized for 5 minutes. Anyone that wants to be recognized will be recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Mace has 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. Chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
It does not matter who you are, where you come from, or who your father is.
Why is everybody kissing?
Okay, all right. So we love the Constitution today, and we also want to talk about foreign money coming in. Have y'all seen the report that was just produced where this chairman decided that he was going to block this committee from receiving additional information about y'all's guy, Trump, and all the money that he took? From what we did receive, we know that Trump got almost $6 million that we can account for, and we know that that's more, that there's more there. From China specifically, we found almost $8 million total that he accepted from foreign governments while he was serving as the president of these United States. But we're concerned about the president's son who has not been involved in his administration. I just want to run it back, though, to the very beginning, because this is something that I just can't get over. I can't get over the gentle lady from South Carolina talking about white privilege. It was a spit in the face, at least of mine as a Black woman, for you to talk about what white privilege looks like, especially from that side of the aisle. And let me quote your now ousted speaker and what he had to say about the Republican Party and y'all's lack of diversity. When you look at the Democrats, they actually look like America. When I look at my party, we look like the most restrictive country club in America. So let me tell you something. Y'all don't know what white privilege looks like, but I'm gonna show you a little bit of something. You see, you want to talk about a two-tier justice system, and this is the only time that y'all have ever referenced it, when this country has a history when it comes to Black and brown folk of having two separate sets of rules. And right now, what you want to do is have two separate sets of rules because Mr. Moskowitz offered y'all a fair situation. He said he would vote for Hunter to be held in contempt if y'all voted to hold all, even if you remove all of the members of Congress. There's still other people that y'all haven't decided that y'all have excuses for, but y'all don't want to hold them in contempt. But for some reason, it makes sense to hold Hunter Biden in contempt, who has tried to comply. And let me tell you why nobody wants to talk to y'all behind closed doors, because y'all lie. That's just the bottom line. You have done it thus far in this investigation. You have done it this far as it relates to this committee. In every single hearing, y'all spin. I don't know how y'all are still standing right now, because you should be quite dizzy from all the spinning that you're constantly doing when it comes to spinning the truth. You talk about free and fair elections, but you back a guy who we know tried to steal the election. And this isn't about what Democrats have to say. Let me remind you, for those of you that don't know how the justice system works, it's not a matter of the president went in and indicted Trump, but we are talking about grand juries. Grand juries are comprised of American citizens, and the people that have entered pleas of guilty that will be flipping on your leader in a minute, they are Republicans. I do want to point that out. And half of them were Republicans that were handpicked by Donald Trump himself. So to be clear, whatever happens to your little leader, it's going to be because of the actions that he took. So you can talk all you want to about how January 6th was nonsense, but all of y'all were running at that time. Y'all were grabbing y'all's gas masks and y'all were running to your offices because you didn't know if they were coming to kill you. You should have cared that somebody was there to protect you, but instead you want to play games because you found out that it was your leader that decided that he wanted to propagate an insurrection on our country. So don't tell me that you care about the Constitution, because you don't. All you care about is Trump getting reelected, and I'll yield the last of my time to my leader.
Thank you very
I was like, why does everybody care? Like, look, first of all, it's a new year, obviously a new day where you just wild out and do the most. Real shit. You just wild out. Fuck it. You know, I was like, God damn, man. Like, nobody stopped it. They just let her carry on. You know, like, God.
Mike, you've been my partner a long time.
Yeah, but like,
You my boy.
saying like, not the first time though, like, I can't say,
We are being framed. They'll have it coming from cops and every gang in the city.
That's my boy.
Bad boys.
I got this, Mike. What you don't know? Be gone, Gator. I rebuke you. That's how you command the universe.
Rated R. Tickets on.
How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing? They're being put into.
Oh, let's see what else because, like,
after 150 years,
you go
Colorado's
to
Safety Net
that.
Hospital is facing a financial crisis. Good evening, I'm Kelly Worthman.
Yeah, let's see. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I got everything that I want to get done before I got to this point. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Make sure I got everything. Oh, okay. All right. Before I get to that, I gotta go over a couple small things. All right, real quick, we're gonna still talk about Trump, and then we're gonna go to Biden's son. Okay, so you get this out the way because it's kind of funny. It's Eric Trump.
Eric Trump says the black vote is swinging over to Trump in spades.
Spades, black family. It's spades.
He couldn't help himself. Here it is.
Everybody wants to know what this verdict means for the presidential election. You know that. That's all anyone's talking about at this point.
Well, Maria, as I walked out of that courthouse that day, I said May 30th, 2024 might be the day that won it for Donald Trump. I'm telling you, I've never seen this country more upset about what's happening. And, you know, it's a law of unintended consequences. The Democrats always dig so deep that they end up finding themselves. They think that their little trickery will be overlooked, that they're smarter than everybody else. America's looking through this nonsense, and I think the harder they hit him, the more they do this, the more money he's going to raise, the more independence he's going to get. As I mentioned, I mean, the swing of independent voters after this conviction has been unbelievable because no one believes it. And you know, they're literally feeding him, you know, certain segments of the population that he might not have had in 2016 and 2020. Because for the first time, they realize that the system's coming down, that he's the victim. He's the victim that oftentimes some of their communities were. And you see them swing. You look at the African-American vote, right? That's swinging over to Donald Trump in spades. Look at the Hispanic vote over the last couple.
In spades, sir.
Yeah, really, Eric.
I get it, Eric. You forgot you're not at the country club. With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member so we can continue to bring this content to you.
Yeah, man.
Now back to the show. Put it up full mass. Oh, Eric, hopping his happy ass on television in order to impress a dad who could care less about loving him. Eric, you will be loved one day, young man. All right? You will. Eric Trump claimed on Sunday morning, Fox News, that black voters are gravitating toward his father, Donald Trump, swinging over to him in spades. The former president's son used the terminology while insisting his father's criminal conviction last week will help him among various voting blocs in November. On Thursday, a Manhattan jury found Donald Trump guilty of 34 felony counts, falsifying business records. Republicans have slammed the verdict, calling it a partisan travesty while insisting that it will nonetheless vault the ex-president back into the White House. Now, just a reminder, the Manhattan DA did not convict. The jury did. The jury is made up of American citizens. A jury looked at evidence called a grand jury, once again, American citizens. And the jury that oversaw the case, or were the fact finders in the case, they looked at all the evidence and concluded he committed the crime. I don't think there's a person truly, authentically, who believes Donald Trump over Stormy Daniels. Everybody believes Stormy Daniels over an individual they would like to make, well, dictator in chief. There's more. Mediaite notes. Eric Trump is not alone in claiming black people will be more accepting now because of the new reality of criminal conviction on his record. So in February, Donald Trump said at the Black Conservative Federation Gala, hell of a place to be, I assume, his charges are, why the black people like me, though he avoided saying in spades. Good for him. Here's a reminder.
And then I got indicted a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time. And a lot of people said that that's why the black people like me, because they have been hurt so badly and discriminated against. And they actually viewed me as I'm being discriminated against. It's been pretty amazing, but
I know you're laughing at your damn self. You're chuckling like they actually think you're being serious, Donald. And then Donald just went with it. After people were like, Gary, you are being discriminated against. After that speech, he said, you know what? I am. America simply does not have the right policies and protocols for rich, well-connected white men. And so now there's this whole white policy to make sure that there's anti-white discrimination. Well, at least they believe discrimination exists now. There's more. Let me take you to another video. Here it is.
If you're not voting for Donald Trump, then you ain't black or an American. President Trump just won the 2024 election, and the Democrats just gave us 34 more reasons to vote for him. The entire judicial system is weaponized against the one man who wants to secure freedom. You're a patriot or a traitor.
Ma'am, are you black? I'm just asking. I'm serious. I would like to know. All right, let's put it up.
That shit is weird.
Meanwhile, Valentino Gomez, diehard MAGA, far-right candidate for Missouri Secretary of State in the general election, took to X following Trump's conviction and posted that video. Why she's talking to black people? I mean, all right. David?
Well, Valentina's the same person.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, who I don't want to steal your thunder here because
I don't have, brother. I got nothing else to say.
All right. So Valentina, as running for Secretary of State, Missouri, just a couple of weeks ago, she put up an ad in which she was using a flamethrower to burn books. So that's all you really need to know about her. Wow. As far as Eric Trump just proved yet again that sometimes a private school education does not guarantee you a better education or better intellect than public schools. Eric Trump, just last week, he was the same one who said, oh, we didn't do anything wrong. We're white. I think he meant to say we are right. But the Freudian slip, we are white. I mean, that speaks volumes about where Eric Trump's mind is. And when he's not dabbling in racism or thinking of racism or being superior to people who look different than him, Eric Trump should perhaps pay a little attention to the polls, because every single poll that has been taken since the conviction, Reuters Ipsos, ABC News, YouGov, Monmouth, they all show that Donald Trump has been hurt by the conviction. They all show that whereas the race was maybe Donald Trump ahead by 2 or 3 points a week ago, now Joe Biden is ahead by 2 or 3 points.
That's correct.
And again, this is just starting the process when the Democrats are going to start putting up more ads about the conviction. Donald Trump is a convicted felon. And oh, by the way, there's all these policy differences as well. So sure, Eric Trump may be trying to lie like his father does and somehow pull one over on the American people, but he's not as good of a snake oil salesman as his dad. And anybody who would come out and say, oh yeah, this is good for my dad, this is good for us politically, is absolutely insane.
That's right. And once again, Donald Trump, Eric Trump, the whole crowd, they never offer a policy agenda for the black community and truly no community other than rich people. And they will provide a policy, an exacting policy agenda for the wealthy. They provide red meat for their MAGA supporters while being adversarial in policy. And they provide rhetoric like, all right, I'm a convicted felon, now black people like me, for those who are people of color.
Don't just use the internet,
like
unleash it with ultra-fast speeds. And with Price for Life Internet, you can keep your internet service monthly rate for as long as you keep your plan. Quantum Fiber, it's your world unleashed.
This is crazy.
Last thing I want to do is talk about Candace Owens. Don't leave just yet. I want to share this with you because on Twitter X, she put out a video. I wasn't going to cover it, but hey, let's give Candace Owens a listen. Hey, I know. Let's listen to what she has to say, because she's speaking from the heart. And those Zionists, it did her so wrong.
All right. I don't think I have done a live on Twitter or live on X rather in such a long time that you obviously have to know that this is something that is really upsetting me for me to be able to jump on here. I think I have, when I say tried to take the high road over the last couple of months to the point that it has given me a nosebleed, I have like nothing left here. And there is so much that I would like to say. And there is so much that I am fighting for my right to say. But today, I just feel like we crossed into another territory. Everyone can see what's happening. Everyone can at first see the.
Hey, get to it. Hey, you sugar lips, get to it. Little lady, taking a long time. Spit it out.
Public attacks on me over my, I shouldn't even say it's a belief, just the truth that Christ is king, and something that I will never stop saying as a Christian, nothing that I will apologize for. But these attacks against me and my character have not stopped. And I think partially it's being driven by the fact that they have not been successful. It has not. There's obviously a very real attempt to smear and to libel me out of existence, to make my audience not want to follow me anymore. And there is an entire network working behind the scenes this as like, I'm here just a Daily Mail. I understand that when somebody is leaking stories and claiming to have an inside track.
Jesus Christ. This is hard to cover. Okay, she's going to get to a point where she's going to tell you exactly why she's talking to us. She's being attacked. She's being set up. They came for her. Her phone started ringing. That wake-up call phone started ringing on her ass.
Some inside knowledge by continuing her employment. It is also claimed that she, quote unquote, blamed producers for her show's failures and that she refused. Okay, I wonder what or who is behind the story. Any response, either in an official statement or from sources close to Candace on the following information would be greatly appreciated. We have heard from multiple sources that Candace's dismissal from the Daily Wire was in large part, quote unquote, financial, that her show just wasn't making the company enough money to justify continuing her employment. It is also claimed that she, quote unquote, blamed producers for her show's failures and that she refused to work with certain advertisers. We have also heard that senior management felt they had a moral obligation to terminate Candace's employment due to what has been described as her increased anti-Semitism and her conspiracy theories. Others have said that Candace was mean to and mistreated the junior staff members at the Daily Wire, including, ready guys, makeup artists and interns. One source described a scene in which Candace allegedly threw a canned drink at someone. Okay. This is sending me. I'm now throwing canned drinks at employees, mean to junior employees, yelling at the makeup artists. Separately, what would Candace say to claims that she has been homophobic and anti-Semitic, particularly on her social media, and that she has peddled conspiracy theories? So here is what is clearly happening. The attacks on me over me not backing down on being a Christian are failing. So now we're just moving to full on.
All right. I gave it, look, I gave it as long as I could give it. Here's the synopsis. Here it is in a nutshell. Candace Owens, they're putting out hit pieces on her through the Daily Wire, through the Daily Mail, which is the British paper out of the UK. And they're saying that they're getting sources that said that she got fired really because her numbers were down and she wasn't making money for the company, and that she was a horrible person to work for, and she was toxic in the environment, sort of like Ellen-esque, you know, and throwing stuff at people and stuff, and that she was also homophobic and anti-Semitic. And to all of that, I say, you know what, Candace is probably right. This is probably all set up in a smear job. I believe that that's probably what happened. Okay, here's also what I believe. So what? No, seriously, so what? So what, Candace? They're treating you like the angry black woman. That sucks, doesn't it? I know what it's like to be treated as an angry black man by black women. At least it's happening to you by white folks. At least the white people are doing it for you.
Jesus.
I have a hard time feeling sorry for someone who was an attack dog against black people for so long.
Right.
Yeah, I have a hard time feeling any type of sorrow for you, any type of compassion for you, empathy. Empathy, that's a good word for it. You know, Dr. Cornel West, I respect the hell out of him, but I don't have the grace that he has that I can really feel sorry for you feeling for the roosters coming home to roost.
Right.
Everybody has to reap what they sow, Candace Owens. Even you.
Even you. Yep.
Yeah. You know? Playing victim. It doesn't suit you. Play white supremacist. You've been playing that longer. You're doing a better job at that. Keep playing that role. That works for you.
I'm like, I'm surprised that she couldn't find something else. Like,
now everyone's against her.
You know what I mean?
The walls are closing in and everyone's against her. Everyone,
right?
She's being attacked on all sides. She's got a gag order, so she has to try to fight with both hands behind her back, using her forehead. She's doing a pretty good job, hanging in there a little bit. But she is taking lumps. And it's a sad thing. I got to admit, it's a sad thing for you to go through. It can't be fun. But here's the deal. You reap what you sow.
Mm-hmm.
Charlamagne and them, they had you on the Breakfast Club. They gave you a shot. They didn't even bring up how you treated black men for damn near a decade. They didn't even bring it up.
Nope. I guess not.
All the horrible shit you said. All the grotesque anti-blackness that you displayed for your Zionist network. Now you feel bad because they don't want you either. Well, you get what you pay for. You reap what you sow. And in the words of Cameron and Mace, it is what it is.
It's really sad, but it's not sad.
Yeah, I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm just saying no one gives a shit. I'm saying what goes around comes around, and you sent a lot around. You said a lot. So I don't know how people are covering this story without being able to say that. Why aren't they saying that? They're still looking for an opportunity to work with you? Why?
Yeah, why?
I see no point in it. Look, man, we got to have some ethics.
Mm-hmm.
You are persona non grata. Go start your own thing. Be your own person. Go do you. But I don't know, maybe there's going to be a number of white viewers that somehow feel she don't deserve this. She was wrong, but she don't deserve what they're doing to her now. That's because it wasn't your people she shat on for 8 years straight.
Mm-hmm.
That was your group. Right, lady, if it was your group, if it was white women, she was shitting on for 8 years, you wouldn't be like, she don't deserve what she got. Why they doing her that way?
Do that.
That's right. You wouldn't say that. You'd be a different person. You'd be like, hey, sometimes, people got to lose.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's wrong about us, man. We're so damn tribal. It only matters. Dave Chappelle said, everything's funny when it's not happening to you.
Right.
And everything's forgivable until it's your people.
Mm-hmm.
Until it's you and you can relate to the victim, you don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, something strange about black folks, we tend to be so compassionate to others. We see others suffering and we relate it to our own.
This is true.
But that's because they're stepping into our frame. It's not, see, people get this twisted, folks. Pick up this jewel I'm about to drop.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that black people go out of their way to care about others. It's that others end up in our frame. And their situational condition aligns with something that we're hyper aware of. You got to twist it. It's not that black people are out of their way to care about Palestinians or this other group or people Congolese people or anyone going through atrocities, suffering, disenfranchisement, onslaughts, challenge the government on their ass, whatever it is. It's not that we're going out of our way to feel compassionate and forsaking our own issues and our own realities. It's that they are stepping into our frame and we see what we're always seeing on ourselves. We're still stepping into our own view. That is all. That is all. That is not a weakness. That is just how humans operate. That's all it is.
You're so serious.
But Candace Owens, you are stepping into our view, and I recognize what you're going through. I know what it's like to be smeared. I know what it's like. People want your spot, or people are upset or whatever, and they say whatever. And you feel like everybody's against you. It's going to take you a couple years. But see, you get to do this while you're rich.
I mean, she's lucky it didn't happen earlier.
You get to rebuild while you're rich.
Boy,
and you just married a guy who's like a prince, like he owns like a country or something. What are we even talking about, Candace? You just married a son of a billionaire.
What? What happened to the other husband? What happened to the other husband? You should have a husband.
What are we even talking about? Hi, exactly. Made your bed, now lay in it. Win, lose, or rug.
Jesus.
Bruh man from the fifth floor says, Kundis.
Kundis.
I appreciate my people not falling for the okie doke.
Right.
The only consistent behavior she's had is telling her supremacist master how little she and other black folks have no human rights and value as people. So F her for real. Candace the bed wench. Caitlin Clark needs to give her support to Trump. That would be major. I just threw that in there because it was so different to break up the goodness gracious. Yeah, man, I'm proud to rock with you guys. I really am, because there are people that are delusional. Man, you can't dump on us for a decade.
Right.
Hit a rough patch. It's not like Candace said, "Oh, switching game," when things were well. Come on, man. It's not like she was trying to rock with y'all. She wasn't.
She wasn't, yeah.
It's until they said, hit her in the head with that nightstick. Now she's trying to come over and rock with us. No. Nah, man. It's I appreciate my audience for seeing through the nonsense.
Reality, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? She was probably against this. Like, now she want to be like, nobody wants to follow me. Well, why? Why would they? That shit to yourself. But why?
Every week, millions of Americans are filling their carts with ultra-processed, low-quality foods, but it's not their fault.
But we're going to start tonight off with Robert De Niro. And this pains me, man, because I was a big Robert De Niro fan. I have never seen a Robert De Niro movie that I didn't like. I mean, even the ones that are kind of obscure, I like those too, man. Even the ones he's done later in life, I watched. I thought he was hilarious in Meet the Fockers.
This movie he had done, right?
Yeah, I thought that was good. The Family, damn it, man. All the gangster joints he did. He just did the one, not The Departed. One he did where he's Jimmy Hoffa's guy.
I think that's called The Irishman.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Raging Bull, of course, Raging Bull. Classic, man. Like I said, man, I'm ashamed of what I see now. I'm utterly ashamed, man. Like, I'm beside myself, man. Robert De Niro been caping for, I overlooked him. He's been doing this for a while, to be honest. He's been doing this since 2016. Yeah, I don't know what it is with him and Trump, man. He just got a thing about Trump. It's like crazy.
Oh, he doesn't like him, yeah.
He is, you hear the term Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, God, this guy, he about to catch a case.
Yeah, it seems like
Robert De Niro trying to catch a case for going after Donald Trump. Like I said, he started this in 2016 when he was out here caping for Hillary Clinton. I was like, oh man, come on, D. Come on, Bobby. Come on, Bobby. But anyway, and it's only gotten worse as time went on.
Right.
Yeah, it's only gotten worse. He's just become more a shadow of his former self, turned into this cranky, belligerent, curmudgeon, old bastard just running around, spouting off ludicrous claims and just gaslighting the masses. All for Joe Biden. He was in New York at the Hush Money trial, and he's outside just talking.
Forget about it. That's over. That's done. If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that. He will never leave. What does that mean? Is that the country we want to live in? Do we want him running this country and saying, I'm not leaving, I'm dictator for life? I hope this new ad campaign reaches outside the bubble to remind supporters of what a danger he is to our lives. This is not a threat. This is a reality. And that's why I've joined the Biden-Harris campaign, because the only way to preserve our freedoms and hold on to our humanity is to vote for Joe Biden for president. Really. We don't have a choice. On January 6th, while Republican lawmakers despicably tried to keep the loser Trump.
He did. He looks.
Oh God, that's a man, folks. That is hilarious, man. That should have been Biden's new catchphrase. His new slogan. We don't have a choice. Vote for Joe Biden. You don't have a choice.
That's kind of funny.
They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's as honest as I've heard Bobby B this, for the last 5 years when it comes to politics. It's this right here. He said he don't have a choice. No, you don't have a choice, Robert, because if you did anything other than this, you would never be in another movie. Come on, we all know the Democratic Party in Hollywood are like this. The only people that are outspoken, like Republicans in Hollywood, are like people that are too old to do any work. The Hercules dude, that guy from Hercules. It was another dude that did Out of Sight back in the day with Denzel Washington and Jennifer Lopez. I forget his name. I know he's upset. So whatever his name is. Then there's that guy John Voight. He's older than Biden, and he's still like, look at this. I'm going out standing on with my boots up.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood like 95. It's the only people that are willing to throw their careers away when they don't have one left.
He looks so
in order to be Republican and go up against the Democrats. Who was that? Who was that guy I was thinking of? It's another Republican, right?
Still alive, right?
It's another one. I forget his name. Isaiah Washington. Yeah, he
looks so scared, dude.
I know he was just angry. Isaiah was just angry, man. He was so pissed off after what the Democrats did to him with the PC stuff. Said he called the guy gay, like that's a slur. Gay's not a slur. I thought it was an orientation. But they came for him, man.
Looks weird.
Well, Timmy didn't say it like that. No, he didn't. He said it like a slur. Allegedly. He still denies it happened. Then Isaiah got so pissed off that he went Trump. He never came back, man.
Fine.
Last time I saw him, he was on Twitter fighting with somebody. God, man. So I don't know what it is, man. Politics rots your brain. It does. It does. So anyway, De Niro, man, at first he was really talking big smack. Like a couple months ago, he was talking real big smack. And now it's gotten all the way down to what else can you do? What choice do we have?
Yeah, he said we don't.
He started catching heat because people started pushing back on his old ass. And so I say, hey, De Niro, Biden's that good. And why you keep threatening to punch the ex-president in the mouth? Why you keep choosing violence, Bobby? As if you're not almost 80 years old your damn self. Y'all didn't having kids with kids. And now you're threatening to punch a president. And it's just crazy, man. And see, that's the thing. See, this is what infuriates me about the Democrats, man. Is if it was a Democrat supporter, not just a Democrat supporter, let me put it, if there was a Republican who was doing the same thing, they would be threatening that he was trying to overthrow the government. You know? And it's also racist. It's the epitome of white privilege when you could be a famous white guy and threaten to beat up a president. And nothing happens to you. I mean, can you imagine if that was like, Isaiah Washington that threatened to punch Joe Biden? They come get his ass. I'm giving Isaiah all this promotion. I guess it's just my way to squash our beef. We got into an argument a couple months ago in a Twitter space. He was mad as hell. Like, God damn, boy, you need to go get a massage. You need to relax. But nah, man, just De Niro's just the epitome of pampered, old, rich Hollywood money, with his Tribeca films and just losing his mind. And I got another clip, man. Just bear with me. It's more Robert De Niro. And this one, the crowd lets his ass have it, though. They didn't seem to be feeling him too much.
You are gangsters. You are gangsters. You're washed up. Fuck you. Fucking hero. You're a little punk. You're a softie. You're a nobody. Your movies suck. You're trash. You're trash. You're done. You're done after this guy, guys. You're done.
Somebody needs to tell De Niro that these people don't have scripts. He forgot. These are just New Yorkers. They'll just tell you to go shove it up your tailpipe, Bobby D. I don't care about you. That guy's lying. He said your movies suck. Your movies don't suck. Your politics sucks. Your rationale sucks. And look, let me be clear here, man. My son's here, him and his girlfriend are here and stuff. And I'm be clear, man. I want everybody to know, especially my family. Know this. I'm not a Trump supporter, man. Look, I have no grudge against Robert De Niro being a Democrat supporter. What I have a grudge is him being so loud about it. If you're gonna support old Joe, Genocide Joe, least you could do is be quiet. This guy's going in front of people, talking about the sky's falling. Yeah, we know, Joe, it's been falling. It's already failed. Where have you been? Oh, that's right, rich for the last 50 years. Not living in the rest of the real world with the rest of us. There's been a lot of Americans living on the streets, right? Live Americans. We got Joe Biden, and we're going to get more into this, man. But the biggest hypocritical thing is that these people try to sell us on how great Joe is. So I'm like, once again, I have no problem who you choose to vote for. None whatsoever. I know you got hard choices. Neither one, 70% of Americans wish somebody else was running. Okay? So that's first of all.
All right, we're going to move on to this next little story. Because, we could be here all day if I just let him talk. All right, so, who brought this up? I believe me and Jesse were watching it, and we came across the news article about the teacher, and then Mad Black TV Mad Black TV, right? But I need to eat something. He covered it, and the Trey King show covered it. So shit was amazing. It was funny as hell. So just we're gonna get into this little story about the teacher doing nasty things.
Good morning. I'm Dr.
Like, we can't stop laughing. We already started. It's gonna happen. We started laughing already.
This shit was hilarious.
Okay. Here we go. We're back on camera. I'm fussing with my hair. I took it down and I have braids in right now. Okay, let's go.
Candace Matthews.
Just
I am the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation. Here standing with my chairman, Brother Cornel X. We're here in reference to an atrocity that has happened here at this elementary school that stands behind us by the name of...
That goes again with my earlier narrative about Black people standing up Black business and having Black civil rights attorneys file and shit. Unlike in our city, where you have 3 Black people in a sundown area, talking about it in a white school on some other shit, that especially a school district that neither one of them participated. and they get all super pro-Black and in defense of shit, but they gotta go hold hands with the white civil rights attorney. They need her. They needed her. They couldn't even make that up. They were like, our civil rights attorney will be here. We'll reach out to the press. No. They had to go get the white civil rights attorney and to hold hands on Black business, Black issues. You know what I mean? That shit's hilarious to me. So here we have a different case. We got Black civil rights. Just pointing that out.
Ray Elementary that is in the school district of Lamar Consolidated ISD.
Texas.
We have a former music teacher that was here this school year when this shocking video has happened.
No hand holding with white.
School teacher that was a music teacher taught several grade levels here in this school. We have shocking videos of this music teacher doing porn videos in the music classroom, and also a second video of her doing this porn video in the school bathroom during school hours. So, and let's not leave out.
Mad Black TV covered it. He showed all the pictures because he did. I'm gonna show you. He was going in. I was like, God damn, this fucking bitch with no ass wearing that motherfucking shit. Stop it.
She also had her school ID badge on. I called also to verify that this teacher is still employed here at this school. So it comes to find out that the teacher is no longer employed here, but not for this incident. The administration had no idea of the videos that was taking place here in this school. So what we are demanding, we are demanding that Lamar Consolidated ISD need to get with the Texas Education Agency to let them know about this atrocity of what has happened with this teacher, because this is how demented teachers go from one district to the next, jumping from district to district without, they can go and apply for a job and they have their teacher certification. They don't have a criminal record, but you over here doing explicit activities in an elementary school. That is unacceptable. That's why we are calling this out. We are not going to sweep this under the rug. I did speak with administration here at the school district. They were not aware of that video, like I said. However, they did wanted to share with me, like I did let them know that I was going to bring this public. They did not want me, to bring it public because they did not want, the community to feel like they wasn't doing their job. But how can you not say that you're not doing your job because you didn't know anything about the video? Now that you know about the video, now we expect for you to do your job. We expect for you to go to the Texas Education Agency. We expect for you to put a block on this teacher so this teacher cannot go to another school and do this type of foolishness. This can be the same type of teacher that can touch a child. If you taking your clothes off, you're smacking your behind, you're flapping your breasts out and gyrating yourself in a classroom where students are during the school day, and you're doing this in the bathroom, that is unacceptable. So basically I'm gonna let Brother Cornel state his piece and then I'll close it out.
You really can't make this stuff up. It is absolutely appalling, shameful, and frightening that these are the type of educators that are in elementary school teaching our children. When parents send their children to school, they believe their teachers are people of the utmost highest character. But now we got a teacher in the classroom on school hours stripping down butt naked, bending over, and showing everything on the video, and all you could see was cellulite hanging in pubic hair. This is a disgrace and a shame that this is the type of educator and teacher that is in the classroom. And she made multiple videos. Yes, the district was unaware until we brought this to their attention. But what we're asking you to do now is to go even further. Nullifying her contract is not enough. We demand that the superintendent of the board ban her from ever teaching in this school district again. We want a permanent ban on her. Secondly, we demand that the school district send a letter to TEA demanding her certification as a teacher be terminated and revoked. 3, we're demanding that this district contact law enforcement. And we want to make sure that the students that she taught are interviewed, or a hotline is set up to make sure that she didn't do additional things in the classroom that may be inappropriate, unethical, unprofessional, or dangerous in the environment of those children. If she would do this in the classroom, what else will she do? This woman obviously had lost her damn mind. She needs psychotropic medication. She pulls out her breasts and she's juggling them. Look like she's about to fall over. Then she bends over and pulls down her panties, spreads her cheeks. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's on the video. Spreads her cheeks. This is madness. This woman should never, ever be allowed to be an educator. This woman should never be allowed to work around children ever again. And I believe that if a thorough investigation takes place, you can find something criminally to bring her into a courtroom for, because I've seen law enforcement put parents in courtrooms for far much less than this. If we can put Donald Trump in the courtroom and find something to prosecute him for, don't tell me we can't find something to prosecute this woman for. This is sad. This is madness. This is filth at its finest. And so we're praying that the school district, we're not attacking you. You didn't know anything about this lady. But now that you do know, show the aggressive, proactive steps that you will take to make sure she never re-enters a classroom.
From what I was told is that she's looking for employment with other school districts. So that's why this is imperative that we amplify this issue, because this is how you have demented teachers going from one district to the next doing this type of behavior. So I just want to send a message out to her, because see, that video was so horrific and appalling. We just want her to know that her retired porn star activities is done. Okay? You're done. You would never let SEP in now one of these classrooms. You would not even have the opportunity to disgrace our eyes with that foolishness that you did in that video. So your porn days is over. And also your teaching days. We're done with this. So we demand the school district, please, again, we're not here to attack you. We're here to inform you of what you had in your school. And this is where you can prove to your the parents and the constituents that you are going to be zero tolerance when it comes to this type of stuff and these type of deviant individuals doing this in this classroom amongst our babies. That's unacceptable.
We want to make sure that if she wants to be a porn star, and it's obvious she does, that's her business.
Baby, she
but
retired.
We want to make sure that she never teaches in a classroom again, that her teaching certification is revoked, and she never has the opportunity or access to children again. If she wants to teach, if she wants to be a porn star, based on what I saw in that video,
baby, she retired.
I don't think she's gonna make a lot of money. Based on what I saw in that video, I don't think she's gonna be at a top tier status. That's a damn shame what I saw in that video. That's sickness. And I think that this woman needs to be mentally evaluated by a therapist. Absolutely. But let's make sure the school district protects the state of Texas children, so she can't run from one district to another seeking employment, because it's not in her personnel file what she was terminated for or why she's banned from the district, because they've already didn't renew her contract for other reasons. Well, that won't stop her from being employed somewhere else. But if they put in there that she's banned and they want to know why she's banned, it's done. In fact, most school districts won't even ask. Once they see you're banned, you won't be hired. Any more questions? I'm not sure if it was a love triangle or not.
But she the one that
But
sent the video.
let me say this. I wouldn't give a damn if she was having problems with her boyfriend or girlfriend. Or it just didn't go well.
Don't bring it to the
What happened in the classroom? You.
It's working. Hold on, Belly. Hold on. Jesse's getting ready to leave. And my brother's outside and he's working on the books. Gotta be really quiet for like 2 minutes. He comes back. Close the door. Can be loud and stuff. Jesus Christ, look at close the door. You know? Let me say. Hold on, family. Yeah, I'm getting it together. My brother's over here for a little bit. So he works in the morning. He can't be like be loud and making all kinds of noises. At least I gotta do with the door closed. Door is closed, and yeah, it's not so. You know, everything I say can be picked up on the other line. So calm down. And not calm down, but not be so loud. You know. Yeah. I don't know about all the stuff that you didn't plug in or plug in. Look, we only have like seven. Here. I'm still on off mute here. Want these two things too? Okay. This here. My trash bag back. Before you leave. Yeah. 1 second, from I got all this stuff in my hand. I try to pass it to him. So how did people just?
Okay, it's just 20 in here. What up, 20?
Yeah, it might be working or something.
Still good, 20.
Okay. Well, thanks for hanging out, I guess. Not fun.
Even if it's 30 seconds.
That's all I wanted. Good look it up. What chords? Well, then you gotta unplug them because they're all. I kept it on the side like this. They're looking out. Really, they're looking out. I don't feel like going to the toy store. I'll grab your mask. You need to wash that shit. Right here on the light.
I didn't watch it.
Didn't know. Let me do anything. All right, so okay, so really, now we're back, okay? So, so we see that the pastor and the sister said what they said, right? She said what they said. So now we're gonna go to Mad Black TV. Shout out to Mad Black TV. It's one of our friends. So we let this is the most toxic black man ever. Shout out to him.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So we got another one, folks. We got another story about one of these twisted teachers doing something depraved and degenerate at the school. Now, as far as we know, at this point, this particular teacher has not done anything to a student. So she hasn't had sex with or touched or molested a student as far as we know. But what she has done is go in the classroom at an elementary school, and I'm sitting here looking at the picture, of the video where she's doing this. You got little kids' books and rocking chairs. So these are for little kids. And she's stripping and doing like a little strip tease video at the school, lifting up her shirt, showing her breasts, pulling her pants and her underwear down. Just nasty. Why are you doing this at an elementary school? What possessed you to think that this is a way for an adult to act? But she did it. And what has happened now is, you know, she had already resigned from that elementary school job, but the Black people in the community are now asking for her to not be able to get any more teaching jobs anywhere, okay? Because they don't want her just going to some other school and getting a job somewhere else if this is the type of behavior that she likes to engage in, okay? And so some Black people from the new Black Panther Party and Cornell X, they got together and they did like a little press conference about, I think it was about last week, where they were talking about what this woman was doing in the video and why they don't want her to be out here showing herself and exposing herself in the schools, right? Now, she claims there were no children around, or she did this when it wasn't school hours, but I mean, we don't really know that for sure. I think people need to find those original videos as far and find out when she filmed them. And if it's found out that she did do that during school hours, she should be prosecuted more thoroughly. But as of now, she hasn't been arrested for anything because they claim she did not commit a crime. I don't know why it's not a crime to be doing nasty ass videos in an elementary school class, right?
Right.
And, you know, thinking that that's okay. But once again, you know, it was the Black community that spoke out against this. And what's interesting is that the teacher in question, she's not Black. I don't know what her name is, but based on the info and the pictures of her, she looks Hispanic. So this looks like Maria or Consuela or whatever is in this classroom acting like this. A little pudgy Latina is the one that's doing this nasty stuff in class. You know, the types of females that Negroes like to get their passports to go to another country to get, basically, right? These are the types of women they usually wind up coming back with. I know they put the picture of the super hot Brazilians and Colombians, but this is the girl that they actually get. So that's the type of a female that was doing this type of nasty stuff at the school, right? And I do appreciate that it was the Black community that is the one that is exposing her and wanting her to be put up on some charges for what she's done. Okay, so I'm going to play a little bit of the press conference just so you can hear from the Black people in the community, because, you know, if the teacher had been Black, this story would be national right now, right? And you would have had a whole bunch of these dumb Negroes on YouTube talking about how debaucherous Black women are and how the Black community is trash and whatnot, right? But because she's Latina, a lot of people are not talking about it, but I'm going to talk about it. So let's listen right here to some of the press conference. And I'm going to be honest with you, I did find this part of this video funny when Cornell X gets up there and gives his little parts of what he was, you know, what he saw in this video. It's funny to me. I'm just going to be honest with you, because he sounds like a lot of the Southern folks in my family and how they describe things. So I was dying laughing the first time I saw the video with him. But I'll play a little bit of the press conference with the sister from the Black Panther Party and Cornell X and what they demand of their community to get rid of this teacher. So let's listen here.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the National Minister of Politics for the new Black Panther Nation, here standing with my chairman, Brother Cornell X. We're here in reference to an atrocity that has happened here at this elementary school that stands behind us by the name of Gray Elementary, that is in the school district of Lamar Consolidated ISD. We have a former music teacher that was here this school year when this shocking video has happened. This school teacher that was a music teacher taught several grade levels here in this school. We have shocking video of this music teacher doing porn videos in the music classroom, and also a second video of her doing this porn video in the school bathroom during school hours. So, and let's not leave out, she also had her school ID badge on. I called also to verify was this teacher still employed here at this school. So it comes to find out that the teacher is no longer employed here, but not for this incident. The administration had no idea of the videos that was taking place here in this school. So what we are demanding that Lamar Consolidated ISD need to get with the Texas Education Agency to let them know about this atrocity of what has happened with this teacher, because this is how demented teachers go from one district to the next, jumping from district to district without, they can go and apply for a job and they have their teacher certification. They don't have a criminal record, but you over here doing explicit activities in the elementary school.
And she's exactly right for saying that. She's exactly right for what she's saying. They'll just go from one school to another doing debauchery, right? And because the school, like, they just glimpse over these resumes, right? And they're so desperate for people to work there, they'll just glance over her resume, don't see any red flags, and let her come work at the damn school and work around some more children, even though she's out here exposing herself in the school. Now, there are teachers out there who've gotten fired for having OnlyFans, right?
Right.
I mean, if you have an OnlyFans or you do some sort of explicit video, like, even if you're not a teacher, if your kids just go to a school and you're a parent who has an OnlyFans or you do explicit videos, they'll kick your kid out of school, right? But this woman is going around doing all types of nasty stuff, spreading her butt, right? Busting it open on camera, and she's just probably going to try to go to a different school. Now let's listen to what Brother Quanell X has to say about this, because he, like I said, it cracks me up, and I'm not going to show the actual female's video. I do want to show her face, but I don't know what the rules are to that as far as YouTube goes. I mean, she exposed herself because she's not covering up her own face on the videos where she's busting it open. So I don't see what the big deal is, but the media has decided to try to hide her identity. And they're saying they're hiding her identity because she has not been actually charged with a crime. That's bullshit. I know if this was a black woman, they'd have her face all over social media right now. And all over mainstream media. Let's listen to what the brother has to say about her. And like I said, it is funny, but it's serious at the same time. Let's listen.
You really can't make this stuff up. It is absolutely appalling, shameful, and frightening.
And while he's saying this, they got a side-by-side of what this woman was actually doing on the video. Once again, her face is out there and her ass is out there, but the media wants to protect her identity.
That these are the type of educators that are in an elementary school teaching our children. But now we got a teacher in the classroom on school hours, stripping down butt naked, bending over, and showing everything on the video, and all you could see was cellulite hanging in pubic hair.
That was one of my favorite lines of his interview, where you can see was cellulite hanging and pubic hair. That's a sight right there. That's actually kind of scary when you think about it. But yeah, that's the type of nonsense this woman is doing. And once again, like the sister said earlier, she's wearing her teacher school ID in the videos where she's pulling her breast out and pulling her ass out. So she's identifying herself, but the media wants to protect this scandalous hoe.
Disgrace and a shame that this is the type of educator and teacher that is in the classroom. And she made multiple videos. Yes, the district was unaware until we brought this to their attention. If she would do this in the classroom, what else will she do? This woman obviously had lost her damn mind. She needs psychotropic medication. She pulls out her breast and she's juggling them. Looks like she's about to fall over.
Like I said, he reminds me a lot of my family members and the church folks in my family, like how they describe stuff. when they talk about someone doing something really disgusting or whatever. That's what it reminds me of. That's why it had me cracking up. Like, he reminds me a lot of my grandparents in the way that he's talking here. Like he said, like she's about to fall over. Let's listen some more to what he has to say.
Then she bends over and pulls down her panties. Spreads her cheeks. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's on the video. Spreads her cheeks.
I saw exactly how I felt.
I'm telling you what's on the video. She's spreading her cheeks. Yeah, so like I said, what he's saying is funny, and how he's saying it is funny. It's kind of funny that he's got the blow by blow and giving a description. I think a lot of people were making fun of him, saying like, you know, how does he know what's on this video? He must have studied it very well. But what he's actually doing is he's describing it in that detail because he wants the media to know what type of person this is. Like what this person is actually doing. That's what he's doing. He's trying to let people know how disgusting this lady is. The fact that she'd be doing this at an elementary school in the classroom, showing her nasty coochie and putting that out there for everyone to see, and thinking that that's okay to do in a classroom somewhere, right? So that's why he did it what he did and why he's saying it that way. So let's listen to what this freak of a female has to say. So she's trying to cop a plea and make excuses for her behavior, and saying that, you know, she's the victim in this situation. Okay, and they, like, once again, they blanked out her face and allowed her to do this interview and keep her name anonymous, even though, once again, when she was on the camera busting it open, she wasn't trying to be anonymous in that video. So let's listen to what she has to say about it.
To be a victim of revenge porn.
I made some poor decisions throughout my relationship, and it's now come back and haunting me.
No. A poor decision is when you eat a bunch of apples or a bunch of peanuts knowing that they're a diuretic, and then you're stuck in traffic and now you have to go to the bathroom. That's a poor decision. Taking your clothes off in an elementary school classroom is worse than a poor decision. Dora the Explorer. Okay? So that's what she kind of reminds me of, is Dora the Explorer. But I'm calling her Hora the Explorer. All right? And she's out here exposing herself in the classroom. That's not just poor decision making. So now she's making the excuse that this is all revenge porn, that she sent those videos to her boyfriend or whatever, and he put them out there for the public to see. And now that she's making it sound like she's the victim in this situation. No one told you to do that. Let's listen to what she says some more. Then I'm gonna get in on her in a second. Let me play what she has to say.
A former elementary music teacher at Lamar CISD is speaking out in hopes of clearing her name. She did admit to taking the sexually explicit video while at school to send to her boyfriend at the time, but says he exposed her because she no longer wants to stay in the relationship and financially support him.
He said, okay, you want to go down this route? I will send you out any pictures or videos that you had sent to me to the school.
The woman alleges she was one of many girlfriends the man had, and all fell victim to his lies. She claims her ex-boyfriend lost a job and was living out of the car that they bought together.
That was the relationship that me and him had, and he was like, you know, it would be hot as if you did this. It was all like pressuring me to do things. And
I don't want to listen to that. I'm not into this whole playing the victim and you trying to make it seem like it was your trifling ass boyfriend that made you take your clothes off at the school. Okay. Now, if he did
not doing nothing,
you gotta wonder about what type of man it is. What type of man is turned on by a woman taking her clothes off in an elementary school class? I know I'm not, but you know, once again, I don't believe that. I don't believe that nonsense. Her lawyer probably told her to say that because her lawyer told her that people are going to be coming after you, because she didn't know anything about this whole situation until she saw the press conference where the black people of that district were exposing her nasty ass. So her lawyer probably told her, just lie and say your boyfriend made you do this, or it's revenge porn or whatever. So that way you can look like the victim and everyone will feel sympathy for you. I have no sympathy for this woman. None whatsoever. No one told you to be busting your ass open at school. Okay? All right? You knew better than to do that. You're an adult. You know damn well you're not supposed to be making sexual content at the school. What the hell is wrong with you? And there's got to be something wrong with her. Like the brother said, she needs psychotropic medication. You know, she does need something. She needs to be in jail. That's where she needs to be.
Right.
Because at this point, we don't know. As of now, we don't know if she's touched any of these kids or harmed any of these kids. But exposing your ass like that and exposing your private parts like that, what if the kids were to see that online somewhere?
Right.
What if they saw the uncensored video online or saw even the censored video on Twitter, right? Seeing your nasty ass on screen like that. So, in my opinion, she needs to be locked up for that, and she definitely needs to not have any more teaching jobs after this. I don't give a damn about this whole revenge porn scenario that she's trying to make up and trying to make us like she's just abused and taken advantage of by this mean old man. I don't want to hear that. Victor didn't make you pull your panties down and expose yourself to the world, Cora the Explorer. I don't want to hear that shit. So you folks let me know how you feel about it in the comments section. I very much like to hear your opinions on this story. Anyway, this is Mad Black, and I will be back with my foot on a devil's back.
Right. That shit is hilarious.
I'm Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation.
This woman obviously had lost her dad. She pulls out her breast and she's juggling them. Look like she's about to fall over. Then she bends over and pulls down her panties. Spreads her cheeks. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's on the video. I'm not sure if it was a love triangle or not.
But she the one that sent the video.
Let me say this. I wouldn't give a damn if she was having problems with her boyfriend or girlfriend. It just didn't go well.
Don't bring it to the
What
school.
happened in the classroom? You in the classroom where you teach your students doing this madness? Whatever problems you got going on with your spouse is irrelevant and immaterial. What that filth that you're doing in the classroom is what you must be held accountable for.
She should have did that in her own bedroom, not here at the school. Period.
A few moments later.
Former teacher admits she recorded explicit videos of herself inside a Lamar CISD school, but says those videos were meant for her ex-boyfriend's eyes only.
Now she claims he is using the video as so-called revenge porn.
How Lamar CISD had opened an investigation based on the release of 2 videos shot inside Gray Elementary by a former teacher who now admits it was a big mistake.
It was a poor judgment on my part. I would never do it again.
We're not identifying the former teacher because she hasn't been charged with a crime.
If she would do this in the classroom, what else will she do?
She claims the videos were either shot on a Sunday when she stopped by the school to pick something up or in a restroom with no one else around, and were only shared with an ex-boyfriend with whom she's gone through a very bad breakup.
I've never sent this out to thousands of men. Like, I'm not that type of person. This was just a relationship, a private matter, and he released it.
Yo, YouTube, what's going on? Trey back again, hit y'all in a video. Hope y'all having a very great day. Hope y'all having a very great week. My day is going absolutely magnificent. Big shout out to all the channel members and subscribers of the Trey King Show family. And much love to each and every last one of you all. And you all know what today is. Yes, today is not Thirsty Thursday. Today is Freaky Friday. And we have a hell of a freaky story right here. So as you all may know how we get down on Freaky Friday, one thing I need you all to do right now is get those sweet, precious, badass kids out the room right now so we can go and break the story down and see what's really going on at Lamar CISD and also in the mind of this helper. Get those kids out the room. Go ahead. Ooh, anyway, hopefully those kids out the room by now. If those kids are not out the room by now, tough double titty. And since today is Freaky Friday, guess what? If it didn't matter to this teacher, it don't matter to me also. All sides matter. Come as you are. Today we're talking about fat cats and jugs. Yes, we're going to start it off just like that. Now, we have a teacher out of Houston, Texas, who has recently made headlines after a video circulated online showing her in a classroom busting it wide open. And also inside of this restroom at this school. And the school is an elementary school. Now, this woman, we don't have her name. I wish I did. But at the same time, the reason why we don't have her name it's because they said
we're not identifying the former teacher because she hasn't been charged with a crime.
She is not charged with a crime. She should be charged with aggravated stupidity. And she should also be charged with a crime after you all hear this story, because what person in their right mind goes to a school and do this type of mess after all things that are going on across this country inside of these schools? Now, this teacher, we don't have her name once again, she said that her boyfriend leaked the video.
Says those videos were meant for her ex-boyfriend's eyes only.
Now she claims he is using the video as so-called revenge porn.
So I'm going to ask you this. If your boyfriend leaked the video, because we have a law in the state of Texas about revenge porn, if you're caught using revenge porn to get back at somebody else, no matter what the reason is, chances are your ass will be arrested. So, ma'am, let me ask you this. Why isn't your boyfriend arrested? Why has his name not been made public? At least we can kind of like verify your story. But at the same time, it still don't make it right what you done. Now, this woman who goes by the name of H, that's all I can say, basically reached out to the news station. And we have a lot of people reaching out to these news stations. But if you're going to reach out to these news stations, guess what? Please tell the damn truth. Also, she stated that her boyfriend released the videos and her boyfriend are no longer together. Now, just to do a little backtrack, this incident took place earlier this year in February. And you might be saying, well, Trey, why is it taking so long for it to come out now? Because the videos were just made public just Wednesday. So, Miss Lady, you mean to tell me your alleged boyfriend held on to those videos from all the way from February all up to just a few days ago, a few weeks ago, and then decided to leak the video? That don't make no damn sense. Now, think about this, family. What person in their right mind, that's an educator, that's a teacher, goes to a school on a Sunday? Because this helpful wants you all to think, as you often hear right now.
She claims the videos were either shot on a Sunday when she stopped by the school to pick something up or in a restroom with no one else around.
That she went to this school on a Sunday. And the reason why she allegedly came to Lamar CSID on that Sunday was to retrieve some items. So, ma'am, once again, why did you not retrieve the items and leave? And also, when did you thought about that item? Because guess what? You have Friday, you have Saturday. So why did you not go up there Saturday? So what made you think Sunday was a good idea to go to this school? Because it seemed to me, if you really needed something that bad, you would have went, what? Yes, Saturday and got it. But she wanted us to believe that it was Sunday. And the reason why she wants to think that she came up there on a Sunday is because it may save face. And also, it wasn't no kids at the school on a Sunday, as if that still make it right. But we have to remember that she did 2 videos. Now, the first video took place inside the classroom, as you all see the still image. So we have one video inside the classroom where she busted it wide open, basically juggling her breast, bending over, butt naked, as Cornell X finna say right now.
She pulls out her breasts and she's juggling them. Look like she about to fall over. Then she bends over and pulls down her panties. Spreads her cheeks. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's on the video.
Now, reach out to Cornell X and also Candace Matthews. And I love the way Cornell X broke it down when he said that she was standing there and all you seen was just cellulite and pubic hair every damn where. And then he goes on further to say that she was juggling her breast, looked like she was about to fall over. That right there was enough to make me laugh right there. And also, ma'am, how are you going to be sitting up here taking pictures and videos and you ain't got a lick of ass? You flat as a pancake. Maybe that's the reason why your boyfriend wanted to break up with you. But back to the story. Now, family, think about this. What person, what educator, what teacher goes to their school on a Sunday to retrieve an item and then turn around and start making porn videos inside the classroom and then proceed to go to the bathroom to make more videos? But at the same time, ma'am, you stated that when you did this video inside the bathroom, wasn't nobody inside the bathroom.
She claims the videos were either shot on a Sunday when she stopped by the school to pick something up or in a restroom with no one else around.
So you also stated that, ma'am, before then, that you took this video on a Sunday. So how can somebody be in the bathroom on a Sunday, a child that is, when kids don't even go to school on Sundays? You get what I'm saying? Was it an adult in there or was it adults at the school? Because your story is not making any sense. And once again, it does not sound right what you are telling us. Because on one hand, you are telling us that all this is over revenge porn, when at the same time, you know it's dead wrong what you've done. Because we have a lot of mess going on all across this country inside of these schools. So you already know that wasn't a smart idea. But evidently, you're not too smart. So I guess you think we're not also. So how can you sit there, man, with a straight face and tell the news station that the videos were leaked by your boyfriend and it's revenge porn, but at the same time, he is not arrested? That's number one. And number two, what educator, like I said earlier, come to the school on a Sunday to retrieve an item and then start busting it wide open, start making porn videos? So ask yourself this, family, today. Does what she's saying make sense to you? Because it damn sure don't make any sense to me. Because number one, if it was really revenge porn, you have your boyfriend name. Why is he not arrested? And also, ma'am, even if it is revenge porn, why would you take your ass to the school and start getting naked inside this classroom and also inside the bathroom? And the only thing you could tell us was that it was on a Sunday and you came up there to retrieve something. And what all that sounds like to me is a bunch of lies, because what decent person does that? Now, she says that she is not the type of person. She is basically a good person. But once again, I understand people want to, you know, make videos for their spouse or whatnot. I understand people may take pictures or whatnot, but it's the time and the place for everything. How do you leave your home and go right to this school and have us try to believe it's on a Sunday, but then turn around and start making pornographic videos for your boyfriend? Like, you couldn't wait till you got home. So that's the reason why that I think personally, I don't have no proof, but I think personally that this was during school days, during school hours. And the reason why I said that is because this incident took place around school hours, but we don't know if it was on school days or whatnot. So I'm gonna ask you all this once again before I dig deep into the story. Do you think she did this during school hours, during school days? Because that's exactly what I believe, because what she's saying does not make any sense. But anyway, we'll break the rest down as I read a snippet from this story. I'm going to read a quick snippet from this story, and I'm going to give my opinion, all of it. Surely, as we go. Former Texas teacher admits to filming explicit videos at school for ex-boyfriend. And once again, that's what she says, because if it's revenge porn, why isn't his ass arrested? Think about that also. If you know we have a law in Texas about revenge porn, and you're telling the world now, finally, after you've been exposed, that your boyfriend released said tapes, why isn't your boyfriend under arrest? So at least we could try to like corroborate your story. So man, once again, it sounds like that you're making all this up. It sounds like that, you know, I don't know who you took the video for, but at the same time, I believe honestly, this was during school hours, because what you're saying, again, does not make any sense. It may make sense to you, but it don't make any sense to me. Anyway, a Texas elementary school teacher is under investigation for filming sexually explicit videos of herself inside her classroom and also inside the damn restroom. And man, once again, I understand that, you know, that maybe you thought you looked a certain way, but how can you sit up there, number one, and make these type of videos inside of a school, and then you got your damn school ID badge showing, your teacher badge? I mean, does that make any damn sense? And I wish I can just clear that badge up once again so we can at least have a name for you. But I'm not going to release your name because you're not charged with any criminal charge. So let me ask you this, family. Do you think this heifer should have been charged with something? Because it should have a law. Because why would you do this at a school? It ought to be a law against that. You feel what I'm saying? So anyway, let's continue. The woman who has not been charged with a crime was a music teacher at Gary Elementary in Lamar School District at Fort Bend County near Houston, according to the damn story. And it's a sad damn shame, ma'am, that number one, that you would sit up here and do this at a school, but it's even more worse, the fact that you would sit up here and place the blame on somebody else, as if you cannot see the wrong that you already done. What you did wrong, ma'am, number one, was doing this at a damn public school, an elementary school. Wouldn't matter if it was middle school or even a high school. You get what I'm saying? School is not the place for that. So all that what you're trying to tell the news station and all that you're trying to feed us, that does not make any sense, because guess what? You're still wrong, whether or not, because you are the adult and you have a choice to do this or not. And you chose to do this. So you can place the blame on who you want to. But at the end of the day, guess what? You're still at fault. And also, even more importantly, where's this imaginary boyfriend that you said released the damn tapes? And also, why isn't his ass arrested? You get what I'm saying? Anyway, let's continue. Now, she resigned in February for undisclosed reasons. Now, if you resigned in February for undisclosed reason, what was those reasons? And also, ma'am, I know it's your business, but at the same time, your business is public now. So why don't you resign back in February? Because you look so happy at this school. You look just so dedicated. I mean, if you come into the school on a Sunday, now let's think, family, let's think. If you come into a school on a Sunday to pick up some items, it sounds like to me that you're very dedicated about your job, that you love being at the school. So if you were coming up there on a Sunday taking videos and all that, why did you resign in February? Maybe it was something else going on that we don't know about. Maybe it was something going on in your personal life, or maybe it's some information that Gary Elementary and Lamar is not telling the public. And once again, I agree exactly with Cornell X and also Candace Matthews. You should not be a teacher. They ought to take your license away, your credentials away, and also keep you from around these damn children. Anyway, let's go and close up. Gary Elementary in the Lamar school area claims it wasn't aware of the shocking videos until Wednesday, when a sensitive video of the teacher who is wearing her school ID in the clips began to surface online. And the videos is out there. But I'm gonna tell you this right here. You ain't gonna miss nothing. It ain't nothing to even see. Only you'll see some big titties and a fat hairy cat. That's all it is. That's all it is. I mean, damn, I had to say it. Anyway, let's go and close up because somebody got mad and jealous of that. And just like Cornell X told y'all in the beginning of the video, it says the teacher can be seen flashing her bare breasts and buttocks in the camera in one video that appears to be inside the classroom. In another video that shows her stripping down inside the damn bathroom, taking all her clothes off, bending over, showing it from the back and every damn thing. And ma'am, I don't know where you got that kitty cat from, but damn, you need to go take that thing back. That thing is too damn big. I mean, let's just be for real. And now in closing, we're going to end the video on what this health have to say. So let's hear her excuse. She tells the news station it was poor judgment on my part. She told the news station. And then she goes on further to say, I would never do it again, as you all said at the bottom. And ma'am, you damn right you ain't going to do it again. Because guess what? You're not going to be a teacher much longer because they're going to take your license. And what made you even think this was a good idea, ma'am? And then you have the nerve once again in closing to tell us, to tell the world, ma'am, that it was on a Sunday. But then you also backtracked and said that the video that you took in the bathroom wasn't nobody in the bathroom. But think about this. Like I told you all earlier in the video, what students be at the school on a Sunday? So quite naturally, when nobody be in the bathroom. So why would you even say that? So that's why I'm led to believe that all this happened, yes, during regular school days. We already know it's during school hours. So let me ask you all this, family, in closing. Once again, do you think that she did this during school days? And also, why do you think that she's not charged with any kind of crime? Because quite naturally, she doing this at a school, and we got the video. Y'all have some kind of crime against that. And once again, why do you all think the boyfriend has not been made public? Why isn't the boyfriend is not arrested? Because also, we have a law in Texas against revenge porn. So why is he not arrested? So at least we can say, okay, even though she was wrong, she did not send this to no child. She did not make this just public out in the open like that because it's revenge porn. But at the same time, where is he at? Why is he not arrested? Anyway, you all let me know what you think about this story. If there's anything I may have missed or misinformed, which is not my true intent, please let me know in the comment section, or you can email me. We can talk about it more there. If you like the video, push that like button. If you like the video, subscribe to the channel, become a channel member. Also, share the video with your family and friends. Until next time, you all stay blessed, and I'll see y'all soon on next Trey King Show. And guess what?
All right, babe. Bye.
I'm out. All right.
Okay. Be careful.
Twin.
Let me know when you get back. Be safe. All right. Yeah, that shit was crazy, right? All right. Okay. Yes, you must be watching it too. All right. Yeah. We're gonna go to the. Let's see. I'll do 2 more, okay? And we'll have to come back. I set it up for another time. And plus, I'm gonna try to do the radio show too. Let me see. 2 more. I want to get into the Colorado shit, but let's do 2 more. Okay. Let's see. All right. This is a Professor Black Truth. Just everybody want to know what's going on with this Trump shit. So, let's see. There you go. Didn't happen. Did I delete vaccine? Come on, cuz I didn't do that. Did I? Let's see. All right. Let's see. I have to pull it back up. Just give me 1 second. We'll do a couple of little ones. I don't know what's going on.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals.
And
Like
by
that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time.
That was
As of yesterday, Governor Chrissy Noem facing a ban from all 9 of South Dakota's tribal communities. The Landry Santee Sioux tribe becoming the final tribe to bar the governor.
In continuing coverage, this latest ban comes on the heels of a news conference in Pierre, where the governor appeared to double down on the very rhetoric tribes took offense to, such as comments about Mexican cartels operating on South Dakota reservations. The Landry Santee Sioux tribe is asking the governor to clarify her statements as well as issue an apology to the tribes. While eyes have been on watching these bans progress, those outside of South Dakota, turns out they're watching as well. First Alert investigator Beth Warden brings us the perspective from Oklahoma.
With the ninth and final tribe to ban Governor Kristi Noem, some may be asking what's next and how could this affect tribal sovereignty nationwide? We talked to tribal law experts to bring you their insight. In South Dakota, Lakota Law Project attorney Chase Iron Eyes is in contact with tribal leadership.
The Great Plains Tribal Chair Association is going to meet very soon. Tribal leaders are certainly gathering and are trying to be effective, competent administrators, at the same time dream big on how to rebuild our nations. That work is happening.
Representative Sean Bordeaux of Mission says, I'm thankful for the people of the Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe for their stance with the other tribes in the state. He stands with the tribes too, asking Governor Noem for an apology. In Oklahoma, the lieutenant governor of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and attorney Herschel Gorman is supporting the tribes as relatives. He also believes if Governor Noem wants to escalate the situation, it would be in the form of lawsuits.
To look at the ramifications at something like this, of how this could affect all tribes across the country, especially with the current Supreme Court that we have, right? I mean, it's a very, very, very conservative court.
A Supreme Court decision could change the stance of the tribes being considered a race versus a nation, which could drastically change the landscape nationwide. Gorham offers his support to South Dakota tribal members.
Exercise your conservative support.
A Supreme Court decision could change the stance of the tribes being considered a race versus a nation, which could drastically change.
They'd be considered a race versus a nation. Ponder that, because they kind of doesn't conflict with us, but we're doing, we're obviously asking for lineage-based reparations, right? So, and when we talk about Native Americans, $5 Indians, whatever some of the tribes, doesn't matter. How they got reparations, they got land, they got money, they got protections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Why do you have to do this now? Like, that's my next question. Like, why do you have to? I mean, what was wrong with tribal, like, instead of a nation? What was wrong with a nation, like tribal nation, versus now you're a tribal race? Like, what? Why now do you have to change it? I think I feel like I need to back that truck up a little bit, just so I can see.
Tribe for their stance with the other tribes in the state. He stands with the tribes too, asking Governor Noem for an apology. In Oklahoma, the lieutenant governor of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and attorney Herschel Gorman is supporting the tribes as relatives. He also believes if Governor Noem wants to escalate the situation, it would be in the form of lawsuits.
To look at the ramifications at something like this, of how this could affect all tribes across the country, especially with the current Supreme Court that we have, right? I mean, it's a very, very, very conservative court.
A Supreme Court decision could change the stance of the tribes being considered a race versus a nation, which could drastically change the landscape nationwide. Gorham offers his support to South Dakota tribal members.
Exercise your tribal sovereignty, stick with what you believe, continue to teach your children, your grandchildren, all your cultural.
I kind of got
all 9 of South Dakota's tribal communities. The Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe becoming the final tribe to bar the governor.
In continuing coverage, this latest ban comes on the heels of a news conference in Pierre, where the governor appeared to double down on the very rhetoric tribes took offense to, such as comments about Mexican cartels operating on South Dakota reservations. The Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe is asking the governor to clarify her statements as well as issue an apology to the tribes. While eyes have been on watching these bans progress, those outside of South Dakota, turns out they're watching as well. First Alert investigator Beth Warden brings us the perspective from Oklahoma.
With the 9th and final tribe to ban Governor Kristi Noem, some may be asking what's next and how could this affect tribal sovereignty nationwide? We talked to tribal law experts to bring you their insight. In South Dakota, Lakota Law Project attorney Chase Iron Eyes is in contact with tribal leadership.
The Great Plains Tribal Chair Association is going to meet very soon. Tribal leaders are certainly gathering and are trying to be effective, competent administrators, at the same time dream big on how to rebuild our nations. That work is happening.
Representative Sean Bordeaux of Mission says, I'm thankful for the people of the Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe for their stance with the other tribes in the state. He stands with the tribes too, asking Governor Noem for an apology. In Oklahoma, the lieutenant governor of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and attorney Herschel Gorman is supporting the tribes as relatives. He also believes if Governor Noem wants to escalate the situation, it would be in the form of lawsuits.
To look at the ramifications that something like this, of how this could affect all tribes across the country, especially with the current Supreme Court that we have, right? I mean, it's a very, very, very conservative court.
A Supreme Court decision could change the stance of the tribes being considered a race versus a nation, which could drastically change the landscape nationwide. Gorham offers his support to South Dakota tribal members.
Exercise your tribal sovereignty, stick with what you believe, continue to teach your children, your grandchildren, all your cultural and your language.
Back in South Dakota, Iron Eyes says there can be hope, and it's in the hands of Governor Noem.
I believe that every human being is redeemable, but she's getting what she deserves. And if she wants to further poke the bear and awaken the sleeping giant that is Indian country, I mean, that's at her discretion, and that's her prerogative.
In Sioux Falls, Beth Warden, Dakota News Now.
Governor Noem responding to the bans today, saying, quote, "It is my hope tribal leadership will take the opportunity to work with me to be an example of how cooperation is better for all people rather than political attacks." You can see her full statement over at Dakota News Now.
That bitch got scared.
Were you recently injured in a car accident?
That's what it sounds like to me. All right. Yeah, no, it sounded like she got a little upset. She got a little scared. Let's see. All right. Let's talk about Biden's little Biden's order. Yeah. Okay, no, wait. I want to talk about this first. Let's talk about Mexico. They had a new
We're learning more about why so many Mexican citizens didn't get to cast their ballots on Sunday's election. The Mexican consulate in LA say it wasn't just the number of voters that caught them off guard,
but it actually was how long it took each and every person to vote. NBC4's Karma Dickerson has been following this story since it broke. She joins us live with an update you're seeing for the first time on 4. Karma.
Super odd.
Yes, well, we can now confirm that less than 1/3 of the people that the Mexican consulate here in LA said were going to be able to vote at this location Sunday were actually able to do so. And if you take a look, numbers give some context to what we were dealing with on the ground. Now, it helps explain some of that that chaos while we were covering the local consulate. People turned out expecting to vote and ended up waiting hours. We can now confirm the majority of people who should have been able to cast a ballot were not able to do so. Going into the election throughout the day Sunday, the Mexican consulate in LA reported 1,362 people were pre-registered to vote. They said they had an additional 1,500 ballots for those who had not registered. However, of that about 2,800 person capacity, only 840 people were actually able to vote in person in Los Angeles Sunday. That's less than 1/3 of what the consulate estimated. They tell NBC4 they underestimated not just demand, but how long it would actually take for people to cast a ballot. They tell us their simulations were based on 4 minutes per voter. However,
we had some cases where people were in front of the voting machine up to 15 minutes.
Just like that.
Still, NBC4 observed 9 voting machines in use at the Los Angeles consulate at about 4 p.m. And we did the math based on voting machine capacity and the 10-hour voting window. And even with the consulate's best case scenario, that would have potentially left over 1,000 people unable to vote. Sunday was the first time Mexican citizens abroad have been able to vote in person at a consulate for president. And going forward,
I think we have to think of voting centers.
I'm like,
I mean,
why?
not doing this in the consulate, where we can have much bigger facilities where we can put much more computers, because right now the Mexican law doesn't allow us to organize this outside of the consulate. So we have some legal restraints that we have to take care of.
And the numbers and images we showed you are just what happened at the consulate here in Los Angeles. Keep in mind, there was voting going on in San Bernardino and also at the consulate in Santa Ana. They had similar experiences, essentially having a capacity of about 2,000 people that was supposed to be available, but only 700 people voting in general at each of those 2 locations. And going forward, the consulate also points out that people have the option to vote by mail or electronically. In the future, they suggest people take advantage of those options. Reporting live, I'm Karma Dickerson, NBC4
I
News.
never heard of them being
Recordings
for them
just got better.
being able to vote.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recording.
If you really want to see,
Not to mention, let me just stop right there. But not to mention that, I mean, like, what the fuck was the point of coming over here? You know, when you come over here, that's it. That's your ass. You're over here. Like, I didn't know you could just go ahead and participate in your actual country's presidential election. Why would you want to? You're all the way over here. You know, I didn't know they could do that. So this is fucking crazy right there, right? I didn't know they could do that. I was like, well, so much for, you know, wanting to be wanting to be over here working and whatnot, you know, with your family, building a whole fucking family. Yeah, but why would they do that? I had never heard anybody voting over here at the consulate in the other country's election, you know. And trust me, you can't convince me that everybody just wants to vote. Like, you gotta have a reason. Like, there's gotta be something in it. So why would people go to, since when? Like, did I miss something? Like, I think I've been alive as long, you know, for a couple rounds of voting. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that everybody be. I mean, like, this is the first time I've ever seen it, even on the news. Like, I've had many other elections where, you know, different elections. They're not saying, oh, everybody was gathered at the consulate and just dropping votes. People were there. And plus, what's wrong with somebody being in line for 15 fucking minutes at a booth? Like, maybe they want to make the right decision. Maybe they don't want to do no comfort voting like we do here in the United States. I mean, I don't know. But I'm like, what is the point of being here if you're going to vote at the consulate? So these are questions I have because I don't really understand. And I didn't know we could do that, or that people could do that if they were, you know, from another country, to go vote in their actual country of origins elections. Like, what the fuck are you doing here then? You're going to be making decisions. You know, you're making decisions like you're going home, which knowing goddamn well you're not going home. So what's the point? Like, why would you do that? Glad you're not voting in our races, but still, I mean, I'm doubting that these people are just dying to go put in a vote. They're dying to be outside, just waiting. Like, oh my God, I gotta vote. I've never voted in my life, but right now it's an opportunity. I gotta go drop my vote. Come on, cause like, but elections work like everywhere else. You know, they say your vote matters, but obviously they got an agenda. So, I mean, come on now. Like, it's ridiculous. I'm really sure you're going to make me believe. You're going to have me believe, like, I'm going to struggle. Like, you want me to believe that these Mexican nationals that are over here just had to be in California, had to be right there at the consulate, waiting in the hot-ass sun with another fucking 1,500 people just waiting. Can't pee, can't eat, can't move, but waiting to drop that fucking vote for this Mexican president that's coming up, a lady. Come on now. For real? You don't even live there. Why the fuck does it matter? Even if your family's there, they know how to get it, how they live. That's why they stayed there. What are you doing? Like, you just, oh, man, I wanted to vote in America, but couldn't do it. So I guess I'm just going to wait. And all of a sudden, the consulate's going to open, and they're going to let me in. And I'm going to drop my one vote for this broad I never met, have barely heard her politics, only see it on Univision. Come on, cuz, for real? You're not going to get me to believe that bullshit. I can't do it. I just can't. It sounds like some bullshit. But why? I didn't even know it was possible. And now they're like, from now on, okay. All right. All right. So here we go. We got this next one. This is about the new president. Wait. It's this one. This one. Okay.
Let's bring in our NBC4 political contributor, Dr. Fernando Guerra. He's the founding director of the Center for the Study of Los Angeles.
Dr. Guerra, let's talk about the winner to begin with. She's been called an intellect, studied in America. She's bilingual, fluent in English. Her family lives in Santa Monica. What does her presidency look like, do you think, at this point?
She's not even Mexican.
Well, number one, it's a long transition period. It's twice as long as it is in the United States. She's got 6 months before she takes over. Number two, she'll obviously have a honeymoon.
Let's bring in our NBC4 political contributor, Dr. Fernando Guerra. He's the founding director of the Center for the Study of Los Angeles.
Dr. Guerra, let's talk about the winner to begin with. She's been called an intellect, studied in America. She's bilingual, fluent in English. Her family lives in Santa Monica. What does her presidency look like, do you think, at this point?
Well, number one, it's a long transition period. It's twice as long as it is in the United States. She's got 6 months before she takes over. Number two, she'll obviously have a honeymoon period where people will give her the benefit of the doubt. Number three, she actually starts her term at the same time that, relatively the same time that either President Biden will start his second term or Donald Trump will start his second term. And, you know, the quick question is going to be, to what degree will she separate herself from her mentor, AMLO, the current president? And the other aspect that really contextualizes how successful she'll be is the fact that she's got a supermajority. And that's a concern for many, in that the Morena party that she's from not only won the presidency with her candidacy, but they also won both chambers of the of Congress, a lot of governorships and a lot of state legislative seats. And Wall Street didn't particularly like that. The peso dropped 4% against the dollar today because of her victory.
Yeah.
Interesting. Dr. Guerra, border issues and cartel violence are some of those top issues for voters here in the U.S. How does it plan on tackling these issues? What's her plan? And what could be some of those challenges that she's going to be facing while trying to tackle those?
Yeah, I mean, the number one concern for Americans when we talk about Mexico is always the...
I feel like this broad is from California, or she has roots here in California. I mean, she went to school, she's educated in California, family still live in California. You know, California voting at the consulate. The party she's representing, you know, pretty much won all the little spots down there, which means there's money and bribes going out. I mean, we're talking about this in California. She's in Mexico. Mexico, you know, if you've been to Mexico, right? And you've been around all kinds of shit, you know, Mexico is like that's narco country. That's narco country. Theories that I'll get into that later. The narco country. I speak Spanish. It's like one of my 5 languages. Learned it off the television when I was 16 years old. I speak slang Spanish, right? Like street Spanish. But that's governed by the federales and cartels, like, for the most part. You know what I mean? Small businesses, things like that. But other shit is run by, like, drugs fund that, you know? But that's big money going out there. That's big money paying for those spots. I mean, that's big promises, big bribes, you know what I mean? It's worse. Because she's not running for office here. You know, she went to school, so think about it. She went to school here in California, so why wouldn't she be able to run for office here? there's got to be a play where she's running for play or something, where she's running for office in Mexico. And it sounds so she's like Jewish and Mexican American Jewish. Like that's an odd little combination. But the fact that there's all these tragedies happening, like literally there was a fucking earthquake or a fucking thunderstorm or some crazy shit that happened in Mexico. Same time was they're running for office, running for presidency, and somebody got hurt and killed. You know what I mean? And then just too much going on. So as I said, this money is like whoever funds that particular party guaranteed a whole bunch of winners. I mean, it sounded like they just did a whole complete, party takeover on all the little on all the available seats, which will offer power. Also, too, it's quite dangerous. I mean, you're in Mexico, like, twisted family. That's a woman. That's a woman. So, if you see her, she doesn't look like she's gonna be kicking ass. So, if anything, when people want stuff done, they're not above not going and doing some shit to get things
the border and immigration. It's number 1, 2, and 3. And of course, it's closely tied also with the drug and the drug cartels. Let's be very clear. The number one reason why Mexico has a narco economy and problem is because of the consumption of drugs in America. That is what causes the drug trade to exist. You need a partner to trade with, and that's American consumers who every time they use drugs, they are causing issues in Mexico. And so to deal with the problem, obviously you're dealing with the after effects in Mexico. The real problem is in the United States and our drug use. If we could curtail that, we would solve a lot of problems in Mexico. But nonetheless, Mexico has to deal with it. Sheinbaum was very successful as mayor of Mexico City in terms of curtailing crime. Crime declined dramatically under her governance, and mostly because of new tax that she took. Many think that it would be too expensive to do nationwide what she was able to do in Mexico City. It is the number one issue in Mexico, though.
So, Dr. Garrett, what then would be her first order of business if crime is such a big issue?
No, number one, it is crime. How to deal with it. When she was mayor of Mexico, one of the first things she did was to revamp the police department, and in fact, did an executive order where half of new police officers had to be women. And her hypothesis, which is proven true, is that women were less likely to be corrupted, women were less likely to be violent, women were less likely to be bought off by the drug cartels. So that was number one. Number two, also to start looking at the origins of crime and focus a lot on community development and community policing.
All it takes is a fucking man to run up on you and get you in a motherfucking corner and threaten the fucking life out of you. And man, trust me, it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck what they say. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. There's no way. Think about it. Man, come up there to you, you're just mobbing around thinking you just Billy Badass and such a politician. There's nothing bad's gonna happen to you. Come on, cuz this is ran by federales and fucking narcos, right? Drug money. Look, without America's money, we don't get Mexico's drugs and guns. Okay, so just think about it like that. It's a business, okay? So you mean if the United States decide they want to clean their fucking act up and everybody go cold turkey, which is unforeseeable, that means we're not buying nothing like as far as drugs or any of the fucking crime things that they got going on over there in Mexico. Don't believe the hype, right? And we're not paying for it or whatever. It's not coming over. We don't have no drugs. We don't have no fucking no weapons. None of that shit that we get from them, right? Then they're just gonna let that go, right? Because they're good on money. Right. They're good on fucking protections and shit. No, fucking somewhere there's probably unsaid shit where we get crime, we get their drugs, we get their weapons, we get some of their degenerates. Yeah, we leave the border a little open and motherfuckers creep in and it's like, oh, right. We get some criminals and whatnot. They turn up our shit. They put people, drugs just magically fall in the fucking in all the areas that you allow everybody that's on the lower end, black people, et cetera, anybody other than ritzy white folk, get on drugs and fucking whatever, go on little weird sprees, like crime sprees, and we just doing the most, and they're locking us up, but they getting all this funding to like stop the drug user, curtail mental health, right? Because without fucking Mexico's help or China's or anywhere else that'll fucking come through a port or fucking tunnel or anything like that, fucking aerodrome, okay, that any of that, you really think that they're just gonna be sliding? Oh yeah, no, we don't want your millions of dollars to give us, on the low. We don't want none of that. Go ahead, keep that to yourself. You go ahead. You just go cold turkey right now. Don't worry about it. You can get no shipments of nothing. Nothing to fund your little street wars and create all this crime and drama. That you're going to go ahead and ask your government to fix and pocket that money because that's just what we do. No, yeah, right. Secondly, she's a woman, and even if you hired half the fucking police task force, half the fucking federales as fucking women, this just takes fucking a man, maybe two, to get up on a woman and fucking threaten the fuck out of her. Threaten to rape her, threaten to kill her children, cut her fucking hand off, throw some acid in her fucking face. She giving it up because she's corruptible. Hell yeah, she'll take that money payment. Hell yeah, she'll take that bribe. They're only paying so much, but man, the motherfucking cartel pay better. Of course they're corruptible. Of course they're scared. They have to be. You can't, like, come on, man. I'm a woman. I don't give a fuck how tough I am. It just take one motherfucker to be all up, maybe one strong ass motherfucking man I know I can't fucking take all up in my face, threatening the ugliest shit. And I'm like, do you think you got the heart? And as soon as I get in 5 minutes of 5 minutes of fucking yik yak with them, and I start to feel, I might feel some kind of way. It's a man, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, real men, are fucking bigger, stronger, heavier, dangerouser. A whole bunch of shit that they got going on. And if they really want to corrupt the motherfucker and force their will to have their way, trust and believe it. Don't matter what fucking type of fucking woman federale you got or woman police officer you got. There's no fucking way. I was gotta be like, yo, come with me over here. We're gonna chop it up with this bra real fast. And next thing you know, she ain't come to work again. She's on sabbatical. Who knows? It could be a real fucking dangerous situation. And the lady's the fucking president. So if one of them, say for example, everybody stop doing what they're doing, do you think the narcos are gonna build hospitals with? They need the money. You know what I mean? They need America's money. But what they gonna do? They gonna stop feeding the poor just because this broad want to look good because she's the president? You think they're gonna stop building hospitals and fucking feeding the poor people? Because that's what narcos do. Narcos do other shit. They're not just out there selling drugs. Feeding motherfuckers, building hospitals, freeways, grocery stores. They give it back to their own fucking community because, the government isn't doing it. Yeah, they're doing the most. They sure as fuck are doing the most. But they also take care of the fucking poor. They also take care of the poor. They also remain fucking, with out of sight, out of mind. No problems. There won't be no problems. It's written all over the motherfucking sheets that hang over the freeways. Real shit. So, I was just going to ignore that. They're right. All right. And dude was just keeping a even thing where they weren't making no real waves that had to be on the media.
a lot of what we talk about here in the United States.
Over there.
Irrespective of what the origins are of crime, as I mentioned earlier, you got to deal with it. It's number one. It's not only number one in Mexico or the United States. Around the world, what people look for is public safety. That's what they expect government to do, is to protect the typical citizen from crime and from the vagaries of civil society. And that is going to be her number one job, as it is the number one job for President Biden and for every leader of any nation.
All right. Dr. Guerra, thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
Has to be.
And our coverage of this historic election continues on air and online. McCall and Medina will have another live report from Mexico City at 6. We're learning more about why so many Mexican citizens didn't get to cast their ballots on Sunday's election. The Mexican consulate in LA say it wasn't just the number of voters that caught them off guard.
But it actually was how long it took each and every person to vote. NBC4's Karma Dickerson has been following this story since it broke. She joins us live with an update you're seeing for the first time on 4. Karma.
Yes, well, we can now confirm that less than 1/3 of the people that the Mexican consulate here in LA said were going to be able to vote at this location Sunday were actually able to do so. And if you take a look, numbers give some context to what we were dealing with on the ground. Now, it helps explain some of that context, that chaos while we were covering the local consulate. People turned out expecting to vote and ended up waiting hours. We can now confirm the majority of people who should have been able to cast a ballot were not able to do so. Going into the election throughout the day Sunday, the Mexican consulate in LA reported 1,362 people were pre-registered to vote. They said they had an additional 1,500 ballots for those who had not registered. However, of that about 2,800 person capacity, only 840 people were actually able to vote in person in Los Angeles Sunday. That's less than 1/3 of what the consulate estimated. They tell NBC4 they underestimated not just demand, but how long it would actually take for people to cast a ballot. They tell us their simulations were based on 4 minutes per voter. However,
we had some cases where people were in front of the voting machine up to 15 minutes.
I mean, you're really mad because the motherfucker want to make the right choice. But what the fuck are these people doing over here? I didn't know they could go in there and vote. Like, why are you here? You don't live here. Why are you voting? Our country you don't live in anymore. It's crazy. And like I said earlier, like, you can't convince me that because you can't vote in America's fucking elections, that you're just dying. You must fucking withhold on your vote. Because, man, that presidential election in Mexico is coming right up. You can't convince me of that. The motherfuckers just standing there. I can't wait to just cast my ballot. Come on, because people will forget. People got shit to do. Like, what is the incentive? How is this possible? And why are they here if you are voting in your other country for whatever fucking shit you're voting for? In your own country. Why are you here?
still, NBC4 observed 9 voting machines in use at the Los Angeles consulate at about 4 p.m. And we did the math based on voting machine capacity and the 10-hour voting window. And even with the consulate's best case scenario, that would have potentially left over 1,000 people unable to vote. Sunday was the first time Mexican citizens abroad have been able to vote in person at a consulate for president. And going forward,
I think we have to think of voting centers. I mean, not doing this in the consulate, where we can have bigger, much bigger facilities where we can put much more computers, because right now the Mexican law doesn't allow us to organize this outside of the consulate. So we have some legal restraints that we have to take care of.
And the numbers and images we showed you are just what happened at the consulate here in Los Angeles. Keep in mind, there was voting going on in San Bernardino and also at the consulate in Santa Ana. They had similar experiences, essentially having a capacity of about 2,000 people that was supposed to be available, but only 700 people voting in general at each of those two locations. And going forward, the consulate also points out that people have the option to vote by mail or electronically. In the future, they suggest people take advantage of those options. Reporting live, I'm Karma Dickerson, NBC4 News.
Made no sense. I didn't know it was possible. But why would you do it? Why wouldn't you just go home? You know what I mean? I'm sorry. 1 second, Ben. I forgot. All right. Let's see. All right, let's play this. Make sure I didn't have no more Mexican American news. I was just so fucking confused. I'm like, what in the fuck is happening? Man. Let's see. Hold on, family. I just want to look. Just make sure that I didn't miss let's see. All right. Yeah, it would be stupid. And of course, business will maintain as usual. Like I said, the Brown said she's not corruptible, but even if she was the mayor, presidency, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. If somebody wants something, they'll do what they got to do, you know?
At midnight tonight, the U.S.-Mexico border will officially be closed as part of President Biden's executive order on immigration.
The order prevents migrants from seeking asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border when crossings surge. Once the order goes into effect, Border Patrol officers can return migrants to Mexico or their home countries within hours or days. It is a dramatic election year move designed to ease pressure on the immigration system and show voters Biden is taking action on the border crisis.
But President Biden is getting pushback from both sides of the aisle. Mary Beth McDade live in the KTLA News Center with more on what the order means. Mary Beth.
Mike and Chair, many see this as quite the crackdown leading up to the November election. The president's executive order bars migrants who cross the southern border illegally from getting asylum. And those that do could face consequences, such as a 5-year ban from re-entering the U.S. and potential criminal prosecution.
This action will help us gain control of our border, restore order into the process.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order temporarily restricting migrants from seeking asylum when U.S. officials deem that the southern border is overwhelmed.
This ban will remain in place until the number of people trying to enter illegally is reduced to a level that our system can effectively manage.
The policy kicks in once the 7-day average for daily illegal crossings hits 2,500 and would reopen only after the figure drops to 1,500 for 7 days in a row and stays that way for 2 weeks. The last time it was below 2,500 was January 2021, Biden's first month in office. This December, it reportedly jumped to crisis levels of 10,000 per day, and now it's about 4,000.
Today, I'm announcing actions to bar migrants who cross our southern border unlawfully from receiving asylum. Migrants will be restricted from receiving asylum at our southern border unless they seek it after entering through an established lawful process.
While Biden says Republicans left him no choice to take such actions after not supporting a bipartisan border proposal, GOP leaders see this as a dramatic election year move, with the border being a major concern for voters.
It's window dressing. Everybody knows it. If he was concerned about the border, he would have done this a long time ago.
Humanitarian aid workers at the Tijuana-San Diego border are extremely concerned by the president's executive order.
What this announcement is doing is actually effectively attacking asylum, making it almost impossible for people to access that remedy and really violating our human rights.
Lawyers with the ACLU who stopped former President Donald Trump in 2018 from blocking asylum, plan to now go after Biden. They say it was unlawful under Trump and is no less illegal now. President Biden says that we'll continue to work closely with our Mexican neighbors and their new president-elect. For now, reporting live here in News Center, Mary Beth McDade. We'll send it back to you guys.
That sound like a
All right, Mary Beth, thank you.
Get a custom lip look that's true to you.
Oh, no.
With results that are smooth and natural looking. Keep it soft and subtle or go bold and plump.
Like
Results last up to 1 year with no maintenance.
Like
Learn more at juvederm.com. For important safety information and to find a licensed specialist, visit juvederm.com.
Biden now scrambling to address the migrant crisis long after saying he's done all he can do in the issue. President granting permits to several border towns today to, quote, expand and continue to maintain crossings, whatever that means. While the administration is set to announce executive action for the border by tomorrow, limiting asylum claims. An estimated 5 million illegal immigrants have now crossed the southwest border during Biden's presidency, as former President Trump declares the border a day one priority.
Why though? If you're over here, man.
Now I'm going to do the
over here.
big deportation.
Why
the biggest ever.
Well,
Eisenhower did
why
the
don't you
biggest.
go home and
This
vote?
would be bigger.
Look, you voted for
It's a very
Don't
tough
live over
thing.
there.
What they've done to our country is unthinkable that they could do this. And so many other things. I mean, like you go into New York, the kids can't have Little League games anymore. It sounds so trivial, right?
Why?
Because the migrants are living in the fields. They have all tents.
National Border Patrol Council Vice President Art Del Cueto joins us now. Art, would you please untangle for me what Biden is talking about? Is anything he's proposing, these maintaining crossings or these new executive orders, will it do anything to stem the flow of illegal migrants?
Look, it's quite a mess, and people need to understand that that mess was created by this administration. And if they were going to allow so many individuals to come into the country and ask for asylum, they surely had to have come up with a plan for those individuals that would not have an actual asylum claim. And once again, they didn't even plan for that. So when you start talking about mass deportations, that's obviously something that this administration should have thought of in the first place. Not everyone that's asking for asylum has a real asylum claim. In fact, the majority of them don't.
See?
So somebody's got a plan for them to go to the actual court case and show what their claim is. And unfortunately, you're just getting more smoke and mirrors by this current administration right now. I mean, you remember they had that FAST app at the border. That didn't work out. Again, I think it's just them reaching out, continuing to baffle the American public because they realize that, they created the mess and elections are coming up.
And the smoke and mirrors is what I want to parse through with you specifically right now. I saw a Wall Street Journal alert that indicated this executive action that Biden might be announcing later this week would potentially say, no more, I'm closing the border down. It's not going to have necessarily a threshold or a certain amount of, illegal migrants can cross per day. That seemed to be the discussion before. So what I'm hearing is there will be a lot of pushback to that. It's got to go through Congress. He needs money to be able to do it, and that it won't actually happen. So I see an election coming, a desperate president who's going to now flip-flop on his position, knowing that it can't actually be seen through. And this new policy that's coming out today is like he's drawing little drawbridges in places where the migrants will still know if they go to that spot, they can get over.
Right.
Right. And again, that's what it comes down to. It's just, hey, he's trying to show that he's doing something about it without actually doing something about it. And you're exactly right. Look, it's a bunch of backstepping now. He has to admit that the last administration actually had a lot more things under control. And he's going to have to go back to some of those policies in order to try to at least stop the flow. But the floodgates were opened by this administration, and stopping the flow isn't just what they need to concentrate on. They need to figure out, how do you get the individuals that are already here that you allowed to come in here back to their countries, or at least listen to their actual claims to see what claim they have. And they have no plan for that at all.
On a policy perspective, I'm curious, once they're here, do work permits help at least give them work, or does that then just encourage more illegal immigration?
I think it
I
incredible.
lost audio on that one. I did not hear your question.
Did you hear about, do work permits help, or does that just increase more illegal immigration?
I would close the fucking border. I would do a
I
lot.
think work permits would help if they go through the right process of receiving those permits. Obviously, you can't just make a blank statement and say, hey, just hand out the work permits. You can't hand out the work permits how you chose to hand out, catch and release forms at the end of the day. So you have to vet them correctly in order to get the things done properly.
Yeah, vetting seems to be the big X factor here that isn't working so well. Art, we got to leave it there. Good to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Right.
Thank you.
Recordings.
Just got better. Certain presidents in other countries are shut off their borders. And I was like, man, this sounds like something that Brandy said on the RVA. This is what I would do, and I would be like, man, come get your motherfuckers, send you a bill, shut that shit down, shut each border down, that way, you don't have that mass murder. But not like that, but why didn't they ever stop in any of the other countries? I had questions, remember? Tell you something I said on the RVA, run that beautiful beat footage back. I said it many times on the RVA. Yeah, it just sounded like a trick bag.
Here with us now is New York Republican Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. Congressman, welcome to the show.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for coming on. Now, as we mentioned before the break, the president expected to sign this executive order in a couple of days, limiting migrants into the U.S. from southern border. Why now and not earlier?
Well, that's a great question. I think it's the question that House Republicans have been asking since January of 2023. And of course, a little over a year ago when we put H.R. 2 on the books and sent it over to Chuck Schumer, which is and still the only piece of border legislation that actually has passed either side of the House and was probably and is the most comprehensive border security bill that we've seen. Why is he doing it now? I think that it's very simple. It's one word, and it's politics. It's Joe Biden has no interest in securing our southern border. He has no interest in keeping this country safe. What he's interested right now is trying to make sure that he is reelected because he's reviewing the polls. His team is reviewing the polls, and they even in places like blue states of New York, where Democrats historically do well, and places like my district, where Joe Biden won my district in 2020 by 16.5 points. And we've been reviewing polls this last week. And not only is Joe Biden not winning by anything near that, but he's actually losing to Donald Trump. So I think that's exactly why Joe Biden is trying to step up now.
But Congressman, we should mention there was a bipartisan border bill from the Senate. It's been blocked twice just this year. But every time Trump gets in front of a camera, he mentions the border crisis. So why aren't Republicans pushing legislation now to secure the border? They had chances this year.
Absolutely. And we have put legislation on the floor to secure the border. And quite frankly, that bipartisan piece of legislation that still cannot even make it out of the Senate was not a solution. It was a surrender. H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which we passed over a year ago, was one of the most comprehensive border security bills that this country has ever seen. It invested millions of dollars in infrastructure and technology along the southern border. It hired Customs and Border Patrol agents. It began building the wall again immediately. Again, new technology at that southern border to make sure that we don't have illegal fentanyl and poison coming into this country. That is where the starting point should have been. Democrats should have sat down when we sent that bill over to the Senate, and Chuck Schumer still has it collecting dust on his desk. That should have been the starting point to have negotiations to begin to secure the border. But until Democrats started seeing these poll numbers, they had no interest in securing the border. And quite frankly, this all started when Joe Biden rescinded the policies of Donald Trump. That's where this began. He has set records along the southern border, and they are not ones that we should be proud of.
Can we agree this authority is what border officials have been asking for, though?
Absolutely. And I'm not sure why President Biden and his administration have sat silently, deciding not to do anything until June of 2024.
Let's shift gears. Let's talk about Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He has accepted an invitation to address joint meeting of Congress. As we know, some members of Congress are not happy with this invite. What are you hoping, not only in Congress, but Americans learn when Netanyahu visits, when he addresses Congress and the American people?
I think it's a message that I've been putting forth, for a long time. I represent one of the most Jewish districts anywhere in the country. I have been a staunch supporter of Israel. I believe that the undermining both by the president and Chuck Schumer of the state of Israel and Bibi Netanyahu just days after and weeks after October 7th was completely ridiculous. And I hope that Prime Minister Netanyahu, coming in front of a joint session of Congress, I believe for the fourth time, want to eradicate terrorist organizations and proxies of Iran, has done a better job of identifying where that funding needs to be and exactly what it is.
Crazy. Crazy. All right. Let's see. Let's go.
I'm Greg.
I'm Gabby. We're the founders of Magic Spoon.
We grew up loving cereal, but realized we
what? All right. What's a lie? What is it? All right. Hold on, MD. Let me grab the list. My bad. I wasn't going to take 1 second. It's okay. Let me get this together, brother. 1 second, okay? Just like I need to eat. Like I had like a little something, but just feel like it wasn't enough, or I didn't have the right protein within it or whatever. It's a peanut butter, you know. 1 second. Let me put it in the chat. No. 1 second. Okay, bro. I'm off camera, so just for a minute. So I was eating off camera and drinking. It's just kind of like light. So I'm still kind of like I'm right here. So I just wait till you get on that link. I wasn't pay attention really. We're watching the YouTube as it's going. All right. 1 second, brother. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, bro. Thank you for coming on the Revolutionary Agenda. Been a minute since I had my since I did my own show. I've been
no doubt.
Jesse.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm all right, man. I'm okay. I'm just out there. I was eating stuff and it's kind of unladylike.
No, it's all good. It's all good. No. I just wanted to come here. First of all, like when you talk, like while the video going on, I can't hear nothing you saying. It just sounds like static.
Yeah, my fault. I be getting like super passionate in the middle of a video, and I be forgetting.
Just pause the video if you got, because it mess up the sound for you and the video.
Yeah,
when you do
that. Forgetting. I forget. Let me see some shit. I'm like, oh my god. Right out
it's all good. It's all good. No. I just wanted to come up here real quick about the whole. Two things. About the people voting.
Yeah, let me get to that.
At the consulate. Okay, go ahead.
No, so I had never. So it might sound ignorant, but I had never heard that they could do that in another country. Because I never seen it even on the news. I know other countries have elections. Is that you? That's you, right?
Yeah, talking about beeping. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going through the way station. My bad.
No. I thought you was getting gas or something.
No.
So I didn't never know that a national could go to a consulate and vote in their own country's elections, because I'm like, why in the fuck are you here? Why are you voting for if you're voting in a country you don't live in? Like, why'd you come? It just got questions. Like, kind of sound stupid questions, but they're like not questions, because we're talking about voting for tangibles, that are gonna benefit you. You dig? So it's like, are they not on that same page? Like, questions. I never seen it and I was confused, and I needed more. I wanted to educate myself better, but I couldn't understand it. I never seen anything like that.
Well, in the article that you played, they said that this was the first time they ever did it.
Yeah.
But you do know that Americans that's currently living abroad for work can do the same thing at the embassies in the respective countries, right?
When I mean,
Like we do the same thing. We've been doing it for a long time.
yeah, I think as Americans, I feel like we have more like a privilege. Like we over there for work, or we over there doing something else. We have vacation, stuff like that. Versus
so what do you think those people that voted? What you think they're doing? I'm just curious.
See, like in my mind, don't look at it as ignorance. In my mind, I'm thinking like, what the fuck you leave your country for? You flee your country. Okay, yeah, you might be over here working, right? But how long did you expect to really work here if you got people back there? Weren't you ready to go home? Like, how long are you really gonna be here? There's people that settle here, right? They come from other countries. They do the visas. They get everything together and they actually build a life here. So they don't vote in their own prospective countries that they left from. But I think like Mexico, like when you came over here to fucking take care of your family and send money back, what? How long are you gonna do that for? Did you need to vote to be here to do that? Like
I would say as long as the economy allows it. Now, a lot of people, I seen some people having misconceptions about this yesterday, like on Twitter and stuff like that, saying that these were illegals voting for the Mexico election. No, they weren't.
They can't be illegal. They have to be
exactly. They're here on work visas is what they're here for.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to clear that up because people they like to disseminate disinformation. So
even if you vote in other countries like Mexico, they have the rules. You can't just be you can't be underage. You have to be a certain. You have they have parameters too, and it's the consulate. You can't be messing around at the consulate.
Well, I mean, again, I get your point. That don't take away from people saying what they were saying that was wrong.
No, I felt like my ignorance was coming from something I never seen or heard before. But I would never think that there was just. I mean, if you saw the video, there were some elders there, and some people. There were some older people, like around 35, 40 years old. So I would think they just know the rules. They know what they were getting into because the consulate is a serious place. It's like going to the courthouse, right? You know what I mean? But just for your country. It's like
me personally, I don't see nothing wrong with it.
No, I just was confused. I was like, what is that?
In the new country, it's not like did my thing go out? It's not like they were like doing something that was legal. Give me 1 second, lady. I think somebody just called me. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
Hmm? Mm-hmm. Also too, Jesse, let me just say this. Based because of all the stuff we do, for FBA, and we always talking about motherfuckers fleeing their country, whoop whoop whoop. I think that's part of the thing that I didn't understand, because I had got so wrapped up in what we're always talking about that I knew they were nationals, but I was like, why? Because I think once you get over here, like this is allegedly, and I think it's because I was under I forgot about, not that I forgot that there was other people that were here on passport or visa, or doing things the right way. I just remember the motherfucking invasion. Like, did you see how they was bomb rushed the fucking border? And I had to remember there's a difference between the ones that were trying to bomb rush the border. Some had maybe an asylum claim or whatever. They did the app at the fucking border. Especially that app thing was new, right? And then
All right, I'm back. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said Jesse. Well, I was just talking out loud. I thought Jesse was, but I was talking to. I was saying, part of it, this is a truthful statement, right? This is a truthful statement of based off of like not knowing and then forgetting. Okay, so there's like kind of some ignorance in it, and I admit that right now, right? So I did a lot of thinking about this. I said, I had not that I forgot that there were actual people that were here legally that went through the process. The process of having to be nationalized here, to be a citizen here, to work here, whatever. That did it the right way. So I kind of did forget. It was just I got for some reason that visual of the fucking invasion of the fucking border, right? And the half-ass asylum shit that really had me confused. It was confused, but it was almost overwhelming my brain. Like I couldn't fathom it. And it was based off of that, really. And I felt like, man, that it, to some extent, I had like an ignorant moment, but it wasn't. It was like I had been so consumed with that for a second because we're in a city where we were actually overwhelmed. Like the next videos I show are going to speak to our hospital. We have an indigent hospital that will have to fucking shut down. We'll probably never open again after that. And that, because of the migrant influx, taking advantage of the resources of this is a people's hospital, they take care of everybody, but to an extent. And it's just now done. There's nothing left.
So, what's the extent? I'm confused. You say to an extent. What's the extent?
To an extent, it had the funding, it had everything to take care of the people. It was able to get funding. It's the indigent hospital. That means it'll take anybody that needs medical care if you had insurance or not insurance. And they usually get, when you go in, like for example, this hospital took care of me for 97 days, right? And so, my insurance paid for it. I had Medicaid. However, there was times when I had went in there and I didn't have no insurance, and I'm an American citizen. There's times where, that hospital was never overran, not even with COVID. They just made it work. You know what I mean? And it was never was the point where they came to city council and damn near cried for fucking help. That hospital has been around for like ever. You know what I mean? And it was bad and it got good and it was bad, but it's like now that, like, we were watching our city council yesterday, they were like begging for help and it was like tears in their eyes. It was fucking ridiculous. And because we had so many immigrants here, we're not talking about the unhoused. We're talking about immigrant unhoused, right? They came with illness. They came with a lot of children, pregnant women, things like that. It overwhelmed the resources at the hospital. And so when they go to renew their contracts and their financing from the city council or whatever, the city council's like no, or I don't think they told them no. They weren't trying to help them with anything. They weren't trying to give them money, and instead the hospital decided to make it to take it to the people for a vote, which is that never happened. That's never happened. So I'll show like on the video, like I'm gonna show this video because it was written in the newspaper about our hospital, maybe about a few months ago, that the mayor had let all the resources get basically taken up, and it was costing the city all kinds of money to house and feed them and everything, you know what I mean? Which is normal. That's what happens when you're a sanctuary city. I think that we have.
I can't let you do that, Lady J.
Why?
That sanctuary city status doesn't have anything to do with the migrant crisis. It just don't.
No, it don't. But it was overwhelming. Like, I mean, we're getting a lot of fucking people over 4 years. Like 4 years, the migrant crisis for us was big going on, but it was manageable for up to 2.5 or 3 years. Now it's out of control, not even manageable. Not even remotely close to manageable.
Right.
So
yeah, I just think with me, like I said, I understand that there's an issue at the border. I just hate the fact that us, especially when it comes to black folks, are getting used as a pawn as a result of a political game. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what's happening. Exactly what's happening. And it wasn't initiated by the Democrats. It wasn't. It was initiated by the Republicans.
Right.
Now, do the Democrats take blame? The way they've been facilitating these migrants? Yeah, 100%, of course. But I won't sit here and turn a blind eye to what started all this. I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
had you did the right thing in regards to coming up with sufficient legislation in order to alleviate the issue. In one of those videos, the dude said something about the issue is a lot of these asylum seekers are not actually deemed for asylum. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But did you not think about that when y'all had the legislation on the table that was going to give y'all the sufficient amount of judges that y'all needed in order to make that case? You didn't do it because Trump told you not to do it. Or as y'all would say, dump, as in human shit, and let me make that perfectly clear.
Yeah,
Point blank, period. So both of you are playing games. So Biden did what he did because he wants to make a political move. He knows that it's going to get shot down by the Supreme Court, just like when Trump tried to do it. It's as simple as that. You can't deny anybody. This is international law.
Yeah.
You can't deny anybody the right to seek asylum. Now you can deny him after due process.
Yeah.
But you got to give him due process first. You can't just go up and tell somebody, "Oh, we're not going to give you asylum." It don't work that way. Trump tried to do it, and he couldn't do it. So what did Trump do? He put them all in the damn detainment centers and shit.
Yep.
Basically locked them up. But guess what? I ain't seen nobody complaining about that, even though we were still fitting the bill. Same amount of money. There's no difference between what Trump did and what Biden's doing right now. Right. As far as giving them money. No different. We still paying for it.
Yeah. And my other thing too about this is like, it does, and I think about our like, especially our black people. Like when I would go to the doctor, I before I switched to my new clinic, my regular clinic had just was predominantly black because it's only servicing the unhoused, and you'd have a random handful of white unhoused people and a random handful of maybe Latin unhoused people, like a little handful, right, at this clinic. But it would be predominantly all black people who go in there to get well or whatever, get their medicines, whatnot, right? And then when I started to notice it, I couldn't even go to my doctor. Like when I was sick, I got a heart condition, and it's written in my like when I show up at that clinic and I give them my ID, it's written. There's a note that says they have to see me. They have to take me back, no matter what. No matter what, they got to, right? So, when I would go there, I noticed that it was like, first of all, I hadn't seen so many Hispanic people or Latin people or whatever, and they're so rude. They are really rude to me, right? That all these children, but when the staff was starting to speak Spanish, that was a shift. And they would look at us there, and they were all over the bus. They would look at us like we were in the wrong place, like almost because in the same area we had just been gentrified by the whites, and now we're overrun by this. So there's hardly any black people there that are really like, they're finding other places to go. I had to go switch clinics. I had to go to the hospital and switch clinics because I wasn't able to get the care I needed. I had to go somewhere else. And it wasn't an inconvenience. It was just fucked. And so these same clinics are all kind of connected to the main hospital that we're talking about, the indigent hospital, which is connected to all the services for the unhoused. You see what I'm saying? It's connected to a lot of shit. The resources that the unhoused need, and that the unhoused Black people use the most. So we're not gonna get like it's almost sad, you know. It's like when I watch that shit on City Council, I don't think it's live yet. Me and Jesse were kind of waiting for it, I guess we're not gonna see any of the videos from this week till next week because some sort of some sort of breach or whatever. But I was like, this is fucked up. I never seen the. I mean, we're talking about medical doctors had came in there to testify, the fucking police, the ambulance people, the paramedics that came in there and like with tears in their eyes, like, please, you know what I mean? And city council was like, like they had some sort of grievance with trying to give them money this time, right? Of all things, like, you know, that the mayor wants to cut and do, you don't do this. You don't cut the hospital. Anybody can use the hospital. Like, you could come, say you're visiting, and something happens, you fall out your truck or whatever, you get hurt, you could go to that hospital. They'll take care of you. They take care of everybody. It's an indigent hospital. But to cut their money, that they, you know, their contracts and shit, that shit was hard to watch. That was really hard to watch. So I was like, man, let me find out more. And, you know, in our city, we're like, it doesn't matter what the other podcasters do here. You know, we don't fuck with them really. But we're supposed to bring the news, and that shit right there is like, ugh. Because the mayor is creating all sorts of different things. I get to the Mayor Johnston, you know, when he couldn't get a hold of them, he couldn't get things to change, you know, with the asylum or with the fucking immigrants. He just kind of went and did his own thing, and then he bit him in the ass, and then he threw everybody out. You see what I'm saying? He caught on to him doing his own shit. Then Mayor Adams is doing the same shit that Mayor Johnston was doing. And then Mayor Johnson, Brandon Johnson over there, was trying to catch up and do the same shit that Mayor Johnston was doing. You know, but Mayor Johnston was creating, not only was he lying, but he was creating homelessness and co-opting a lot of shit that was done by the people. You know, it is really fucked up stuff. It's like we told them when Jesse was running for mayor that this was a fucking mistake. You know what I mean? Several things. We used to say the programs that they're cutting now, we used to say cut that shit when they first started. It was going to be a problem. Nobody wanted to listen. All of a sudden now they're cutting all the programs that we said were fucking bad for the people. They harmed the unhoused. They harmed fucking the unhoused Black people. You know what I mean? They didn't have a problem locking everybody up. That's their next answer. Well, then nothing is affordable. You can't. There's apartments that were supposed to be built for us, for the unhoused, and it was supposed to be affordable, like for people that had no money. You know, they could be a voucher. And now those apartments right across the street that they're just built are like $2,000 a month plus. No one can afford that.
I get it.
It's just hard.
You gotta tell me about rent. Trust me, I know.
Yeah. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I just wanted to come up real quick and
yeah, you can stay. I'm about to show the hospital so you can see. You're welcome to stay if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna talk about that too, Jesse. That shit they co-opted the neighborhood safety thing. And but get back to that real quick. Me and Jesse had talked about this dads on duty stuff, so I'll play this real quick because how long is that? 11 minutes? Yeah, I'll play this real fast because me and Jesse were talking about this as an idea for you know, to prevent crime and whatnot in the schools. You know, kind of, man, everybody needs a father. This would have changed my motherfucking life at school.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know how they always try to tell us Black men aren't involved with their children and they're not there for their kids. Well, this story actually is a great story.
I think it's the same guys, Jesse.
So there were problems at a high school in Louisiana, and the children there kept getting arrested. So in 1 week, the dad stepped in and they are literally patrolling the school to make sure all the children are safe, not just their children, but all of the children. And these are all Black fathers right here.
Yep.
You can't tell a person like me that a Black man is not involved with their children. My dad was there for me every single day of my life until he passed. Him and my mom were married for 50 years. And I can't remember when I didn't see my dad. I can't even remember such a thing. And he was very much involved with me and my other sibling, and anything we needed, even when we were adults, he was there. So let's get into this story, y'all. So a group of dads took over, literally becoming security for a Louisiana high school, because they said they were having a tough time with many of the teams. So in fact, one high school ended up with 23 students being arrested in a week with all kinds of issues with, the kids not getting along and, the fights and everything. So this was Southwood High School in Shreveport, Louisiana. It had a major problem, especially when the students were in the hallway. The students seemed to be getting into a dangerous altercation one after another. And after a week, the parents knew something had to change and quickly got involved. So these fathers did not hesitate. And, you don't see that many in the photo, but there is a total of 40 fathers that are part of Dads on Duty.
That's all.
They take shifts.
What's your credit card debt balance? If it's $10,000 or more, here are 3 easy solutions you can start implementing today.
Spending time at the high school, they greet the students in the morning and help maintain a positive environment for learning instead of violence. Surprisingly, this action has had quite an impact. Not one violent incident has been reported since the dads joined the high school. So what did they do to turn things around? They listened. None of the dads on duties are counselors or psychiatrists, nor are they the criminal prevention experts. However, they are dads with teenage children, and they know how important it is to connect to kids and to make them feel heard. So they went in there and didn't just start coming down on everybody, like the cops do. They went in there and listened to the children on what they felt the problem was in the school. So one of the members said, "We're dads. We decided the best people who can take care of our kids are us. We are coming out of concern and out of love." Michael Lafitte. This is what he told in this story as part of Dads on Duty. The city was overwhelmed with the number of fights that were taking place at Southwood High School, and these men stepped up to the plate and said, "This is something we need to do." Shreveport City Councilwoman Tabitha Taylor said, initially, the dads planned a meeting that was expected to last 45 minutes or so. 4 hours later, they came up with a plan to be dads on duty at the high school. At the end of the meeting, there was a group of fathers who decided to go to the school and patrol and walk around to show strong male presence on campus. But according to the media in this country and them folks, Black men aren't involved with their children. And there was a report that said they're more involved with their children than any other race. I mean, how many dads on duty showed up after the school shootings? None. None. I don't care how old you are or what size you are. It is something about seeing a man, a positive male figure, a father, your daddy, and whatever you want to call them at the school. It will make you straighten up and fly right. Yes, it will. Since the morning of September 20th, the dads have been present at the high school. Their role is not of that of an enforcer or a guard, but rather the cool uncle you want to hang out with. We are dealing with high schoolers, and high schoolers want to have fun. So at the end of the day, if we're looking to get something done for them, the easiest way is to do it by making them laugh. One of the issues that we have a lot of times with correcting children is we are not listening. We have to respect them on that level to listen to them, because once we listen to them, they will take instruction. I immediately felt a form of safety. One of the students said, we stopped fighting. We started going to class.
Damn.
They just made funny jokes like, oh, hey, your shoe is untied, but it's really not untied, a student commented. So yeah, they're making a very comfortable environment for the children, and that's a good thing.
So that would have solved a lot of problems.
Just the little things. We are taking measures to make things better for the students. We are talking to them about life skills, about grooming, about self-respect. We're listening to our young people. The dads hope to spread the word on how well this program is working. Hopefully, they will be able to share their ideas with other troubled schools and give their students the support they need. So how did they start this whole thing? Well, they came together and decided to do this, and they also started a GoFundMe. And they currently raised $22,000. Well, I sure hope that quadruple.
That's nice. Me and Jesse were talking about this, like when Jesse was running for mayor, because school shit had happened, and kids out here
for them. They really deserve it for what they are doing. This is definitely a great example of how positive a Black father can be. Period.
True indeed. I think it's the same brothers that me and Jesse had read about. Let me see. Let me go back to the stream here. Hold on a second, family. So yeah, here's the whole fight. Let me see. What are you saying, Jesse? Okay.
Well. First of all, I want to know what type of jobs do they have where they got the time to even do something like that. That's what I want to know. And I think that's one of the real issues when it comes to our community. Yeah, that's the number one issue to me. We got to go to work at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's hard
too.
Right, it's hard for us to have that sense of community based on how fast paced of a lifestyle that we live in currently right now. Now, the misconception is that the family structure isn't there. It's not that the family structure isn't there. It's just that we not doing a traditional family anymore. That's just what it is. We're not getting married as much because that's something that's ceremonial. We don't we ain't got time to be ceremonial right now. I don't give a shit about being married, but that don't take away from me taking care of my family.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the misconception. I saw a Pew Research study that said that black fathers are the most involved with their children, but we the least as far as marriage because we don't give a shit about being married. I certainly don't.
Family.
You know what I'm saying?
I just want to be a family. I care less about being married. I mean, motherfuckers can't be married they could be together their whole lives as long as they're building something, you know. I feel like you build with somebody, you build a family, you build a career, you build something you both enjoy, but you're doing something with activity you're building. Even like you know, we talk about always black economics, you know, spending with black people, you know, etc., growing our own food. You know, when I think about if something bad happened, you know, we had to be out there. I think about what I would want. I would want to raise animals. I would want to raise babies, and I would want to raise vegetables and things like that. You know, stuff that of trade. You know, I could trade with other places, but I would want to do it with my community of black folk. You see what I mean? And I want to see babies and animals, baby animals and things like that. That, you know, we don't see. I mean, is there any real animals left? You know, that are baby grown and not lab grown. You know, with actual baby farm animals that are real live baby farm animals, not no hybrid clone. You know, I think about stuff like that. Like, you know, everything is so scientific, and you know, we're not building even. Like the important thing about being together as black folk is that we have to build. Like we don't have to really have a piece of paper to say anything. It's about building a life, like something long term. We have this, like, with everything that's going on in the last 10, 20 years, the dysfunction between black men and women is real. You know, and we're bringing in children into the generational dysfunction, you know, and that's a sad shit. That is really sad because, you know, you'll see two people and one will be dying to work something out and we'll be trying to build and create a family, and the other one just is like, no, you know, and there'll be some pushback, but it's like not now we can't do that to each other. We need to build. We don't have to have like a marriage, but men, like they made it so that we had for women to not be women and do like not just provide, you know, like with a little bit of money to help the man, but you know, we're just like not doing womanly work anymore, like for the house and that shit. You're seeing it in.
Well, who got time for that? Hell, we already piss poor as it is. Everybody need to go to work. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody
think of it this way, Lady J.
Mm-hmm.
And they say by 2050, the black family is gonna be at zero
birth rate,
zero wealth, right? $0.
Yep.
Then we turn around and say that there was a systematic removal of the black father during the 70s and the 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just from a strategic standpoint, if we think it strategically, why would you get married if we already piss poor as it is, right? I'm saying collectively as a people.
Collectively, yeah.
If we already piss poor, and a lot of our black women is relying on these systems of a social safety net like Medicaid for the kids and Section 8. Why in the hell would I get married? That don't mean that I'm still not taking care of my family. That don't mean none of that. But I'm not dumb enough. Now I'm talking from a hood mentality, right? I'm not dumb enough to get married with the potential with them taking all these amenities away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, that's the reality that we live in. Unfortunately.
No, you're right. That's how me and Jesse live. You know, we could be living. We can't, because if we do, then we lose both of our separate you know, vouchers and whatnot. And
then everybody fucked up.
Everybody fucks up, right? And one person, no matter how admirable it is, whether it be myself or him, we can't do it because it's just that we just, you know what I mean? We had separate things that we were getting from the system because we're poor. You know what I mean? We're just out there like that. Now we can't. Now we lost half of it. And then, to bring a family around later on, like a child or something, the child's gonna economically suffer a little bit too, and that's not good either. So it's like I feel that's what you said is like it's just too hard now, like to do that, and it's stressful. They've put a lot of stress on the family, like on the black man and woman.
Right.
Just environmentally stressful, whether it be work, life, the children, whatever you got going on. It's too much stress for the people to grow. Like you can't grow, and you're two people. They can't grow. So it's like it's almost spoiled. Like if you think about a plant.
Yeah. And these people that try to tout, we need to bring the black family together. Like I saw an interview yesterday on CNN with Byron Donalds from Florida, right? The congressman. And he was saying that we were better under Jim Crow, blah, 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 this and that. Mind you, Byron Donalds ain't even black American. He a damn Caribbean.
Oh my God, you're tethered.
Secondly, huh?
I said, what do you know about it then?
Yeah. What you know about the black family?
Yeah. What you know about it?
On top of that, you're not even married to a black woman.
Oh God, cuz.
So like, man, we gotta stop. We gotta stop with the misconceptions of who we are as a people, and we gotta conceptualizing stuff in a reality as if that we are monolithic people when we're not. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be for our communities, but you ain't got the right to tell me, despite who I am, what I'm supposed to do as long as my skin's still black. That's what it is.
Right.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
man.
Woman,
yeah.
A tethered to a white woman in
American. Talking about the black family.
How dare you? I mean, if you're in the Caribbean too, what you know about American plate?
You don't know a damn thing about Jim Crow.
You don't know nothing about having a black.
Yeah, your folks was picking bananas during Jim Crow. You ain't got nothing to do with Jim Crow.
You live in a whole different lifestyle over there. Like, come on, stop it. Hey, how you get in politics without us? Like, they were speaking out like, man, I swear to God, sometimes I be like really stupid about these tethers. They come from other countries that they have so much vitriol to speak on the foundational Black American plight that goes on here. We suffer within each other. We don't know how to comfort each other right now. We're suffering. You know what I mean? Like, really. There's nobody's comforting each other. We got so much. It's so stressful, and then we at war right now. Like, everybody knows, us in America, right? When we're fighting for reparations and things like that, everybody knows that we're at war, and it is overwhelmingly stressful, to be going against the dominant society and say, hey, look, man, you're gonna pay, you gotta give what you owe, right? I just saw something today with as a matter of fact, I'm not even gonna explain it, I'm just gonna show it. That it's about the Native Americans, right? They if they go to court or whatever, it might switch from nation to race, right? That shit kind of upset me. I was like, no, man, man, you guys got everything. They had got land and they destroyed it. They had everything, right? They got money. Where's that? Yeah, I've been to a reservation a couple of times, and it was never like there was nothing growing there. It was just dirt. You know what I mean? And motherfucking drinking and addiction and motherfucking random dogs. And everybody's fucked up. And just, you know what I mean? It was horrible. So I've been there like a couple of times, different places. So like you had everything. You have your own shit. But what would you want to go to court and change? Like all of a sudden now that we're working on this is what you want to do. This is what could happen. I don't know what this broad did, but whatever she did, whatever this broad did, it upset governor. I can explain it because I was like, why would it
Yesterday,
like that?
Governor Kristi Noem facing a ban from all 9 of South Dakota's tribal communities. The Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe becoming the final tribe to bar the governor.
In continuing coverage, this latest ban comes on the heels of a news conference in Pierre, where the governor appeared to double down on the very rhetoric tribes took offense to, such as comments about Mexican cartels operating on South Dakota reservations. The Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe is asking the governor to clarify her statements as well as issue an apology to the tribes. While eyes have been on watching these bans progress, those outside of South Dakota, turns out they're watching as well. First Alert investigator Beth Warden brings us the perspective from Oklahoma.
With the 9th and final tribe to ban Governor Kristi Noem, some may be asking what's next and how could this affect tribal sovereignty nationwide? We talked to tribal law experts to bring you their insight. In South Dakota, Lakota Law Project attorney Chase Iron Eyes is in contact with tribal leadership.
The Great Plains Tribal Chair Association is going to meet very soon. Tribal leaders are certainly gathering and are trying to be effective, competent administrators, at the same time dream big on how to rebuild our nations. That work is happening.
Representative Sean Bordeaux of Mission says, I'm thankful for the people of the Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe for their stance with the other tribes in the state. He stands with the tribes too, asking Governor Noem for an apology. In Oklahoma, the lieutenant governor of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and attorney Herschel Gorman is supporting the tribes as relatives. He also believes if Governor Noem wants to escalate the situation, it would be in the form of lawsuits.
To look at the ramifications that something like this, of how this could affect all tribes across the country, especially with the current Supreme Court that we have, right? I mean, it's a very, very, very conservative court.
A Supreme Court decision could change the stance of the tribes being considered a race versus a nation, which could drastically change the landscape nationwide. Gorham offers his support to South Dakota tribal members.
Exercise your tribal sovereignty, stick with what you believe, continue to teach your children, your grandchildren, all your cultural and your language.
Back in South Dakota, Iron Eyes says there can be hope, and it's in the hands of Governor Noem.
I believe that every human being is redeemable, but she's getting what she deserves. And if she wants to further poke the bear and awaken the sleeping giant that is Indian country, I mean, that's at her discretion and that's her prerogative.
In Sioux Falls, Beth Warden, Dakota News Now.
I'm like,
Governor Noem responding to the bans today, saying, quote, "It is my hope tribal leadership will take the opportunity to work with me to be an example of how cooperation is better for all people rather than political attacks." You can see her full statement over at dakotanewsnow.com.
We never thought that with Verizon, saving on the best in entertainment was going to be so easy.
Disney bundle, Netflix, Max. Now we don't miss a thing.
Cameron,
oops. Thanks. All right, so real quick, like, do you see how the language has changed? What they're saying, like, why? Like that, I didn't understand. Okay, regardless, she said some offensive shit, obviously, right? But why though? Oh, you must have dropped off. Okay, why would the language just change like that from nation to fucking race? And question mark, why all of a sudden would this happen? You know, and well, as we're doing our thing, fighting for reparations and having it being lineage based, kind of seems sus to me. Whatever she said that was fucking like offensive about the fucking cartel, blah, blah, whatever. And why would it have to go to that extent? Because she won't apologize. So it got to go to the Supreme Court and then whatever. Like, what? Surely this isn't the first time, you know, the motherfucker has been offended. They, like ban to be banned from 9 tribes, though. That's a lot of that's a lot of offense. You know, that is a lot of offense. But I'm like, why though? Like, it kind of seems kind of like it's always been a nation. So then it would switch to race. That seems kind of like it's just the timing, I think. The timing and of what it's doing, you know. Are they gonna want repair too? Because they already got everything. So like, man, did you see them houses on that shit on the reservation? Kind of nice ass houses over there. So like, what's going on? Like, I don't understand it. And he kind of made a little threat right there, and you can tell it was effective because she wants to work together. All of a sudden, you know, just like, don't keep poking the bear. But I'm like, man, what the fuck is really going on? Sometimes the language, to me, be causing a lot of like, it's like internal confusion. I'm like, why though? I mean, surely that's not like, I mean, people say offensive shit all the time. Like, really, whatever she said, and she was doubling down on it, was it that bad? You know, she can't keep going and it could turn into some legal parameters. Like, Jesus. And you got to go all the way to the Supreme Court? Man. So many questions. It just seems like a lot. That seems like a lot to me. Like, oh, they were prepared to do the most. I say that just so you can watch it later because that was funny. This little thing. I just thought that was crazy. That was fucking like entirely too much. Okay. Let's look at this hospital real fast. Mm-hmm.
At Lemonade, we're changing insurance, starting with clearly explaining how it works. Our renter's insurance policies start from as low as $5 a month. You can customize your coverage so you only pay for what you actually need. And we can handle claims fast. Like that fast. We're also rated 4.9 out of 5.
After 150 years, Colorado's Safety Net Hospital is facing a financial crisis. Good evening, I'm Kelly Worthman. Last year, Denver Health provided more than $102 million in uncompensated care. Now the hospital is hoping to balance the checkbook, asking voters to approve a 3.4-cent sales tax on every $10 spent. Tonight, your reporter Alan Janae is digging into this proposal.
It's a busy place where ambulances arrive with level 1 trauma patients, where people with and without insurance seek care, and it's way behind.
Just the large amount of indigent care that we provide leaves us with a hole pretty much every year that we're scrambling to figure out how to fix.
Denver Health CEO Donna Lynn says the hospital system, including clinics and other services, is getting hit hard by changes.
Our uncompensated care just for the city and county of Denver in 2025 will be $124 million.
Things have changed. The public health emergency that came with the COVID pandemic expired a year ago. Many who were able to get Medicaid lost their insurance. The trimming of Obamacare mandates means more are uninsured, and there's a changing economy.
We're also seeing a shift in our economy to a service economy, and a lot of the service industries don't provide their employees with insurance.
And so she was asking a city council committee to allow a request to voters.
What would be the impact if this does not pass?
Cuts, says Lynn, potentially to hours, fewer beds.
Certainly some of our clinics could be affected.
But tax increases are tough. Agreeing that Denver Health has serious financial troubles, Councilmember Kevin Flynn is wondering.
I'm not campaigning against this tax at all. I'm simply trying to be the canary in the coal mine about our overall sales tax rate,
which with other potential Denver tax hike questions would result in a total sales tax over 9.5%. And he wonders, should there be a metro-wide tax like for RTD or sports stadiums to pay hospitals for cost shortages?
It pains me to have to say, where's the ceiling on our sales taxes?
But that too, he admits, is no easy sell at a time of harsh realities. In Denver, Alan Janae covering Colorado First.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on StreamYard.
I'm like, what is so hard about this? Like, you
have you ever done a recording where your guest just
Hunter Biden's ex-wife could test.
They were raising taxes on everything. for a long, long fucking time. And finally, there's an actual necessity that needs that they're trying to come up with a fucking plan, and it's almost like he don't want to be the bad guy, but he has to be the bad guy and say no and push back and try something else. Come back when you got a better plan, type shit. You know what I mean? And I didn't like that at all. I was like, geez, man, like it's a real problem.
No organization wants the public to know that they are in a doom spiral. Actually, I should qualify that. Denver Health does want the public to know it's in a doom spiral because Colorado's safety net hospital says it cannot continue on its current financial path. The state and the feds don't seem interested or able to pony up more money, so now Denver Health is going to go to voters directly. The hospital is working with Denver City Council on a ballot initiative for November, asking voters to approve a 0.34% sales tax increase. That would bump Denver's sales tax over 9%, and it would bring in up to $70 million annually, capped. It would go a long way toward closing the hospital's funding shortfall. As a safety net hospital, Denver Health doesn't turn away patients even if they can't pay. Just last year, the hospital lost $136 million treating uninsured patients. About 10% of that, they figure, was care for migrants. Denver Health CEO Donald Lin says the hospital treats a large number of patients who come in from outside Denver, and a sales tax increase is a way to make sure that people from all over the state are chipping in.
We have a federal law that requires us to take any patient in our emergency rooms, regardless of where they live. And one of the nice things about the sales tax is that people who live outside of Denver do come to Denver, whether it's to go to a Rockies game or a Broncos game or, other tourism. So we will be able to have that sales tax spread across more than just the residents of Denver.
A city council committee advanced that tax proposal today. Still needs full council support later this month before it gets on the ballot. Denver Health says if the tax measure fails and the hospital can't get more state or federal funding, they would consider cutting services.
More scrutiny tonight for Suncor's oil refinery north of Denver.
Fucking crazy, right? Let's see. Oops. Oh, my bad. Could you hear it though, Jesse? Why didn't it share? Hold on a sec. It looked like it was sharing. Hold on. That's crazy. All of a sudden it stopped doing that. So, okay.
Look, I'll cut the malarkey. We're facing a critical fundraising deadline. With the election just around the corner, I'm humbly asking you, can you give what you can now while there's still time? Democracy's on the line. Donald Trump, his billionaire buddies, and extreme groups are doing.
No organization wants the public to know that they are in a doom spiral. Actually, I should qualify that. Denver Health does want the public to know it's in a doom spiral because Colorado's safety net hospital says it cannot continue on its current financial path. The state and the feds don't seem interested or able to pony up more money, so now Denver Health is going to go to voters directly. The hospital is working with Denver City Council on a ballot initiative for November, asking voters to approve a 0.34% sales tax increase. That would bump Denver's sales tax over 9%, and it would bring in up to $70 million annually, capped. It would go a long way toward closing the hospital's funding shortfall. As a safety net hospital, Denver Health doesn't turn away patients even if they can't pay. Just last year, the hospital lost $136 million treating uninsured patients. About 10% of that, they figure, was care for migrants. Denver Health CEO Donald Lin says the hospital treats a large number of patients who come in from outside Denver, and a sales tax increase is a way to make sure that people from all over the state are chipping in.
We have a federal law that requires us to take any patient in our emergency rooms, regardless of where they live. And one of the nice things about the sales tax is that people who live outside of Denver do come to Denver, whether it's to go to a Rockies game or a Broncos game or, other tourism. So we will be able to have that sales tax spread across more than just the residents of Denver.
A city council committee advanced that tax proposal today. Still needs full council support later this month before it gets on the ballot. Denver Health says if the tax measure fails and the hospital can't get more state or federal funding, they would consider cutting services.
More scrutiny tonight for Suncor's oral.
Easy, right? Oh, let's see. Well, good to know, Jesse. Thank you. Suncor.
More scrutiny tonight for Suncor's oil refinery north of Denver. Environmental groups announced today their plans to sue over air pollution.
Denver 7's Angelica Abaladejo met with one of the lawyers and somebody who lives in the neighborhood about why they're taking this legal action.
I grew up here, right? Elyria, Swansea, Commerce City. When I was a kid, I lived next to the oil refinery. Now that I'm a grown adult, my kids, we all live next to the oil refinery.
The Suncor oil refinery. It's why Lucy Molina is an environmental activist with 350 Colorado.
I'm just a mom that lives in the hood here, trying to bring justice to a community that has been overlooked for decades.
Molina lives just a couple miles away.
They're not a good neighbor.
She thinks the air pollution is causing health problems here.
We have normalized the bloody noses. It's normal to have migraines. It's normal to have leukemia, cancer, asthma.
But she wants to change that by suing Suncor.
I always say that justice is not charity. I'm not looking for a favor.
350 Colorado, Green Latinos, and Sierra Club say they're looking for accountability.
Anyone who's harmed by a polluter's sort of violations of the Clean Air Act can step up and file their own lawsuit. You're stepping into the shoes of the regulators here.
Ian Cogill is the lawyer representing the community groups.
Suncor is one of the largest polluters in the state. They have this very long history of violations, and clearly what the state has been doing isn't stopping them.
Earlier this year, Suncor settled a slew of air pollution violations with Colorado regulators at $2.5 million in fines and $8 million for community projects. It was Colorado's biggest ever penalty against a facility.
And the point of an enforcement action like what the state brought was so that Suncor doesn't do it again. Suncor burns a lot of gas to do what it does. That's where a lot of their emissions come from.
Pollutants, he says, can harm health and the environment. Suncor violated air regulations thousands of times in the last 5 years, according to the group's letter sharing their intent to sue.
The state hasn't sued Suncor for any of these violations. It can, but it hasn't.
So this lawsuit,
it gives 60 days for the state or EPA to decide whether they're going to file a lawsuit instead.
Whoever decides to sue, here's the goal.
To deter Suncor from continuing to violate its permit.
They need to be accountable to us because we are the ones that are being impacted. I believe we need accountability.
Reporting from Commerce City.
Stronger enforcement would force entities like that to step up and to be responsible and good neighbors.
I'm Angelica Albalade.
Jesse, did you take my black and mild? Jesse. Jesse, did you take my black and mild? Hold on a second. Okay. All right. One second. I'm gonna have to come back to this Colorado shit, but I think I'll show 2 more and then I'm done.
Remember what it's like to be
I like
watching cartoons, eating cereal. And
I just like to laugh.
That's why we made Magic Spoon. Tastes just like you remember, with more protein and 0-gram sugar.
So dig into the power of cereal. Find us at
I like it when
magicspoon.com
you
or
make
store near you.
fucking stupid faces.
if you really want to see a video of a really just shameful and pathetic black man, is this dude right here.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. DA Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves. This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. But good news is coming. DA Bragg, hear me clearly. You cannot silence the American people. You cannot stop us from voting for change. Joe Biden's injustice, Joe Biden's two-tier injustice system, weaponizing the justice system of the United States of America against a political opponent, un-American. Joe Biden, you're fired. We the people stand with Donald Trump. I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice.
Here, how dare you? I mean, this is an abomination. This is a sham, like my engagement. I mean, what am I sitting here talking about? I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, Joe Biden, how dare you? No, put Tim in the box. How dare you? I can't believe you. I can't believe y'all did this to my man. All the ass that I've been kissing. I've been sitting here backing this man. I mean, I've been sitting here. I mean, what is wrong? How dare y'all do that to my patron saint? What's wrong with y'all? This ain't right. This ain't fair. Y'all gonna keep me from becoming the vice president. I can't believe y'all did this to my man. What's wrong with y'all? This is not the United States of America. This is a banana republic, and this don't make no sense. I'm highly pissed off. This is the most bass I've had in my voice ever in my life, and this is just wrong, wrong, wrong. Damn it, I need a lollipop.
Somebody's killing poor people, and it's going on.
When COVID happened, poor people were dying at a rate already of 800 people a day. Before COVID, if you went to a funeral every single day, it would take you 600 years to attend all the funerals of the people who will die from the ravages of policy violence, poverty, and low wages in America in just 1 year. It would take you 2 years and 19 days to go to all of the funerals of the people that will die today, and oftentimes silence. Nobody talks about this political genocide, but we are determined today to remember their death and be a resurrection of voting power and voice power like never before.
Economic justice and saving this democracy.
I was like, what in the fuck? I was like, is this a commercial? Did you see Tim Scott? Oh my God. Thought this would be funny, Jesse.
Is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
So I'm gonna get some cheeks after this horsepower joint. I'm just going off what May said.
An interview with rapper Cameron kind of went off the I'm sorry, but Abby Phillipps' face during this interview is everything. So obviously the interview goes off the rails. This happened on CNN just last night as host Abby Phillip attempted to get his thoughts on the scandal involving Sean Diddy Combs. Now, Cameron, whose real name is Cameron Giles, was not exactly the right guest to book to weigh in on the matter. Doesn't seem like he has much of a relationship with Diddy, doesn't know much about Diddy, and did not seem to be interested in the conversation whatsoever. The exchange started with Cameron sharing his thoughts on the video showing Diddy, very viciously and violently assaulting his girlfriend at the time, Cassie Ventura, in a hotel hallway in 2016. For those of you who might have missed that video, unfortunately, I'm going to show you so you understand why this is even a topic of discussion. Take a look.
New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on multiple cameras, shows Combs assaulting his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016. A lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in this video.
Everything in the video is egregious. I'm against. I don't support all the charges that's alleged against him. I don't support any of that trafficking, minors, domestic violence. I'm totally against it. So when I seen the video, yeah, I was kind of upset with it. Not being that I know him, he's not necessarily a friend, but yeah, I was upset when I seen it. But
did you
as far as
recognize
everything
him?
I just said?
Did you recognize that kind of anger at all from your experiences?
I don't know like that. What do you mean? Do I be recognized? Did I recognize him? I seen him. What do you mean my experiences? I seen him and I thought it was disgusting.
That was the end of the substantive element of this interview, okay? And, he said obvious things. Yeah, the video was vicious. It was awful. It was disgusting. Now, you can tell he's starting to get irritable, but it's about to get worse.
I want to play a conversation that you had on your podcast back in September with Mace. Listen.
Yeah. When you had your record deal, why did you take me to Biggie Smalls and not Bad Boy?
Man, it's almost gonna bring me to tears to say this. I just, being that I saw you as such a good friend, I wanted to put you with somebody I knew with.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. A lot of people ask me that on Instagram, man. Don't have me just out here crying. I don't want to get emotional in here, man.
Instantly, I knew Biggie would do right by you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint.
So he wanted to promote some sort of energy supplement drink that he's launched, which apparently helps him get cheeks, or at least perform for the cheeks. Finally, he makes clear that he isn't even really knowledgeable about the topic at hand.
I don't really know Puffers like Mace know Puff. So I appreciate what Mace said. And of course, that's my brother. So if he felt that way, then he felt that way. I can't really tell you how Puff moves or anything like that.
What about the industry in general? I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy do and all this? I didn't know this was a Diddy joint that invited me to. Who booked me for this joint?
All right.
Wow, and I don't be sitting around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah,
thanks for joining us. Thank you for your time tonight.
She knows you're about to get a
Killer segment. Actually, I did enjoy it. I really did. That was one of the most entertaining CNN segments I've seen in a while.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's gonna make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you.
CNN's done some good segments out of Gaza. But outside of that, that was the best thing they've had on all week. So listen, a little bit of reality broke out there. It's
Yo, I cannot
I wanna-
believe these shorts
I wanna
are
see the
selling
parody.
2 for $24. Look at the shorts I used to wear to the gym. Now
For
look at
yourself.
Cameron,
Video.
thanks for joining us. Now, when you saw the Diddy video, what did you think? Well, what I will say is this. I don't condone any of that wild, freaky shit that nigga accused of. I know him, but we ain't cool like that. It ain't like I be at his crib hooping on the weekends or nothing. But I'm totally against all of the accusations of P. Diddy and Josh Giddey. Right. But did you recognize that anger in Diddy from your encounters with him? And when Diddy usually gets angry, does he always punch with his left and stomp with his right, or did he switch his technique up in this video? Yo, I don't know this nigga's boxing combination. Like, what the fuck? I don't know that nigga like that, yo. Like, I don't even like his verse on All About the Benjamins like that, for real. Okay, well, what did you think about the apology that he gave? Did you think that the acting was good, or were you wondering how the hell he even got on Broadway in the first place with that terrible performance? Yo, you gotta ask Cassie that. That apology wasn't for me. And I don't know how this nigga be acting either, because I don't watch his movies and nothing. All I can say about that is bitches get domesticated every day, B. Okay, now, back in September, Mace said he took you to Biggie instead of Diddy because he wanted you to be signed to the right person. In the industry, would you say Diddy is more like the Black Harvey Weinstein or the Black Jeffrey Epstein? My bad, I'm about to fuck these two fat ass freak hoes after this pink horsepower. And they twins. They mama named them Valedictorian and Salutatorian. But what I will say is this. The fuck? I don't know Puff like that and how he moved. Maybe Mace could tell you better because he was signed to him, but fucking up our show. I don't know that nigga to be comparing him to anybody. Now, when Diddy gets locked up, do you think him and R. Kelly's prison album will be fire, or do you think they lost their musical touch? Yo, who's the talent agent that booked this joint? Like, yo, you think I just be sitting around watching Diddy in the house dancing to More Money, More Problems all day? Like, yo, I ain't know this was going to be a Diddy joint. But what I will say is this. It Is What It Is comes on every morning at 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. Shout outs to Mace, Stat Baby, Maurice, Mark Jackson, Nick, D King, Pauls, RP, OJ, Blueberry Juice, Baby, Cameron. Dipset Couture. Let's go. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Thank you for having me. This was a great interview.
Is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint.
Like there's unnecessary fucking loudness right there. Like the mic is all up in his mouth. Like it's so gross. Like all you hear is like swallowing it, just like lip smacking it. It's like too much. Why is it so close to the mic? God damn. I had to say that. I thought that it would be funny because he was like, "What do you mean? You're gonna be watching Diddy like that?" Oh God, that was hilarious. Man. All right, family. Let me see. We'll throw some more funny shit, but probably get off of this. Let me see. All right. Let me stop this right here. I'll cut it back anyway. We're back in a little bit, maybe a little later. Let's see if I want to go do something right now. I'm gonna show book for like 3, and I'm probably gonna get on Chewbacca's like experience enhanced and do this little broadcasted radio. I kind of want to go over this 2025 project. I just haven't decided if I'm going to do it right there or what. I haven't really made an actual fucking decision on it. So it's a lot to read. That's for sure. I kind of went over it a little bit on, I think my second to my last show. I can't remember. I just know I went over the content. So I think I'm going to go more into it because nobody's asking questions about this. And I feel it's a fucking necessity. I feel like we should be discussing it. It sounds pretty fucking scary to me. So I should be back here shortly. Thank you for watching, obviously, hanging out with me for like forever. Thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. I will be back probably a little later on in the afternoon to do another part. I want to get to this Denver shit, but the fuck. One sec. Hell no, I was sneaking. Hold on, family. I had a water up here. I think the water's broken. It was on the computer. No, not on the computer, but on the desk, and I got scared. Something is leaking right there. Look, I think it looks like it. Look, it's leaking. Weird. Weird. It's like right under the keyboard, right? So I'm thinking, the keyboard's not leaking. I put the water on the floor. Yeah, she probably like seriously has tomorrow more. And this is something different. She said I could do shows, so see about running this little errand. Might have to wait though, because my brother's in the front room, so we'll see what happens. Anywho, I do have another little show planned already scheduled, so I'll probably go over that. I want to get into this Denver stuff because a couple of things happened in the news, so I kind of want to look into it. Well, I kind of want to go over it because if you hadn't noticed, I had a whole queue, so I kind of went over all the small things. The Denver stuff is really, really concerning to me. Just because the mayor is doing a lot and kind of co-opted our task forces. Our task force, even though we're kind of doing the task force work, they kind of co-opted the trying to make an office, another office for it. That's bothering me. The unhoused neighbor thing is bothering me. It's a whole bunch of shit. Whole bunch of shit. So I put it in my queue, and I just, also too, I haven't had a chance to look at Newsbreak. So I might go do that. Also, I'm working on this thing for Jesse's campaign. So I had it was already done, but we accidentally I didn't save it. Yes, I know. You already said that. I know. That's what I said. And what does that got to do with tonight? What does that got to do with anything? I asked if I could run a show. I didn't ask if I could run that one. I asked if I could run something different. And I told him I wanted to talk about that 2025 project. That was the other day. So what does that got to do with today? You know what I mean? Make it make sense, right? Thing is like I don't get a chance to do the radio show often, and I don't really need no guests. So I just want to talk about the project. I want to read it really, and I feel like fuck Trump, fuck Biden, and none of them really matter to me. But I feel like nobody's talking about this damn project. Like, it's important, Black people. It's really fucking important. I feel like I don't agree with fear mongering, family. You know what I mean? I don't get scared like that. But I would say that just reading the contents, it's makes your butthole pucker because you get scared. Some scary shit. There's some scary shit. I mean, just the contents alone and the way I was reading it was like, oh my God. So I don't know a lot about it. So I figure we can read together. I'll read it to you. So I read fast. And we can figure it all out. But just alone for what I was reading, like the fact that he already implemented 64%. We're talking about Trump of it. It's like, God, man, this shit is fucking okay. Like, what does that got to do with me, Jesse? What does any of that got to do with me? None of that has to do with me, family. So whatever Jesse's talking about don't got shit to do with me. At all. At all. What does that got to do with me? What does that got to do with you? You're more capable of bouncing around to like 5 different podcasts. That's what you do. You're like multitasking. Well, what does that got to do with me? I'm not going to wait. So, like I was saying, I think it's important. I think it's vital information, family, that we figure it out. And since I don't know a lot about it, I don't like what I was reading, and I felt kind of unhappy about it. So I figured it's fucking like 76 degrees right now in my house. You see that? You see that? Sweaty. Scary. 76 fucking degrees. It's probably like 80 degrees here right now. It's fucking hot in here. But I feel like we need to learn a little bit about this. Even if he is the president. They're going to make him the president, and you know what? Matter of fact, real quick, right? This was important. So, this will go along with this with the program I'm about to talk about. Fucking camera. He said I gotta go get some cheeks after this. Poor little bougie fucking CNA lady. She was like, what? She was like, God damn. Let me see. I think I accidentally threw it back. Let me see. Shit. Hell no. Oh my God, that shit still makes me sick. Let's see. My squirrel's at the window. Did I go too far? No, I didn't go too far. Let me see. That's too fucking Kanye West, man. Man. Let me see. Okay, here we go. I accidentally threw this out. Speaking of that, let's listen to Professor Black Truth as he talks about Trump. Because he answered a lot of questions that people were stop.
Convicted on 34 counts of, well, basically paying a porn star out of his political campaign coffers and apparently trying to whitewash it over. But regardless of that, I didn't want to talk about it mainly because of the fact that it's not that important to Black empowerment, but because there have been a number of people out there outside of the Black media who have done some garbage takes on it. I figured that for posterity's sake, there might be some merit in me throwing my 2 cents into it. All right, let's go ahead and deal with the preliminary issues first. What do I think about this particular case? Not very much and not very often. Now, before I go any farther, I have to say off the bat, I'm not a Trump fan. I have no sympathy or support for the man. This guy spent his entire life being a good little bigot. And on top of that, what's he done for Black empowerment? Not much. Sure, he may provide something of a political counterweight to put pressure on the Democrats. But at the end of the day, if you have to drag this man kicking and...
Sorry, my fault. I didn't ask them if I could go on the show yet. I was kind of on my own I was kind of doing my own little thing as usual. So I wanted to talk about that particular thing. And regardless of what you say, that's not what the paperwork said. Okay. I was reading something. The document I read said he already implemented 64% of that. Where it came from, I'll look into it before I get into it. So most likely, you hate to be wrong. You must correct everything. Jesus. I'll look into it before I start reading it so that you can feel justified in your correctional skill sets with me. Stop. All right, here we go.
Screaming to do anything on your behalf, that becomes just as big a problem as the Democrats. That said, looking at this from the outside, we all know what this fiasco and the avalanche of litigation against him is really about. The establishment wants Trump gone for a myriad of reasons, and Democrats are looking and going, you know what? We got very lucky in 2020. We had a pandemic that weakened him politically because it undermined the economy, not to mention the collective weight of a lot of his stupid behavior. The Democrats didn't have anybody except for maybe Bernie Sanders who could have given Trump a run for his money, but they don't like a lot of the things that Bernie Sanders has been saying and positions he's been taking. So from the actual people who the Democrats would be willing to put on the ballot, they didn't really have anybody other than Biden who could compete against him. And if it wasn't for how the economy went sideways in 2020 due to the pandemic and all of the chaos that it wrought, Joe Biden would not have won that year either, just like he failed the other 2 times he tried to run for president. So that's what things are about from the Democrats' side of the ledger. The Democrats are very much desirous to make sure that the orange man doesn't get back into the White House, because if he does, he's going to be politically vindictive as hell. But the Republicans also can't stand Donald Trump. They couldn't beat him either. See, they thought that they had gotten rid of this man in 2020. You had idiots like Joe Scarborough saying that Donald Trump wasn't necessarily gone, but Trumpism was. And I'm sitting here listening to this crap and going, you know what? This is why only baby boomers listen to the white broadcast media and actually put any stock in what they say. Because Scarborough, as with so much else, he was wrong on both counts. Neither Trump nor Trumpism was gone. And history has certainly borne that one out. So Joe Scarborough has shown everybody just how astute a political observer he is. But the problem was when Donald Trump got beat in 2020, he didn't slither away and crawl back under a rock. And that being the case, they decided, okay, then we're going to make his political demise permanent by any means possible. The plan is pretty transparent because they want it to be. The idea is to bury him under a mountain of litigation, go ahead and drain his campaign treasury, and hopefully wear him out by the election because he ain't no young man. And being under all of this pressure is not good for the health of a guy who already is obese and ain't in great shape to begin with. Now, what are the chances that this is going to result in him going to prison now that he's been convicted for this? If I was a betting man, I'd say that he's not. He's a first-time nonviolent offender. And just to show how much of a stretch this all has been, half a dozen legal experts who talked to Reuters said that it's very rare for defendants convicted of the kind of crime he was to get prison time in New York. In fact, it's rare for those kind of defendants to get prison time, period. Mainly because of the fact that this is not exactly a high crime. This is not the kind of thing that necessarily you throw the book at people for. What usually happens is they pay a fine. But in Donald Trump's case, who knows? The judge in this case might decide to swing for the fences and actually give Donald Trump some sort of incarceration time or another, mainly because the judge happens to have ties to the Democratic Party. There are a number of questions about the judge and other aspects of this case that could provide Trump the basis for a successful appeal. But that's going to be slow going. I'd say whether he can get this conviction overturned or not depends on how quickly he can get this case before his Supreme Court. I say his Supreme Court because he put half of them on the bench. But you can bet Democrats and the never-Trumper contingent of the GOP will do everything they can to drag that process out. This is about politically purging the landscape of somebody who had been problematic for both of the major parties for different reasons. And make no mistake, the Republican establishment is glad that this happened. Donald Trump's been a big problem for them too. They're not up in arms about this. Have you noticed that? Sure, Mike Johnson will croak out a few impetuous remarks. They'll make a couple of the right-sounding noises, but in reality, the GOP leadership is by and large glad that this happened. Why? For the same reason as the Democrats, because the Republicans were not able to beat Trump either, but they had another bone to pick with Trump that even the Democrats didn't have. You see, Donald Trump successfully turned the GOP's own base against them, something he couldn't do with the Democrats. The Republican leadership was humiliated by the fact that this guy was able to crap all over them. Hell, he was publicly taking a dump on lifers like John McCain and others, and the GOP's own voters sided with Trump against them. See, part of being a politician in the United States is that your voting district is basically your own little political fiefdom. You're basically a king in charge of your own little domain. So when somebody shows up out of the blue and proves they can come into your house and turn your subjects against you, this after decades of you being solely in charge, the powers that be don't like that. This is all about having guaranteed outcomes, and Trump became a wild card and they didn't like it. And he was able to do it so easily. I've been saying this for years now. The never-Trumper contingent of the GOP is far larger than people think. A lot of these Republican politicians who have been pretending to not be against Trump, or even the ones who were pretending to like him, they were doing it because they were terrified of the fact that this man could inject uncertainty into their political races. When these guys run for re-election, the last thing that they want is Donald Trump coming out of nowhere and saying, this guy, he's not with me, somebody should primary him. Sure, even if they can beat him, that's fine, but nobody wants to actually have to chew their fingernails and bite their fingernails off, wondering if they're going to get beat. Everybody just wants to coast to re-election. That's what being in office is about, the power of incumbency. It's not supposed to be a long, hard slog to get reelected. It's supposed to be a fait accompli. You're supposed to show up, file your reelection paperwork, and then you just wait until voting day when people vote for you. It's like, all right, back to office again. That's what it's supposed to be. And Trump made it where they couldn't depend on that anymore. And they didn't like that. It was not business as usual. I'm not talking about business as usual that benefits black people. I'm talking about this is strictly from the outside. This ain't got nothing to do with us. See, they tried to dogpile him with establishment tools like Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush, but they got crushed. Then they tried to reverse engineer their own phony version of Trump Light, like Ron DeSantis. But GOP voters weren't fooled by him either, and they sent him packing, not that he ever truly had a chance to begin with. And I told you about DeSantis from day one, he didn't have a chance. It was obvious that this guy was going to fail. So nothing that the GOP establishment or their rich donors threw at Trump worked. And once he became the standard bearer for the party, now they were in a real fix. They couldn't openly be out there trying to take him down. So the question for the GOP leadership was, how do they restore the old status quo, but without turning their own voters against them? Because if you go against Donald Trump, enough of those rubes out there over the Republican base are going to turn on you. So how do you thread that particular needle? How do you dance on that particular pinhead? The answer, you don't. Instead, you let the Democrats do it for you. So that's the reason why you haven't seen the GOP running around with their hair on fire after this verdict. See, a lot of them, they were expecting this. They were counting on it. They're perfectly content to let Trump swing in the wind and let the Democrats beat him like a drum repeatedly. Look at how muted and tame the GOP's response to this has been. You would have thought these guys would be out here threatening Armageddon, but they're not. Because to a big extent, Donald Trump has also been a thorn in their sides too, and they much prefer the way things were before he came along. This is about restoring the old status quo. And once more, for the people who don't listen, I'm no Trump supporter. I'm just telling you the political realities. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, World Wars I and II were nothing more than an argument between a couple of thugs about which one of them was going to rule over us. And the same thing goes for the Cold War. This is how white supremacy argues amongst itself. And the same principle applies here. This is a political argument between white centers of power, vying to see which one of them is going to have the upper hand. And yes, the competition does become cannibalistic and quite brutal, but that's what happens when you're fighting for power at the highest levels. Donald Trump was obnoxious and annoying, but he was to an extent tolerable until he began making enemies out of lifelong politically entitled people. So that's just a roundabout way of saying, no, the enemy of my enemy is not my friend. Under white supremacy, it don't work that way.
Right.
Speaking of which, what does this mean for black people? First of all, Democrats are going to take this as an opportunity to say they don't have to do anything for black people now. Why? Because, why, buddy? We put these charges on Trump, buddy. You remember how racist he was when he was president, don't you? Hell, you remember how racist he was before he was president. So that's what we did for you. We took down Donald Trump. We did it for you niggers because, we like you guys. So now go to the polls and vote for us. So once again, Democrats have given themselves a gift, but then they turn around and say that they were actually doing it for us. And they'll have the usual assortment of bootlicks, tethers, and suck-up Negroes who are going to be screaming, that's right, Democrats ain't got to do nothing for me. They got the orange man out of office, and they put them charges on him, and they got him convicted, and that's good enough for me. He gets to see what it's like to be blacks in America. Here's the thing. While it is true that Donald Trump is definitely, if nothing else, tasting some of his own karma, especially where black people are concerned, yes, he cheerleaded for black people to be incarcerated, a million other things. That being the case, sure, I have absolutely no problem with Donald Trump being on the business end of a prosecution. I have no problem with that at all. But don't tell me that they've been doing this for black people's benefit. They've been doing this only for their own. Because what are black people going to get out of this? Alvin Bragg certainly won't be getting much political capital out of it. But if Letitia James brings her case and nails Trump too, then they'll talk about her like she's the second coming. But they'll only be doing that in the hopes of getting black female voters to be swinging toward the Democrats. That's what they'll be doing, playing the same old games. And I don't think I have to tell you about Fannie Willis. We don't need to be naive or deceived about what's really going on here. This is the same old jockeying for position within the political structure. People who are trying to climb that ladder, and this is part of how they try to do it. The big question from the left corner of the white media has been, how is this going to affect Trump's campaign? In reality, he's going to take a brief hit to his numbers, but as for whether or not this will sink his campaign, it's going to depend on how this goes in those battleground states. And while polls allegedly show, according to the white media, that there's Republican voters who have said that if he does become a felon, that this will affect whether or not they choose to vote for him, it's also true that there's a lot of people who claim that they wouldn't vote for Trump, but come election day, they do it anyway. For a lot of folks in this country, Trump is a guilty pleasure. He brings a lot of baggage with him. And because of that, there's a lot of folks who like him and support him, but they're embarrassed to say so because of all the obnoxious stuff that he does. His shameless racism and shooting off his mouth and all of his vulgar comments, that may endear him to a certain segment of the population, but for others, especially political moderates, they still feel some kind of way of actually admitting to supporting him. Hypocrisy is America's cardinal sin. Trump understands that, even if the white media doesn't. So the idea of how many people who will vote for Trump as opposed to those who are willing to openly say so, those are two different things. Trump understands that reality. Clearly, the Democrats' plan is to sink Trump's campaign by using these prosecutions to weigh him down. Now, whether or not that works, they're going to need more than this conviction to do it, mainly because this conviction hardly rises to the level of a high crime. It's much closer to a misdemeanor. And for a lot of people, they don't understand it. They don't even understand what was so important about bringing a prosecution based on this. All they heard was that he paid off a porn star. That does not rise to the level of a felony in people's minds. And when you say, well, it's where he got the money from to do it and how he lied about it, to the vast majority of voters, and certainly the overwhelming majority of Republican voters, that's going to come off more as a morals crime, not something that he actually should have been dragged into court about. So if the Democrats are hoping that these prosecutions are eventually going to weigh him down, they're going to need to do more than this. But as we already see, they've got plenty more cases waiting in the wings. So this is not going to be a one-off. And that's going to be a problem for Trump long term, because while with this case, he is unquestionably a first-time nonviolent offender, the problem is that they go ahead and put some more felonies on him successfully. Well, at that point, then he becomes a two-time convicted felon. And that's where the possibility of him going to prison really comes into play. I'm sure that for Trump, the most important thing is to actually make it to the Republican convention, because it's going to be a coronation for him. He doesn't have any competition. But also beyond that, he's going to have to try to hold together whatever political support that he has long enough to actually make it to election day. That's where the problem for the Democrats comes in. You see, when people go to the polls, they don't vote against someone. They have to vote for something. There's no place on the ballot that says you can go ahead and vote against this guy, but it doesn't take any votes away from so-and-so over here or add any votes to someone else. No, you got to vote for something at the polls, not against it. And that being the case, Joe Biden's numbers are already underwater, and this conviction has not turned them around. Just because you hurt Trump's numbers doesn't mean that you help Biden, and Biden needs his numbers to go up. It's not enough for Trump's numbers merely to go down. This is not translated into a rise in the polls for Biden. In fact, things have stayed the same, precisely because Biden is president and Trump's not. This is seen by a lot of people, especially in the political center, as being a political sideshow going on with Trump. It won't become serious until after the convention. And even then, they're going to be asking, has Joe Biden made our lives better? These are the lengths that the political establishment is willing to go to in order to try to preserve itself. But Donald Trump made the exact same kind of mistake that Joe Biden did. When it came time for him to make a deal with black voters to get our support, he instead decided that he too didn't have to do that. Trump, like the Democrats, tried to see if he could get by with mere lip service. Yes, a lot of these non-black people of color who had been making nice with white supremacy all these decades did catch a little bit of hell from him while he was in office. But at some point, we have to see our own position improve in order for that to translate into supporting Trump. It's good that people get their wake-up call and all that. I'm all for it. But this is about whether our fortunes improve, not so much whether someone else's goes down. Donald Trump promised us nothing, and he kept his word. So I say we support him the exact same way he supported us. If he had spent his 4 years in office going to Black communities and spelling out the tangibles that he would bring, he could have swung Black support his way. Instead, he decided to attack the Black community, and he antagonized the very people who he needed to stay home. See, the only reason he became president in 2016 was because Black voters had been disgusted with the neglect and the abuse from Obama, and they were ready to vomit at the prospect of a Hillary Clinton presidency because they knew that it would be Bill Clinton 2.0. So those Black voters decided, hell, we're staying home, which is exactly the scenario the Republicans need if they're going to win office. They need Black voters in specific to stay home.
Right.
Because we are the base of the Democratic Party. We're the strongest voting bloc that they have, the most dependable by far. And make no mistake, when it comes to these so-called battleground states, the white media is not really talking about the states at all. Most states in the US are red states. What the white media calls blue states are actually red states with large blue cities within them. Michigan is, well, was a red state, but the main reason that it's blue at all is because of Detroit. Georgia's a red state, solid red, but it goes blue occasionally solely because of Atlanta. That's what makes the difference between whether it's red or blue. Pennsylvania is another red state. That racist Cajun James Carville said it himself, quote, Pennsylvania is Philadelphia in the east, Pittsburgh in the west, and Alabama in between. And he was right. It's Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the two Black enclaves that makes Pennsylvania a blue state. And Florida, by the way, also occasionally can swing in a blue direction, but it's because of Miami-Dade. And that's the only reason why Democrats are even able to exist in that state. Trump made a political calculation that he could shore up his Black support during his presidency, but do it without actually offering us anything. And what he found out was there's some Negroes who are willing to go to the White House and take a photo with them, but when it comes to the actual grassroots support, he has to show up with tangibles. And instead, he showed up empty-handed. And now he's seen what kind of support empty hands gets you.
Right.
So will this conviction drag down Trump's poll numbers? Actually, I don't think so. Even to the voters in the swing states, this all comes off more as he got convicted for paying off a porn star. And given what people already know about Trump, there's no surprise there. Now, apparently, there's supposed to be more litigation against Trump as we get closer to the election. I think that's a horrible strategy for the Democrats. Dogpiling Trump has already gained him support and sympathy from people because a lot of people are looking at this and going, wait a minute, he can't be this bad. That's what's happening with a lot of those moderates and certainly with the right wing. And to put Trump on trial right before the election, especially if you do it even after the convention, after he gets the nomination, that's going to be largely interpreted by the public as the Democrats attempting to put Trump in prison because they don't think they can beat him at the polls. I think it's obvious what the Democrats are hoping for is that with all this pressure being put on Trump, hopefully he'll have a public meltdown as if he hasn't done that before, or that he's going to crack. But the truth is, Donald Trump does a much better job of composing himself than people have given him credit for. He actually has more discipline than people would like to believe. But that hasn't kept him out of trouble largely because of the fact that the man keeps making too many of the wrong moves. He's certainly made too many of the wrong enemies. But continuing to try to drag this guy into court day after day, especially for the remainder of this year, that's going to backfire. People are going to be looking at this and saying Democrats clearly don't think that they can beat this guy, and this is what they're doing. The sad part is that to a large degree, this perception is accurate. But then again, this is my view from the outside looking in. Call me when someone wants to talk about something that will actually empower Black people. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors.
If you're not subscribed, you should get subscribed to Professor Black Truth. He makes me laugh. Not really, but it does make me happy with the education that he provides right there. I'm going to be back later. I'm going to go do some research. Jesse left me some messages to go look into. So I'm going to go do that. Take a little break. We'll be back in a couple hours, whatever. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. If I do another RVA, I want to talk about the Denver stuff. So I'm definitely going to do some research. And if I get a chance to go ahead and do Blog Talk, I'm going to go ahead and go over the Project 2025 thing. After I do just a couple little bits of research, so I can look into what Jesse was telling me about in the chat. So I'm gonna go do that and probably working on this thing for Jesse for his campaign. And like I said, we had to redo the computer, or update the computer, or whatever, turn it on, turn it off, and I forgot to save my work. So I just lost it. I didn't lose it, but I lost it. I didn't save it, so I got to redo it. And luckily, I have all the stuff I worked on right here, so I got to actually put it back together for Jesse. So I will be back. Please join us later. Join me later anyway for the RVA, or possibly Blog Talk Radio. Depends. Join me for the remaining part, or not the second part, but for the next next episode. And also, please tap in for, pardon me. Please tap in for Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced, our Grand Rising with Chewbacca and the Chase, tomorrow, which is Friday, in the morning, the usual standard time, and on Saturday with Frontline Black News. Also, got to reach out to one of the brothers that we were talking to, pretty much on Frontline Black News and Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced. I reached out to this brother, and because of housing situation they were going through out there in Louisiana. So I kind of want to talk to him. We've been trying to draw a lot of attention to this. So I had a lot of questions, several questions. So I will be supposed to reach out to him. I'm gonna take a little break, so go look into all the stuff that Jesse put in the chat for me to go and look into. So I'm kind of prepared, because there's a couple things he put in I wasn't aware of. So I got to go look into it. It's good to do a little reading. And I think I got 2 things to look into. Take a little break. I may go run. I'm probably going to go run this errand. Jeez, the fucking temperature's rising. They're already 78 degrees. It's only 11:16. So stay black, stay dangerous, stay highly favored. I'll probably be back a little later on in the afternoon, early evening, depending on. We got to check your emails just in case we have something going on that we need to tap into. Stay tuned for another episode of the RVA. And tomorrow, Grand Rising with Chewbacca and the Chase. And Saturday, Frontline Black News. Stay tuned. It's going to be a good weekend of news. So stay tuned. Thank you. Stay black, stay favored. Hold your vote like you hold your swiller or your baby. And hold out for tangibles. It's the most important thing. And tap into what's going on in the new media. No pass is given. So I'll see you guys soon, here in a couple hours. Thank you for hanging out with me and the Revolutionary Agenda, the RVA. And I'll see you guys soon. Oh, bye, Jesse. I'll talk to you in a couple hours, whatever. I'll message you. Okay. Get some rest.